Oh, for criminy sake, I forgot the timer. Good evening, everybody. What's going on? Welcome in. Appreciate you being here. We got a pre-roll getting ready to drop, and then we're going to start the show. Hey, who's, you got your ghost? You got your ghost ready? You got your ghost ready? Wait, what's wrong, Guffa? What happened? Are we dropping frames? Oh, okay, good. Okay, Gucci. All right, I'm going to drop the bit rate just a teeny tiny bit. Sorry. I don't know. Hey. Okay, good evening, everybody. What's going on? Welcome. Welcome. Wait, what? You guys are seeing a Fleet Command Twitch drop? Are you serious? All right, I don't know anything about that. Where do you see it? Where do you see it? Hi, Calamist. I don't see drops. Where do I even see that? Is that a thing that I can see? I don't see. Oh, track's over. Okay. All right. You know, listen, I'm getting very confused. I'm so overstimulated right now. I got to play a song. I'm looking for the Discord audio. By the way, I didn't press the mute button. Now I'm over in my Twitch panel. What is this? I'm in the beta? Look, I just got a notification from Twitch. You're in the beta. Click to start streaming in dual format today. What is this, chat? What is this? Hey, Mazed Up. Dual format streaming. Count DeVille. No, listen. First of all, we're talking beta. There's a difference. Okay. Second of all, I bet it actually works. Here, let's read this. Dual format streaming allows streamers to broadcast in both horizontal and vertical. I can make a vertical thing? Ooh. Formats. At the same time, this feature helps you reach more viewers by delivering an optimized experience regardless of whether watching on web or mobile. With more and more viewers coming to Twitch from their phones, dual format streaming ensures your stream looks its best everywhere. Oh. Dual format access is restricted to select streamers during beta. But any viewer can watch a dual format stream. The beta will help us learn more about performance, system requirements, and best practices before making dual format streaming available to more streamers on Twitch. Oh my. I am a selected streamer. I have no idea how to make this happen. Yo. What's up, everybody? Appreciate you guys all being here. We're gonna I have to turn it on. Why? Why do I have to turn things on? This is complicated. And why do we still have we still have ads? And there's so much happening. Why? I can't focus. I'm just going to hit the button. Can we just, and there's a hype train. Okay, I'm just going to, why is my color all weird? My color looks weird. Hey, what's going on, everybody? How are you doing? Warren Water says, hashtag free the blank 10,000 point task. We'll talk about that. I haven't started the show yet, but there's the lights are weird. What's wrong with the, oh, you with the crabs? Beep, bop, bop, boop, beep. Thank you. Oh, there's, wow.
Oh my gosh. My name is Beck, and I like plants, and I'm a Valley girl, and listen to me do all the things on DG's show.
Thank you.
A subsidiary of Rev Deuce Productions, LLC.
God bless. All right. Yes, thank you for the ghost. Hydrate, appreciate that, Calamus.
Hey, Puddin'.
Hey, Puddin', how are you guys? Thank you very much for being here. What's going on? Welcome into the show. My name is UltimatDJz, and we're going to start our podcast here in just a moment. But you guys decided to start a hype train. All right, so we're going to give it a go. We're going to let you guys get it all out of your system, and then we're going to go. JJ Nasty, save that. Save it. Copy it so that I can read it at the end of the hype train. Why am I orange again? Let's see if we can find the light button. Good afternoon, Canine Tooth. Hello. Feels really bright.
Incoming message.
Oh, that's better. Does that look good? Does that look good? Does that look good? Okay. Does that look better? Okay, cool. We'll leave
That
it.
was actually kind of exciting.
It was kind of exciting.
I've never felt so alive.
I feel excited too. Thank you. I feel so alive. Thank you guys. TC, thank you for your 100 kitty bitties. Rocky Mountain for the 300 kitty bitties. Thank you. Nelson. Thank you, Nelson, for the 32 months. 32 months at tier 1. Thank you so very much. Guffa, Bender, thank you guys for your 100 bits. Asia Boy, thank you. Balabom for your bits. Thank you so very much. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Is DOS here? This is, I don't understand how all the shenanigans from Lost Ends channel has made its way over to this channel. I would prefer if you guys keep all of your crab issues over on Lost Ends channel. DOS, this is not my fault. I mean, I'm going to turn off alerts after the hype train. Hey, Krutzagog, what's going on? Appreciate it. Rocky Mountain Hunter, thank you for dropping a gifted sub. Appreciate that very much. Lost In with Dreek. Lost In, thank you very much. Rocky Mountain, thank you for your gifted sub. Guffa, thank you for that. J Babes dropping 400 kitty bitties. Lost In with 100 kitty bitties. Now this one might be worse, DOS. This one might be worse than Lost Ends. Seriously, it could be. Pixelate, thank you for your 42 months with Prime. Thank you. SKZ, I'm going to turn them off. I had to keep them on for the hype train. I got to keep them on for the hype train, and then they're going off because we got a podcast to do tonight. Shawty, yeah, thank you. 39 months at tier 1. Thank you so much. Gloovy, 33 months at tier 1. Thank you guys so very much. Appreciate it. Radio Dad, 42 months at tier 1. Thank you. KA Knowledge, 45 months at tier 1. You guys helping with the PP points tonight. Thank you. Destros, 22 months with the Prime. Thank you. Alex, Basilax, thank you for the 12 months at tier 1. You guys are incredible. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. And Venadia with the 155 stream streak. Calamus Destiny asking for a possum.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Asking for a possum joke. Oh my God. Divine said, is it worse than cat scratch on a blackboard? It's close. Okay, it's close. DOS, he says, I don't even say anything anymore. They check if I'm lurking. I know. Thank you. Hey, look, the hype train is over. Thank you, guys. Now we can turn it off. Thank you, though, very, very much for the hype train. Appreciate you guys all. That is incredible. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sherlock, thank you. Rocky Mountain, thank you. Guffa, thank you. Beep, bop, boop, bop. Yeah, it's on the same level as
That is very dangerous.
I love that one. Very good. Retro Fury, yeah, I don't know what Twitch drop it is. We're going to look at it here in just a second. But I do have a possum joke for you real quick, and then we're going to start the show. You guys ready?
All right, I got one for you. Where does a cat go when it loses its tail? This is actually pretty funny. Where does a cat go when it loses its tail? Obviously, it goes to the retail store. Thank you.
That was a good one right there. Thank you. Albert says, I don't know. How about the vet? Seems like it would make more sense. Yeah, I agree. But, you know, whatever. And that's a wrap, folks. That's all the positive things we have to talk about tonight. Ha-ha. I'm just kidding. Hey, you know what? I'm not gonna turn this on tonight, but do you guys remember the redeem on Twitch we had for random thoughts? I found when I was going through my journal, you know, I was telling you guys about my journal the other day. I found a page of random thoughts that I had written down. Do you guys want to hear one? You guys just want to hear one? Now, I have random thoughts all the time, Vic. That's the problem. Like, I can't organize my thoughts in such a way, all right? But, hey, Wolf, we're going to talk about that. We are going to talk about that because I thought it was actually pretty good. We're going to talk about that, but give me a second. Pixelate says, oh, please, they're my favorite, the random thoughts. Tarpy, I don't have ADHD. Anyway, I found in my notebook, I found a page of the random thoughts that I used to write down for the redeems. And then I guess I stopped doing those, and I didn't even remember. And then I read some of them today, and I'm like, oh, I should start doing these again. Because some of them were kind of funny. Some of them were pretty good. Okay, here was one. And honestly, at the time, it couldn't be better. See, this is one that I wrote down. I don't remember what the context was. I don't remember why I wrote it down, but this is what I wrote, and it's super funny given the state of affairs right here today. Remember, it's always better to work as part of a team. Lost in. It's always better to work as part of a team so that you definitely have someone else to blame when things inevitably go wrong, okay? My finger. Okay, there you go. Let's see. This one, I don't know when I wrote this one either, but now that I'm reading it back, I feel like I could have used this one that night that you guys said that Tarpy's voice was giving me side eye, right? Like you guys didn't
like it.
Thank you. I like it too. Thank you, Gappa. This one is right here. You guys remember this one? Yeah, Tarpy, this is coming. A quiet man is a thinking man. A quiet woman is usually angry. Her voice, yes, Vic, her voice was giving me side-eye that night. Okay? I probably wrote this one after a conversation with Tarpy. That could have happened. I'm not entirely sure. Okay? Yeah, her voice was giving me the side-eye. And then this one. Facts, says Fun Daddy. Absolute facts. Okay. Then I had this one, and this is really funny because, again, I wrote these a long time ago. Don't remember the context in them at all. This notebook is from like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. All right. And, but this is funny because just a couple of days ago, Oliver was telling me that his new baby brother is keeping him up at night. Right. His new baby brother that he's got now with my ex-wife and her new man and whatever. They've got this beautiful little baby boy, but she describes him as a terrorist, all right, because he doesn't sleep ever. And then I found this today, and it says, people who say they sleep like a baby obviously don't have one. Because, what? Babies don't sleep? So anyway, those were a couple I found. But I do have some more. I found a whole page of them. All right. I'm not going to turn them back on tonight, but that is something that I might turn on and on the Twitch channel, like moving forward. So fun stuff there. Anyway, are you guys ready to start the podcast? I know. Listen, there's people in the chat who are like, "Hey, I'm here to talk about fun stuff, like the podcast and Reb's video, which I thought was pretty good, guys. It was this is funny, Tarpy. We had this article has been out for almost a month, like 2 or 3 weeks. Somehow, we just found it. Oh, for the love of Christ. Beep, bop. Beep, bop, 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 bop. Okay, let's turn all this stuff off. We're going to start the show. We're going to get into it because I've got fun stuff. We've got an interview to talk about. We've got an interview to talk about. We've got Alliance tournaments to talk about. Jules is here to do science and mathy things. And we've got all kinds of other stuff to get to. So let's turn off the alerts. We'll turn off the overlays. We'll turn off that and that. And we're going to press this little button right here. And we are going to start our show. Welcome in, everybody. UltimatDJz. This is Talking Trek Live, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast, and my gully woolly, we have a lot to talk about. Matters, we've got stuff to talk about, including Walter and Javier's video, the CEOs of Scopely, that, man, their verbiage might go down in history. Their verbiage might go down in history as one of the most amazing audio clips since Quality Over Quantity. All right? I mean, seriously, Jim Pye. I don't know which is... I don't know. We're going to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the show. Appreciate you guys all being here. Sound off. Talking Trek server sound off. You guys let me know where you're hailing from tonight, and let's get the show underway. And you guys let us know where you're from. Jandrel says, here, server 32, I think. Lost on server 45. Thank you. Star Fox, European 153. Iron Chef, Aloha from server 14. Matt Hatter on 95. Thank you. Corellius on 13. What's going on? Ostis on 34. Enterprise on server 30. Maple Butter, server 63. What's going on? Kin Shadow on 74. Noon Whistle on 29 says, what's up? Thank you very much. Rocky Mountain on server 32. Thank you so very much. Yes, Scott, I do want to hear one of yours. Yes. Yeah. Sherlock Holmes on server 27. Thank you. What's going on? Scaly back from the Outback on 188. Vic on server 33. What's going on? Ostis, server 34. I think I read yours already. Nowhere Man on 14. Vic, server 33 in the house. Cruzito, server 13 says, oh, good. I've got 30 minutes before we start talking about the game, if you're lucky. Curly Hawk on 74, Strike Girl on 49, Silver Tab on server 330020, Fun Daddy on 701, thank you. Thumbelina, server 24, J-Babes 13, Doss on 20, Warm Water on server 44 in the house, Mazed on server 95, Benny Hills Ghost on 42, thank you. Silver Tab on 33, Turmoil on 63, what's going on? Chala, server 15, Tarpy on 30, MJ, what's happening? CJ Daniel, server 27, thank you. Delmire on 21. Hello, Strider on server 30, Asia Boy 12, Divine Divinity on 164. Man, there's a bunch. So many. Yeah, there's server 34. Remember to hydrate. Thank you. Wilson on 36. Rills on 67. Warjareen on 188. There's so many. Are we going to count the blinks in Reb's video? That would be awesome. Now, I saw this earlier. I thought this was a really cool idea, to be honest with you. I'm kind of jelly I didn't have it first. But yeah, no, we'll talk a little bit about that tonight. We'll talk about the video, the video that Reb's video is responding to, which is super, super hilarious. IJ, what's up? flagship server on 15. Thank you very much. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Vic says, I guess I'm the only one who hasn't watched the video. It is actually really good. It's really, really good. I liked it. We'll talk a little bit about that. And let's see. What's up, Black Season, Server 84, first-time chatter? Thank you so very much. Gosh, man, you guys are great. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you guys all being here. Welcome in, Matters. Good evening to you. How are you this fine Thursday evening?
Doing well. How are you?
I am fantastic. I wrote a joke for you today. Do you want to hear it?
Oh, goody.
Yeah.
Is it dirty?
No. Why would you say that? This is a PG-13 show. Why do you think it would be? Why do you think it would be dirty? God, you guys always assume
I don't know.
the worst.
Maybe someone was like playing with paint and it got all over them.
Yeah, that's the exact kind of dirty it was. Absolutely. Yes. Lawson says, what did I start this time? I'm not sure. 7-hour review? No. SKZ says, Reb's video was an in-your-face video in a nice, sweet way. Very unlike him. It was, actually. I thought he brought some really good points. I think that a lot of those points are a lot of the things that the community's been calling about. So I think it's fantastic. We're going to talk about it right after chat. We check in with the Talking Trek news desk for your news headlines from all around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Stupid News.
Stupid
News! Thank you. You guys had such a good time. You guys had a good time the other day. Brett says, I didn't realize how much I missed the stupid news until this moment. I know. People liked it the other day, and I was like, all right, I'm going to have to spend some time. I was actually ready to do the show a little earlier than tonight, but I had to write some news for you guys. Utz. You guys know Utz, the potato chip brand? Utz is recalling a bunch of their potato chips nationwide over concerns that one of the seasoning ingredients may be contaminated with salmonella, though no illnesses have yet been reported. Pringles feeling pretty smug about this one, though. But that's it, all right? I understand the concern. I am staying away from potato chips. Absolutely no ifs, ands, or uts about it.
That's the new raw chicken flavor, I believe.
Yeah, raw chicken flavor. You like it. Dude, check this out. This was big news this week. After its biggest one-day gain ever, electronics company Samsung has reached $1 trillion in market value. Congratulations to Samsung. $1 trillion in market value this past week. Apple, who is worth over $4 trillion, was in fact actually pretty happy for him. Sent him over a nice, cute little fruit basket with hard to say, cool story, bro. Those assholes over at Apple. Just jerks. I get this. This was cool. Did you guys hear about this? A Florida boy, not a Florida man, Florida boy has officially, legally, 2 birthdays. He's been born twice. Doctors partially delivered him at 25 weeks for a high-risk surgery, then returned him back to the womb until he was closer to full term. His parents are celebrating the fact that he has 2 birthdays. All right? He has 2 dates on his birth certificate. All right. And I'm sure that one day he's going to be reminded as he gets older, be grateful that you've got 2 birthdays. There's kids out there who were born on February 29th. They only get one every 4 years, so poor guys, poor kids. Terrible, terrible, terrible. James Cameron is being sued. James Cameron, the maker, creator, director, Avatar, you guys know. James Cameron is facing a lawsuit from actor Koryanka Kilcher, who claims that the Avatar character, Neytiri, was modeled on her likeness. This alien from this weird, new, different planet says that says that the character was modeled after her likeness. James Cameron says this is absolute ridiculousness and challenges her, says, listen, you can sue me until you're blue in the face. Oh, I love that one. Thought that was great.
That was good.
Thank you. I thought that was pretty good. Let's see. What else we got? Thank you. Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones have announced a new album coming out. The Rolling Stones have a new album being released called Foreign Tongues. It's set for release on July the 10th, along with a brand new single called In the Stars. For those of you who are not real sure about the Rolling Stones, just talk to your aunt with the tongue and lips tattoo. She's about to have a really great summer, okay? Just ask her about it. Okay. Let's see. A stray dog. This was crazy. A stray dog joined runners in the Indianapolis mini marathon this past week before being picked up by police, with officials saying he's going to be held while they search for his owner. So far, the dog has refused to answer any questions. They've been unable to reach its lawyer. Won't talk. Coinbase is in the news, cutting 14% of its workforce, or roughly 700 jobs, from the employment roster as the company points to AI in its push to become leaner and more efficient. If you're not familiar, Coinbase is a crypto trading program. If you are familiar, then you've probably already lost a bunch of money on it. So, finally, and our last story tonight, McDonald's matters. This is for you. Listen, pay close attention. McDonald's has made an announcement to phase out self-serve soda stations in the United States, all locations, by the year 2030. That's right. They're getting rid of the self-serve soda fountains as it continues to shift towards drive-through, delivery, and takeout, closing an estimated 40% of their dining rooms. All right, this is a big deal. Matters really freaked out when they started charging for sauces. This might just kill him. I'm not sure. Matters, are you okay?
Yeah. Unacceptable.
Unacceptable, he says. And ladies and gentlemen,
unacceptable. We actually don't have them up here in Canada anyway.
You don't have McDonald's in Canada? Bull.
No, they don't. No, the McDonald's don't have those self-serve soda stations. Some other fast food restaurants still do, but McDonald's hasn't in a long time.
Oh, there you go. Wolf says as long as they keep the fries. Yeah, you can still get the fries on takeout, okay? Just can't eat them there, okay? Resilia says yes. McDonald's, there are McDonald's in Canada. Okay, just not okay, got it. Yeah, Brett says I go back in and demand refills and complain about the fountain being gone. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah. Okay. All right. Appreciate you guys all being here. Thank you. 6 out of 8. Thank you. That's good. Vic says that's a B+ worthy performance. Thank you. Thank you very much. Suck my finger. All right. Cruzito says, DJ, fine. Has it been 30 minutes? Cruzito, it's not been 30 minutes yet. You're going to have to wait another few minutes. He says, let's talk about the new ops logs for tasks in Alliance tournaments. I don't think there are any free-to-play tasks in G7 land now. Do you have any thoughts? Well, we're actually going to talk about that tonight. Jules Verne will be joining us here shortly. He's putting baby Jules to bed, and we'll be here to talk about that. As a matter of fact, Tarpy, on our list of things tonight, things to do, here's the stuff that we're going to be talking about tonight, because Jules made a list. We've got our current task list that we're going to talk about, and he's going to teach about the task segmentation. So we are going to talk about that, the task segmentation, which is what you guys are talking about for G7 versus G6, G5. As a matter of fact, I think some testing by the community has established that the blank alliance tile is one of these that doesn't have a matching task. It's kind of weird. It's like there's certain generations that can see it and other generations cannot. And what we have also found in a new piece of I guess they've expanded this tech because they used to do it with the materials. Now we're seeing new tasks for newer currencies that are generationally tied that then have previous generational tied building materials. Like, for example, we identified the other day the Bajoran one. Sad days. The Bajoran task apparently is not available to G7. And I don't even think maybe G6. It's G5 and down. So we're going to talk a little bit about that and how the task segmentation is going to work. Albert says we do still have temporal disruptors at G7. That's it. That's true. We also still have the materials. And while I totally understand that some people are not going to consider those free to play anymore, they technically kind of still can be, depending on how you time your event claims and your rewards and your refineries and all this other stuff. However, those are certainly a lot harder now that we don't have the choice tokens. You do still have the Borg. That's right, Andy. That one is still there. So we've still got a couple that we can take a look at. You still have proto-matter, although, Wilson, listen, you still have all of them, right? You still have all of them. The problem is just getting to them, right? Now, as far as the 20,000 tasks, that one is a different story. There is, I believe, 1 or 2 that can be, and we're going to talk about those tonight. As a matter of fact, right here, item number 3 explains some potential free-to-play approaches to 20,000-point tasks and the new 10,000-point tasks. And we are going to explain the free-to-play approaches to 10,000-point tasks that are actually exiting, okay? Some of these that are actually going away because of, say, for example, choice tokens, right? So we're going to talk about that. And Jules has been working with a new reroll strategy. I know this was something that we kind of talked about a little bit earlier on the last show about how and when to use your reroll tokens. If you are if you're free to play. And then, yes, as Mark points out, if you are G6 and down, the bonus converter and the converter tokens, that's a very simple way. And by the way, that is very doable. Lost In says the 20,000 tasks are totally skippable, in my opinion. Listen, in a silo, you're absolutely right. In a silo, you're absolutely right. Jules and I have been trying. All right. Now, listen, I know the content creators, moderators, everybody, the community. I've seen our moderators doing it in our chat. Like, everybody is scratching their head. They're trying to figure out what is actually going on. Like, where did this design even come from? And I was actually having a conversation today, literally, not hours ago, about how Digit, STFC, Scopely, whatever you want to call them, I joked with Zero or Zeron earlier today. He made a comment, and I'm like, wait, who are you talking about, Digit or Fleet Command or Scopely? I was very confused. We were having a conversation. Now, whatever it is that you want to call them, how they've got no memory. Right? There's no memory. Okay? And it could be Billy's fault, fine. It could be turnover's fault. It could be churn. It could be the fact that people don't work there anymore that used to work there. I don't know. But there's no memory. That's right, Alpaca. Memory of a goldfish. Give me an example. Outside of Alliance tournaments, we just saw this in the last 30 days, and we talked about this exact problem. Anybody remember? Do we have a short memory? Does anybody remember what we just talked about? It just happened. And we talked about how Scopely doesn't remember because the first time it came out, thank you, Voltron, 1 million bonus points for you. Thank you, Voltron. He says Incursions. Absolutely right. We just talked about this, how literally they reran the exact same mechanics of Incursions very first month 1. We knew it failed then, so why would we do it now? Right? It failed then. Why do it now? Let's take a look at Alliance tournaments. It's same vein, same style of thinking, right? The very first run. Now, I am going to draw some comparisons. A lot of you guys are going to say, no, DJ, it's not the same. Wrong. Totally wrong. Sit down, be wrong. It's exactly the same. 100% the same. The very first one that came out was this exact same thing. Nobody had rerolls. Nobody, because it was brand new. The 10,000 point tasks were all paid 100%, or at least that's how it felt. Okay? That's how it felt. We couldn't reroll. We were looking at these tasks that didn't have currency, did have currency. We looked at the store. We didn't like the store, although the store was kind of cool. But we had the same reaction. Man, what a money grab. Look at all the 10,000 point tasks. We can't do anything but like 2,000 or 3,000 point tasks, and there's no credits. We weren't earning anything at that point. Okay? But we saw all the 10,000 point tasks, and they were all pay. All of it. Exact same thing. Now, what happened at that time? What happened at that time was we did the same thing. We raged out. We lost our minds. We went back and said, this is bad. This is bad, bad, bad. And then Scopely took them down. Digit. Fleet Command. Whatever Zeron wants to call them today. They took them down. And then if you guys remember, they were gone for over a month. Okay? They were gone. And if you remember, we, right here on this channel, were really loud in advocating for them to come back, even if they weren't perfect, because something was better than nothing. Yeah, Tarpey said they were gone for 3 months. I didn't think it was that long, but I knew it was a while. Okay? And Lost In has it right. They changed it. They came back. They redesigned it, kind of, reiterated on it. They came back and changed it because, obviously, the players are the bosses. Shout out, Walter. All right, we'll talk about that. All right, so they redesigned it. They came back. Yeah, foreshadowing, absolutely. They came back. The 10,000 point tasks were still there. Okay, they came back still there, but they had gone back in and added grinders tasks and added some credits to some lower credits, too low, in my opinion. I said that then, I'll say it now. Too low of credits, too few credits in some of the grinders tasks. But nonetheless, they came back. All right, and we went on our very merry, happy way. Sydney says, were you a 72 then? No, I don't think. No. That was 2 years ago, right? Lions tournaments are old, guys. They old. All right. But there were still pay-only tasks. That is a fact. Hell, there's still pay-only tasks now, today. Okay? So this reaction is not new. Now, the funny thing is, no, Sydney, there's no difference. There's no difference. Okay? Because the same amount of edge play, the same amount of pay-only access still exists now, today, as it was way back then. Now, the reason I bring this full circle is the funny thing. We remember. Fleet Command doesn't. And that blows my mind. Blows my mind. Like, we did it with Incursions. Yeah, Putz.
Man, there is one thing that I have been banging on for months and months and months.
What's her name?
And that is, yeah. Institutional memory.
Oh, that's funny. That's
institutional memory. They have none of it. They have no institutional memory. They don't remember what they did 2 months ago. You know, and the one other thing I wanted to say was, you are absolutely correct in saying that what we have now is as close to what the original run was in the beginning, except for one glaring exception.
Okay.
And that is the month before Alliance tournaments came out, we had nothing. So we didn't have any expectations. We didn't see anything. It was brand new. This feels like a rollback. This feels like going backwards.
Okay.
Right?
Well, that's
fair. At the very least, the original Alliance tournaments coming out felt like a very small, minuscule step forward. This feels like a big, giant step backwards.
Sure, that's fair. I'm going to pull a Cruzito on you, and I'm going to say, be careful with that word feel, okay? because mechanics can change at any time now before anybody yells at me or says I'm saying anything dumb or stupid. All right, listen, mechanics change. Okay, they reserve that right. We don't have to like it. We don't. We speak loudly. We vote with our wallets. We vote with our play. All right, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. I have gotten so many messages. Op 72 here. I quit. I'm not logging in anymore. 2 other Op 72 of my players in my alliance have quit as well. None of us wanted to quit. I feel like Scopely's forced us to. Thank you for your content and for your entertainment for the last 7 years. Dude, that breaks my heart. That breaks my heart. That was one. Here's another. Hey, DJ, I listened in on your Twitch stream anonymously. You said something this week about Scopely not caring about high-level players anymore. And this is just heartbreaking to me. I'm going to reach out. I'm going to do things, but it makes me question whether or not I want to continue. I absolutely don't want to go to Op 71 in this current state of the game, in these conditions. All right, that was one. Here was another one. Let me find it. Right here. I mean, I've gotten like 5 or 6. Here. Hey, I've been a lurker within your community for the most part, but I wanted to thank you for all of your work over the years. That said, I've called it a day on my STFC journey. I have played for 7 years. I managed to get to Op 72, and for a great deal of that, I owe to you, the cast, both past and present. Thank you for all the work and your crew have done for all the community. Thank you anyway. Look after yourself, crew, and family. Love always. These are breaking my heart, guys. So many. Those, by the way, those 3 came today. All right. It is terrible. Now, Cruzito is right. Mechanics can change at any time. Scopely has that right. The problem that they have is with this cold turkey approach. I was having a conversation with a staffer the other day. We were talking about Alliance tournaments. Plus, I brought up your exact point. I said exactly what you said. This is a significant step backwards. I said, I see. And by the way, we're having a conversation about economy and we're doing all this stuff, and not to go into a lot of detail. But, I mean, listen, we're not dumb. We're not dumb. Okay? We see what they're doing. Let me just ask the chat. Okay? Seriously, let me just ask the chat, and you guys throw your responses up there for just a little bit. Okay? Hang on. Wow, that's interesting. Okay. Anyway, I'll maybe talk about that later. Anyway, the question is, sorry, I just got a text. For those of you in podcasts that can't see my face, I just got a very interesting message. Anyway, what was I talking about? This text message is now, it's in my head. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh, let me ask you guys. Okay, this is what it is. No, I do not have ADHD. I don't know what you're talking about. Totally. I'm fine. Everything's fine. So, let me ask you guys, community, what do you think? I'm going to ask the panel. Like, I don't even want to say it. I feel like I've been saying it until I'm blue in the face, to coin one of my jokes. Okay, Putz, let me ask you first. Then I'm going to come to Matters because I know he's not going to hold back. Okay, let me ask, Putz, what is Scopely doing? What do we see? What is your opinion of the last 30 days with regards to Fleet Command in general? I don't even want to point you in a direction. Okay. What are they doing?
No, you're fine. What are they doing? Well, I think that they are retracting the amount of progression that one can get without putting down dollars. Okay, so they are, in my mind, they basically made the free to play speed limit. They dropped it, right? for all generations. On top of that, I do see a concerted effort for some reason, and it just blows my mind. And I don't know the numbers. Obviously their bean counter said, hey, this is a good idea, but they are alienating their most loyal and fervent fans. Like I would put it like almost tantamount to like, I don't know, a boy band, like completely going a 180 and completely changing their entire genre and just making all of the fanboys and girls of them just devastated. That's
so
what I'm saying.
You're calling Fleet Command Taylor Swift right now.
No, I don't know enough about Taylor Swift to say that, but no, I don't know.
That's right, Packet. I was thinking the same thing, Packet. This is Taylor Swift leaving country. Right?
Okay.
When she left country, yes. Okay? Absolutely. Listen, the entire country genre suffered PTSD when Taylor Swift left. I'm not kidding, man. It was very clear that they were all suffering from post-Taylor Swift syndrome. Okay? Post-Taylor Swift disease or whatever. Joke. I think I got my letters wrong. Anyway. Okay, but why, Putz? Why? Yeah, Burns says bad example because she got more popular afterwards. Zinger. Putz, why?
As to why, I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense to me. I am ignorant on their reasonings. It is baffling the mind. This is why I come and listen and participate and whatnot. I have no flipping clue why they're doing this.
Shiz, you act like you've never listened to my show before. He says, I just now tune in and we're just going for cheap jokes tonight. Yup. Where have you been? All right. No, this is actually a really great conversation. I'm just kind of in a goofy mood because what other choice do we have? Truly, Shiz, what choice do we have? Let me ask that serious question. Like, yes, I'm going to throw some cheap jokes. Okay. You missed stupid news. That was super cheap. Like, that was so cheap it was free. Okay. But there's a reason. You know, there's a reason. We've talked about this. This is just how I'm having to choose to be because anything else is going to make me feel like I'm slamming my head into a wall. You know? So, I mean, that's just me. But let me come back. Sorry, Shiz, I got a little bit distracted with your comment because it's always good to see you, by the way, in chat. Putz matters. Why? What are they doing, Matters? What are they doing and why? Give me the answer, please. Lay it out.
They're scaling back. I think you hit the nail on the head last night or a few days ago. I think that there's maybe some new people in there and they're looking at what players are getting and for free and saying this is too much. And they are now changing the way that they're putting the game out to scale that back.
It just doesn't make sense. Make it make sense, Matters. Why? I mean, okay, let's go with your example.
They don't care.
No. That's not the right answer. That's just it. No business person is going to make this call. All right, let's seriously. We need to stop looking at them like idiots because they're not. Okay, they're a multi-billion-dollar company. There's got to be something here. Because look at what has happened. Let's look at what has happened. Okay? I see all over the chat. They're trying to make more money. They're trying to charge us more. Did anybody expect that to work? I mean, there is no way that anybody over at Fleet Command actually expected this to work. Is anybody spending more money? Anybody? Not me.
Nope.
I'm not. Is anybody spending more money? Is anybody spending less money?
Oh, yes. Substantially.
Okay, so, I mean, seriously, this doesn't make sense. Okay, chat, I understand. Like, everything always comes down to it's black or white, right? Oh, it's a cash grab. They're trying to squeeze more money. They're getting ready to shut down. No. None of that is right. Okay, this game's nowhere near shutting down. All right, I gave you my opinion the other night. I don't want to repeat it again. I mean, I can. We didn't do it in podcast. Maybe we did. I don't know. I've had a lot of people. Panda, shout out Panda. We literally are calling ourselves the Expendables now. We're calling ourselves the Expendables. I gave you guys my opinion. I've defended my opinion. I've actually talked to multiple players about my opinion, and they're like, okay, yeah, I can kind of see it. And in case anybody doesn't know what my opinion was, it was in the non-podcast podcast, so give my opinion again. Okay, I'll give my opinion. We're done. We beat the game. Like, development is going to either stop or slow. Okay? And Guffa is going to say it's not just top players, and I don't disagree. I'm referring to anybody beyond mid-ops. I'm talking G6 and G7. To be honest with you. Because this, I think, Guffa, and I was thinking about our conversation, I think this comes in stages. No, Omicron, it's not maintenance mode. They got plenty of time. Okay? This is not maintenance mode. This is how do you go to phase 2 after 7 years? And by the way, let me disclaim, this is my opinion. My opinion, personal, me, UltimatDJz, not even representative of Talking Trek or its panelists or its staff or its partners or its sponsors or anybody else, just me. Sydney says, thanks, DJ, you make me want to quit. No, that's not it. The message is exactly the opposite of that. Okay? The message is exactly the opposite of that. They're slowing us down because we are at the front. We're at the front of the line. Development, we're at the edge of development. Okay? What they're doing right now is very, very indicative of recycling and remonetizing what they already know works. What they already know people can and will spend on, and to be perfectly honest with, are spending on now. They are. Mid-ops, new players. We told you guys, there's ops 60s within 30 days. I promise they're spending money. By the way, not probably as much money as we spent in the beginning. Okay? But still now, get this, more money than we are spending today. Spender's fatigue is real. New players don't realize, just like Matter said a minute ago, and like Chat said, real players don't realize what has been. Everything to a new player is better than what it was. Everything about it is better than what it was. They don't know when it was worse. They look at it, they probably do feel value. Omicron is right. They're putting us on a tether. They are slowing us down. They're basically saying, we can't let you spend money to get to the end of the game. We're old money, says Benny Hill's Ghost. New players are the new money. Okay? We're going to sit here with our old money, but you know what else is happening? We are growing tired. We are growing tired. Okay? We are spending less because we're seeing the same old stuff regurgitated. We're tired of the same one-trick ponies. We're tired of the boring game design. We're tired of the resurface this and resurface that. Nothing is new anymore. We're done. The 98% of the population that's not us, they're still spending money. Okay? They're still spending. They're still growing. They're still progressing. And why? Their content is new to them. It's a funny phrase that I like to use when I'm selling a pre-owned car at the dealership, it's a funny phrase. I call it new to you. Okay, it's new to you. Guess what? The game is new to them. Okay, and they're
that's true, DJ. That's true, DJ. But I think there's and I fit in this player segment is if there's not new stuff coming out and all I'm doing is a bunch of stuff that I've already done, even if it's reskinned, even just new and different stuff, right? I don't know how excited I will be to play the game anymore, right? And so I don't know if they stop doing new content and just try to monetize the 0 to 70 or 0 to 80, right? I think there will be a large amount of people that go, "Oh, I don't want to play a game that doesn't have any new content." Like to have a goal.
Okay, to counter that point, players are loving mid-ops right now. Hell, even we want mid-ops. Even we want mid-ops. We're late-stage players, and we want the mid-ops experience. By the way, Putz, what's your ops level?
69.
You've still got a decade left. You're nowhere near the end. Well, see. Man, I'll take that back. Yeah, you're right there. You're right there. Wait, are you actually an Op 69?
Yes, I'm Op 69. Okay. I have less than 100 rare ore to go before I can actually click the Op 70 button.
Yeah, Cruzito's right. It's simple. Thank you for your patronage. I wrote the letter.
Thanks, Cruzito.
Listen, I wrote the letter. I read the letter. All right, so they want to know what the letter says. Podcast audience, I swear I thought we did this, Tarpy. It feels like we did. I wrote. I was journaling. I thought we did, but I'll read it again. Very quickly, I wrote a letter. I wrote a letter to the community from Scopely. All right, I read a letter to the community from Scopely. Do you want to hear it? By the way, this is a little bit of satire, but this is how I feel. All right, this is dear community. The end. Roll the credits. You've beat the game. You're all winners. Game over. We no longer care about your sentiment. If you spend money as a player, that's your fault. We'll work on building the game for new players and new whales. Existing players can stick around if they want, but we really don't care either way. Everything you've known and loved is changing, and it's basically because now we've learned how not to program a video game, so thanks for alpha testing. Hopefully, we'll have a chance to get it right for the next generation of players. We no longer will attempt to meaningfully earn your spend, but if you want to pay for some slop here and there, we'll give you some chances. Otherwise, been nice knowing you. Take care. No love lost. Digit. Captain Taylor says, is this a rerun? I feel like I've already done this a couple of times. All right. I feel like I've done it. Lawson says you've done it twice. Somebody else says I've done it 4 times. All right. Cruzito says, talk about no memory. He's the epitome of Dory. I said I had already read it. But people said that it's not. Look, see, Onnetu hadn't heard it. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Onnetu hadn't heard it. I read it for Onnetu.
I do believe DJ officially you read it the first time after the podcast was over and like in extra time, and then you read it the second time.
Thank you, Cubby.
On Twitch.
Thank you, One Life.
And now you've read it. Now you've read it officially the first time on a pod.
Thank you, CJ.
You're good.
Martok. Thank you for listening. Martok said, I've heard it 3 times. Thank you for being loyal and here the whole time. Okay. Cubby says, first time I've heard it. Shiz says, do you even hear how disrespectful that wording is? Yes. Yes, yeah. Bro. It's intentional. All right. Now, if you're going to give me grief about writing it, just so you know, I didn't send it to anybody. All right. I wrote this in a moment of anger. And when I write, I mean, I mentioned this the other day. When I write, it's kind of like journaling for me. Like I write for stress relief. I write for, being able to express myself. Like if I'm really passionate about something, but then I know I need to be professional about it, right? I know I can't send this kind of thing. That's how I write. Okay. But that's what I wrote because I mean, that's how it feels, man. That's how it feels. Okay, Shiz, I misinterpreted your comment. He says, but that anger, that's what the people are feeling. And that's the problem. Yes! Yes. Lawson says, good thing you didn't send it so that no one at Scopely will ever know about it. I know.
Oh, they don't listen to this show.
There's like 3 of them in chat right now. All right, yeah, they know about it.
Only 3?
Only 3.
Only 3?
Yeah, no, the other 3 have quit from mental breakdown. All right, listen. All seriousness. Alliance tournaments are yet another example. Choice tokens were another. Battle Pass, another. Mythic Pass, another. Putz has it right. Cruzito has it right. Matters has it right. Chat, what do you think? Do you think that Scopely's resetting the economy? I think it's pretty obvious. You know what? Hey, Jules Verne is on the stage. Jules, what do you think? Jules doesn't like to deal on opinions, to be honest with you. Jules, I'll just say,
agreed.
Do you? Okay, yeah, he doesn't want to offer an opinion. The fact is, the economy is changing. Okay? The economy's changing. I don't know why. I don't know what the reasoning is. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, let me rephrase. Resetting the economy does make sense. It does. That's what Sigma did. Sigma resets the economy. Okay? I mean, that's what it did. Now we're looking at the same thing, by the way, that happened in G4. Like when we were G3, went to G4, and that economy was bloated. We saw the same kind of adjustment in G4 without changing over to Sigma resources. Did you guys remember? Anybody who was here for G3 to G4? Same thing. Okay? Zach says, didn't we go through this when G6 came out? Yes, because we went to Sigma then. And now G7 is out, and we're doing the non-Sigma version like we did from G3 to G4. Okay? That's exactly what's happening. Ripley says Alliance tournaments were too easy. We all knew that. Yes, we did. Anybody who didn't believe that, sorry, you knew. This is like one of those things where, you know, Latgate, right? You knew what you were doing. If you finished 100 researches, you knew what you were doing. No big deal. Okay? But you knew what you were doing. Alliance tournaments was too easy. And I predicted this when they said that they were going to redo tournaments. Okay? My claim was, if you want to have a future version in which tournaments reward new things, then it will have to be redesigned. I said that. All right, there is nothing here that I was wrong about with regard to the store. If the store was ever going to have new stuff added, was ever going to be improved in any way, shape, or form, they were going to do this refresh. The Sigma reroll tokens, that was going to happen. It was going to happen. Where I think they missed, okay, where I think they really missed was an opportunity to come in and balance Alliance tournaments in their reset. When the first Alliance tournaments came out and they were all pay $100 tasks for the $100 10,000 point task. See, here's the thing, DJ Vlad. You say all they did is lock it behind a paywall. Not any more than the very first run. This is the exact same reaction we had to the very first run. The difference is exactly what Putz said. We now have a feeling of loss as compared to last time we had a feeling of, oh, look at the new thing I can't do. That's the difference. Pixelate says it doesn't make it better. I agree. I submitted ideas to kind of bridge this gap. I feel like it should have gone better. And why I kind of joke at the beginning, we've got memory of a goldfish. Okay? We've got the memory of a goldfish. Not we, Scopely. Because we've done this exact same thing. It's already happened. It's been done. And they had the same exact result. So now the question becomes, why? Which we can talk about a little bit later. We do have Jules Verne on the stage. And while we're talking Alliance tournaments, let's get into the science. All right, let's get into the actual strategy. We can talk a little bit more about the why and the what if a little bit later. Vic says G5 scrapping is dead. Nah, it's not. It's as alive as it has been for the last year. Okay, but it's fine. That's right, SKZ. We've seen this movie before. Yeah, that's right, KOS. We're the living Battlestar Galactic. It happened before. It will happen again. Magic says they decrease the amount of refreshes we get as a whole, though. Yes. And honestly, like, oh, God, please don't crucify me for this, but it needed to happen. Okay? Because the reroll system ruined the first set of Alliance tournaments. All right? Everybody, most people, had gazillions and gazillions. Andy, it did. It did. Because the point was never for everybody just to click buttons until they got to the 10,000 point task. Okay? It was not that way. It did need to happen. Okay? The way it re-rolled ruined it. Sure, Zaire, that's fine if that's how you want to put it. But yes, the re-rolls ruined it. Okay? So now, the way that Alliance tournaments ran all that time, we all destroyed that store. We loved that store. Okay? We got so much out of that store. All right? Magic says, okay, then they shouldn't have changed the RNG percentages. Good point. I can get behind that one, Magic. I can get behind that one because technically they didn't. They technically didn't. Not on what was already there. They just added a bunch of new stuff. And the new stuff they added is what we're going to talk about right now. Jules Verne is on the stage. Jules, let's talk objectively and mathematically right here for just a moment. The percentage drop rate, the RNG on the actual tasks have not changed. So why are players not seeing the 10,000 point tasks like they are used to seeing? Good evening, Jules Verne.
I think you already kind of mentioned it, that it's rerolls, right? I mean, how many times do we reroll to get exactly the the epic Dominion directive task that was free to play for everybody? That took many dozens of rerolls, and we just are trying to be more precise with how we use our rerolls. So if we don't get it within the first 4 or 5, we feel like we've wasted it and we're done looking. So I think you've kind of nailed the coffin on the head. Does that same task still exist somewhere in that pool? Absolutely. Is there a few more things that have been added to that pool? Yes. But has there also been a few more things that are now free to play? Also, yes. We can talk a little bit about the 20,000 point tasks. I think that we're all kind of understanding that this is most of these are pay only. There's a couple that are a few long shots. One of them may be possible if it is truly an existing task still for some player ops. But first, what I want to do is just kind of give a big caveat and shout out first to Chronox, who has been a massive help. He is basically our events guy. He's able to kind of tap into the data of what people have scored in an event. And that kind of gives us a sort of an understanding of what those events actually look like on the back end. So he was able to track over 15,000 different tasks that have actually been seen and or scored at least 1 point in. Not necessarily completed, but at least scored 1 point or seen by a player.
Pause.
That basically tracks it.
Pause. Where's my pause button? I don't have a pause button.
You don't get one.
Jules,
you don't get one.
Say it again. 15,000 tasks?
As of last night. So in the first 2 days, 15,000 tasks have either been seen or started. I mean, let's just not get bogged down by details right now because I don't even know what all that means. Because let me get through my spiel, because what I'm going to end with, and I'll just skip to the end now, is that there is so much weirdness that has happened in some of these events. And this is not unique to Alliance tournaments. This happens all of the time. And what we have to do is sort of decode that information, translate that, piece out and filter out the garbage and really try to like get down to something that is actually understandable. That is not easy for the layperson, even for me as a layperson, to how these things are coded. So I just want to give a big caveat here that we actually have gotten more done than we ever gotten about these tasks, yet there still may be some inaccuracies either in what is reflected here or what is going to be seen by you in the actual game client, right? So for instance, and I think you've just changed a filter on me, so I'm going to go ahead and stop you from doing that.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Select all.
I went to the 10,000 point tasks because that's kind of where I wanted to start. But yeah, no, dude.
I understand. But
pause.
Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to show no pause. Right at the very top, row 6, Bajoran credits. What you can see here is there's actually a minimum ops target and a maximum ops target. So this task is going to show for players between 50 and 54. There is no other Bajoran faction credit task that's a 20,000 point. That actually may not be true because Bajoran credits are available for players who are much lower than Ops 50. So we may see that task still pop up. We may see tasks that same task, but is now appearing for even a lower Ops that will push that boundary of where those limits are. Okay.
In other words,
is
what we're
an
saying,
understandable caveat?
Yes. And let me clarify for what we're talking about is that you're saying that where this list is populated from is based on somebody using it to score. And so that's how we're able to see the data. In other words, if an Ops 45 has acquired this task, but has not used it to score, it's not going to show in our database. Okay?
Not necessarily. If you score a single point in any event, that event is now populated in a way that Chronux can actually track. So, like, even if you don't finish a single milestone, if you claim this task and acquire one Bajoran faction credit, it is now tracked and is part of our
that's exactly
data.
My point. If an Ops 45 got it, but hasn't claimed it or hasn't used it to score, right? That we're saying, like, somebody has to claim it in order for it to show up, right? We're not going to see it.
I'm not even sure exactly how these things populate. We went through 184,000 data points today. This morning alone, and we keep getting new spreadsheets. I've gotten 3 new updates since this morning, and they haven't made it in here. So
yeah,
this is the craziness of collecting this data. Now, normally what we've done in the past is just asked everybody here to send us screenshots, and that worked for the first 170 to 400 tasks that we got from the beginning of tournaments up until this month. So this is by far faster and actually more accurate, but there's still going to be a lot of weird data points in here that we'll need to filter out. So the big caveat for today, yes, tournaments are still running. Please use this list to help you inform your decisions and what you're doing at the tournaments, but just know that it really will take until the end of this tournament, possibly even to the end of the next tournament, to really have a full, complete picture of what's going on.
Now, with regards to the new 20,000 point tasks, as Jules mentioned, we can largely agree that a lot of these are going to be paid. And behind these are the same regular tournament credits, 4,400 if you're in Master League, but a new legendary currency that is going to pay 13,200 of this new currency behind any of the 20,000 point tasks. Also important to note, mechanically speaking, is that the 20,000 point tasks, these legendary tasks, are the only ones that pay legendary credits at all. No existing 10,000 point credits or 8,000 point credits or 4,000 point credits are paying any legendary currency at this time. This actually, Jules, was a part of my pitch. And honestly, I didn't think it was that crazy. We could talk about it a little bit. Never mind. We can talk about it a little bit later. I want to get more into the weeds here. But, you know, the legendary currency at this time is only available behind a 20,000 point task. So, Jules, as we're looking at all these 84 rows of 20,000 point tasks that have been mapped as of tonight's show, are any of these identifiable as, quote, free to play?
There's a couple long stretches. We just talked about the Bajoran task for that specific ops range, which is probably true. The 800 rare open armada directives there's a super long shot on that one, and that requires you to pull all chests of all 3 factions, and also ops up and then do it again. So that's not happening. And remember, that is just for G7 players. So G7 players opting up right now, that's hilarious. The Pioneer's Crest, now this is an interesting one. you could, long shot, do these ones. And there is, maybe we shouldn't say free to play as in the player, but the task itself could be free to play. The reason why I make that distinction is if you have 4 priority 1 ATA slots and you start the particular type of rare priority 1 ATA that has the Pioneer's Crest both in the regular chance and in the critical chance, and you could run 4 of those either by stacking them now and letting them naturally finish and not claiming, or by trying to refresh your task or your assignment list and find the actual ATAs that have those, crit them every single time. Now, that is a lot. That is a lot of challenges ahead of you, right? That's exactly IJ saying that's really reaching. I agree. It's a long shot. I think a couple of people have tried. I've definitely seen that in some chats that people have acquired that task saying, I can totally do this, and then have fallen short. The other ones are Outlaw research credits, which again, that is going to be unique for sub G5 or G5 and below players. So that's it. Right now, as far as we know, there's nothing else. Everything else is going to require a purchase of some kind. There's lots of these that could be a $100 purchase with a bunch of acquiring through other sources. But again, that's a purchase, so we're not going to list that under the free to play. There's another thing that I wanted to point out here, both with Legendary and then with some tasks. So I'm going to need you to scroll to the right and go into the more task list information area with lots of other charts, because I've put some more work into this and decoded a lot more data. First is the credit rewards from task based on your league rank or your league that you're in. So master is where all of my task list information, I've just filtered just the master points, but you get less of the credits per task based on which one you're in. And here's the full grid. Here's every single task point that would reward you with credits and exactly how many they're granting you. Secondly, a lot of these tasks are segmented. Now, we first saw this in December, I think it was December, when they decided to change how the materials task showed up. Instead of it just being G6, it was now segmented based on your generation. And the Syndicate XP changed quite dramatically too, to be based on your syndicate level. That was our first indication of a segmented task. Now they've gone to the nth degree here in adding the new tasks that we're seeing and having those new tasks be segmented as well. So for instance, we know we've got 5 confirmed one, and I would love if anyone else can confirm some of the theories that I have. Borg cube parts are for 54 and down, and they switch over to Borg sphere parts for 55 plus, which is hilarious because you can't actually get Borg sphere parts at 55 to 60. Bajoran credits turn into Maverick credits. Forbidden Tech Catalyst turn into Prototype Forbidden Tech Catalyst, and so on and so forth. So we got Emblem of Honor to Signal Observatory, and then the traditional Uncommon Commander credits. This used to be, by the way, a free-to-play task for 10K. I don't believe that it's going to be visible anymore for our G5 Plus players, because that is now Sigma Commander credits, and there's no real source of that in bulk like we had. And then I've got some other theories here that I won't name right now because they're just theories. So if you guys have any confirmation, the way to confirm this is to have an alliance member who is on either side looking at the same card. And if it says Outlaw Research for our sub 54 player and Maverick Research for a 55 plus player, that is then confirmed. Make sense? Your silence is confirmation.
Yes. Ignore me. T. John.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead. Oh boy. I want you to go back to the task list. So scroll back to the left and scroll down. Don't change filters. There's a lot of people on there. So there's over 50 people watching this particular sheet right now, so I don't want to ruin their ability to see things. So that's why I would prefer if we just kind of scroll down, we sort versus trying to actually filter out data. So scrolling down to the 10K tasks, and the free-to-play ones that we already know about have been populated at the top, of course, are materials. Now these are going to be harder. We're not going to be able to do this as many times during a run as we used to. I was able to complete one of my G7 ones by claiming basically my battle pass rewards and events, and even having to do my materials refinery to kind of cap that off. So I was able to complete that one free to play once. I will not be able to do it again. So this is a interesting change from the choice rewards. I think potentially if you save your Ferengi currency, there may be a reason for being able to use that in case another Alliance tournament runs while that Ferengi event store is live. Okay. We also have our Epic Borg solo. We have our Dominion solo Armada directives as well. So those are the traditional ones that we know are always free to play. We have 6,000 uncommon. You're going to have to scroll down. I don't know if you're still eating cookies a little bit. You're going to have to scroll down a little bit. 6,000 uncommon Borg. This is still true for all players. The Acquire 7,000. This is where we start getting into our long shot ones. So this one is going to require 9 chests of your emergency field rations. I don't think that's worth it just for a 10K task. This is a new one, is the Acquire 25,000 Maverick credits. Now, technically, this is a long shot, and we can, maybe later we can kind of break into the charts. I know Blue's going to work on a new task grind guide. But this one, if you save all of your task rewards for the Maverick, which is possible now, it's no longer coming as an event reward that's automatically flashing at you to claim. You actually have to go into your Maverick task tab. If you don't click on any, don't claim on any of them, you get to milestone 7 on all of them, including your Alliance ones. If you're 55 and above, you should be able to claim this once per tournament. So that's a long shot. Other long shot as well, or the longer shot, medium shots, I guess, is the 55,000 Forbidden Tech Protomatter. If you're on the 4-star trials, this one is pretty easy. You just got to use a lot of bells, probably about 500 plus bells on that. If you are a G7 player, you'll see Rare Open Armada Directives, 400. This one isn't as long of a shot, but just based on how we're engaging currently with Open Armadas, I would call this a long shot today, but I bet you in about a year, this won't be the case. It's going to require a 9 chest pull from all 3 factions, which for us is about 135,000 uncommon loot. That's mini armadas that we have not run yet. So we will need to really engage in uncommon armadas if we want to look at this one being a free-to-play for us. So just know that. They do have a 3-day cooldown. So this is the similar one where you could run this twice in an Alliance tournament, but not much more than that. The simulation codes, super long shot. There is an upgrade reward bundle as you progress in your academy building. You do not have to claim them. They can sit there in your refinery and you can wait to claim them. They will have simulation codes in them. It will require roughly 50 levels of academy, so it will be a very long time for free to play, or even almost as long for our low spend players, and you cannot claim those chests ahead of time or else you've ruined that chance. So long shot. Syndicate XP needs 2 pulls within 24 hours. And these are all your pulls twice within 24 hours. So this one may not be a one and done, but you can still do this one pretty regularly if you see it. And then we have our temporal disruptors. That's a simple one. That's an easy one if you've got 125 epic or 250 uncommon or somewhere in between for the rare excess temporal artifact shards. Make sure you don't hit convert all like DJz does.
Okay. Oh, why? I don't have to talk about things like that.
2 more new ones that have popped up this time. We have the Outlaw research credits for our G3 and low G4 players. That should be possible with a 3 chest pull in your Rogue faction store. And we have acquiring roughly 8.5 million shape memory alloy, which is for your Borg cube. This is possible with using your support refinery and your transigent efficiency bundles, likely having to do that twice within 24 hours, depending on where you are, what tier you are. So there is some here that have been newly added free-to-play 10K task. Crazy, right?
Crazy. But I'm going to point out that they are G5 and down.
Well, we are talking to all players who can play in Alliance tournaments, yeah?
Sure.
So So here's the thing, and this is why I talked about that segmented task. That segmented task for you is going to look like a Borg sphere parts task. It may be smart for you if you have players that are in that ops bracket who say, yes, I can do that Borg cube every single time it pops up. I got it. Like once a day, I'm going to claim that Borg cube one. That means that your G6 plus players do not want to re-roll that Borg sphere. We had the same kind of conversations when we were talking about the materials task, how they shifted. We see G7, but the G6 players who have a lot more sources for G6 in common through various refinery bundles than G7 do may have an easier time being able to pull that multiple times a day or at least multiple times per tournament. So it is one of those where we're as a teammate, as an alliance, we have to talk to each other to figure out where we are with ops banding, where these segmented tasks are, what they're going to look like for both sets of players, and if players are in that ops bracket that can actually do that.
So let me ask this question and then kind of come back, because you had mentioned about the syndicate having to work a 24-hour clock. And this question does come up every single tournament. It does every single time. We answer it every single time. But Jules, if somebody's listening to this and has the question for the very first time, can you confirm that if a task is claimed by somebody else, that anyone else in the alliance could get that task at the same time? For example, if I'm going to claim a syndicate task and hold it for 22 hours, can anybody else on my team get that task?
I honestly had an idea, and then I saw the data, and now I have no idea.
Oh, so it's changed.
I don't know. I honestly cannot make 100% sense of it. So, I mean, our theory was that there was only one of these tasks in the pool, right?
Okay.
There's only one Syndicate XP task in the pool. That was our theory, correct?
Yes, it was. So yeah,
yes.
That was.
I think we should still operate on that theory.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
I think we should still operate it. My mind was blown today, by the way.
Okay.
I've seen 184,000 data points today. My mind is just mush. Okay, fun facts. If anyone's on server 719, you guys have completely different rules.
Really?
The entire, yeah. Like, and no, you won't see it. You won't see it. But on the back end, you just have completely different rules.
Can they hit purples? Wait, can they hit purples? Because I'm making a new account right now. Server 714, I'm coming. Okay, I'm coming. If you guys can hit your own alliance mates, I'm in. All right.
Yeah. They actually raid armadas and attack star bases. I don't understand
that. All right, never mind. I'm out. All right.
Too far. But there's a lot of different things. Like we also saw in the data there was like some G7 tasks that were targeted to an Ops 69 player. So clearly there is also some mistakes that have been, kind of worked in. And I think this is where we're starting to see some of the broken task cards. And a lot of players are getting frustrated by having to claim a task card and then not being able to score on it, or having task cards just be missing for their alliance. There is still lots of these errors in the data that we're discovering as well from the back end that just look weird to us, but to the actual player facing side, either look completely normal and act completely normal or are broken. So it's not even something where we can say, okay, we filtered out the list of broken tasks, go fix this. It's a whole nother issue that we're running into with just how the architecture has changed recently and how they're running the tournaments now. So anyway, all that to say, here is your list of 10K tasks. Every single free-to-play task that you had last time is there, with I think one minor exception. Every single task is still there, plus a few new ones for all players. So some for the G3, some for the G4 from G5, and some for our G6, 6, and 7 players.
So circling back to the question or the observation that 10K tasks are no longer free to play, I am going to have to, just on technical grounds, disagree with that. What has happened is a double whammy on their opportunities to display. One, we've lost 80% of our reroll currency. Okay. And by the way, let me be very clear. I said we've lost 80% of our reroll currency on a normal rolling basis. This time, this is what's crazy to me, Jules, is that a lot of players are really, really upset and having trouble with the rerolls now, except they gave us a no cooldown conversion on our old rerolls. So players have more rerolls this time than they will ever have again. And that is also a dangerous thing, right? Like some of us are doing fine, but we still aren't going to have as many rerolls even next time because of this conversion. So the first part is the rerolls, right? If we are pretending the conversion doesn't exist, which by the way is not fair, the conversion is there, and that's a very good thing. I'll praise that. That's silver lining. Okay, they gave us a no cooldown, unlimited conversion on our rerolls, which again I'm going to remind you. You are going to very likely want to use before the end of the second run of tournaments this month. Okay, and yes, I am confirming there will be a second roll or second run of Alliance tournaments during this arc. The conversion is guaranteed by then. So if you want to work your cooldown, you can feel free to do that through this run and through the next one. Okay, but that's it. All right, so definitely don't hold them after that. They're gonna be gone. Okay, Cruzito says, so what I'm hearing is don't blow your entire stash right out of the gate. I mean, I have not yet. All right, I have not yet. I'm waiting for the last possible minute so I can earn as many as I can for free. Okay. Now, Vic, I look at it in a different way. Vic says, so we're going to be punished twice this month. No, I can't look at it that way. I mean, are we going to earn less per tournament? That's an absolute fact. But running it twice, we're going to have to actually objectively look at that math. Now, the reason that I kind of circle back around on the 10,000 point task, and I just said the rerolls are a reason, Jules, that we're getting far less access to the 10,000 point task. But the second thing is because new tasks were added that are not free to play. New 10,000 point tasks were added that are acquire that you just aren't going to be able to do. For example, a 10,000 point task to acquire Conqueror Borg Solo Armada directives, for example. New 10,000 point task to acquire class honors, as you had mentioned, for the Academy building, to acquire Elite Solo Outpost directives. All right, these are not free to play, accessible no matter how you work cooldowns. These have been added to the same pool. Right? These have been added to the 10,000 point task pool. So not only do we have fewer opportunities to roll out these paid tasks, but there are more paid tasks, decreasing the odds that we're going to get one of the desirable 10,000 point tasks. Now, the reason that I say that specifically is actually perfectly defined by IJ's comment in chat. So if you perfectly plan and hoard everything, you can participate once a year. I love IJ, and IJ and I have a great relationship, but I have to take issue with that statement. What they have done here, which players aren't going to like, and I'm going to be a very, very bad man for a minute, they have reduced our opportunity at engagement-based 10,000 point tasks, which is going to restore the integrity of what Alliance tournaments was supposed to be. Now, to Putz's point, hear me out, chat. Hear me out. To Putz's point, it didn't have to be a clawback. Okay? It didn't have to be a clawback. And what I mean by that is that I had made a pitch, if you will, to how they could do this and restore the integrity of Alliance tournaments, but still not make players feel bad about it, right? So, for example, let me ask this question to the chat. Is there any point in having a 5,000 point task in the store? Any point whatsoever to having a 5,000 point task in the store under the old model? No, none. Absolutely not. Why? Why, Havermeyer? Why was there any point in having others? Burton says, yes, scoring for your alliance. Yeah, but if we have unlimited rerolls, which we did, okay? If we have unlimited rerolls, then why have any other tasks in there in the first place? I don't know.
I think you're talking about the extreme player here. I mean, I know that probably the majority of players did have a lot of rerolls, but there still were players who could not score in 10K tasks, didn't have the ability to, or didn't have the cooldowns ready, and just wanted to score for their alliance. So instead of pulling a 750 task, they decided to grind. I mean, they were added, the 5,000 point tasks. Those were added because we said we wanted a engagement based grinders method to score points.
Exactly. And the problem with that addition is that 5,000 point grinders task came with what? What is missing off of this sheet?
No credits.
No credits. All right. This is the problem with this particular model. It's the problem with our model now. It's why I postulate, and I maintain this. I said this the other night, Jules, and people got a little bit fussy with me. I postulate that this V3 of Alliance tournaments would have been much more tolerated had we done a mathematical scale of credits and loot in tasks that are not just 10,000. All right. If we look right here,
I kind of disagree with you entirely because there's still going to be reduction in loot gain. You're still like with you're talking about how players are going to have less rolls, which means they're going to have less opportunity to score points. It doesn't matter if they scale better for lower task numbers. You're still going to end with less. If you were getting 150,000 points on the last one, you were getting a certain amount of credits with that, right? It does not matter if you scale that down. You're not going to get 150,000 points. You're not going to get the same amount of credit income, right?
I think
disagree. the only way of doing this that would have made players happy is inflation, just pure inflation, which means that you introduce new 20,000 point, 30,000 point, 40,000 point tasks with a higher rated or much more credits, legendary credits, whatever, and you don't change the pool at all for the 10,000. So the same players that are going to score 150,000, great. But there's going to be other players that are going to score 400,000 or 500,000. And it's going to completely change, as you say, the integrity of Alliance tournaments, but still not take away the credit income of players. So they won't feel bad for doing the same thing. They'll just feel like they're missing out on doing more.
So I'm going to use your own words against you and say that is only the case for the perfectly engaged player who was getting 150,000 points before. Okay. If there are players who are doing 750 or doing 1,500 or doing 2,000 or doing 5,000, all right, then this would actually benefit them. You see? And I think it's more mathematically fair to have a universal scaling currency. For example, all right, if we've got 4,400, if that is considered 100% of loot, all right, then an 8,000 point task shouldn't be 600. It should be 80% of 4,400. Okay. And what this does is it eases the pressure. It allows the rerolls to be less. It removes the pressure of pressing rerolls until we get to a 10,000 point task. It will allow us to do, and I actually pulled this out the other night. J-Babes, I believe, was the person in chat who said that they did this. I had to do an 8,000 point task, they said. I did two 10,000 point tasks. Then I ran out of rerolls. I couldn't find what I was going to do. I did an 8,000 point task. The 8,000 point task would feel better. It would feel better if they had gotten 80% of their loot. Instead, J-Babe's got 0%. Count DeVille says it removes the pressure of us participating. No, it won't. No, as a matter of fact, it would have been much better. If an 8,000 point task paid 3,520 credits, well, great. That's fantastic. People will do that because the only loss is roughly 800 or 900 credits. That is maybe an acceptable loss instead of 4,400. Okay? Now we're only talking about 800. But we also scored fewer points, but we didn't do the bigger task. Now, Divine points out there's new 10,000 point tasks that are at 825 credits. And you're right, that's also baloney. That's also baloney. These should all be 4,400. They're not. This whole 825 thing was a mistake from the launch of V2 and where I think they should have fixed on V3. A 6,000 point task instead of 495 should have been 2,640. Now what you have done, Jules, is yes, there is still motivation to get to the 10,000 point task. But if you can't, at least there's not a 100% drop in loot by doing even an 8,000 or a 6,000 point task. Players can still get rewarded. And this is one of the things that we have praised over the Maverick track, the challenge track, for example. What is there? There is actual rewards even for partial progression. Even if I don't perfect it at 10,000 points, if I do 8,000 points, I still get a reward. This model doesn't allow me to do that. Okay? This model basically says, go all out for the 10,000 point task or don't bother. That's why players are disengaging. All right? That's right, Divine. If you run out of rerolls or even time, you can settle for less, but you're still getting rewards based on what you did do. All right? And Cruzito, we can talk all about Alliance score and not personal accounts all we want. It is called Alliance tournaments, but at the same time, the whole reason we want to compete for our Alliance is to score better, get access to better rewards, and be able to earn better things. Okay? Which we can't do if we don't have any currency for it. All right? So I think that would have relieved a lot of problem here, is just to scale these currencies. Now, the next thing I'm going to say is absolutely even more crazy. And by the way, Cruzito and I have actually chatted about this math. He wanted something even bigger than I did. All right, I'm gonna share this out, and then I'm gonna come back to mechanics here just for a second. I think another thing that they did, one thing that they did well here, is by adding legendary currency to the entire Alliance payout. That is a good thing. Okay, means that everybody, regardless of engagement, is going to have an opportunity to earn, free to play, legendary currency every single run of tournaments. That is a good thing. That allows players to still have access to some of these new items down here in the store, albeit slower, more intentional, more choice-based, and probably much like what the original tournaments were supposed to be. Like, that's right, the Godsend, Roadrunner. Like, in a tournament task 2 months ago, how many bundles would you hit on a cooldown? How many bundles would you hit on a cooldown? Depending on what you bought, could have been 15, could have been 20, could have been 10.
Significant amount.
What's that?
A significant amount.
A significant amount.
Would hit.
Significant amount.
Yeah.
All right. Should not have probably been that high. We all know that. That's what somebody said in chat just a little bit ago. We should have known that. I mean, we did know that. All right. We definitely got used to it. We definitely love it. It's like collecting a bank error in our favor. Eventually, they're going to fix it. Well, they have. Now, there's two things here that I believe that they should have done, one of which they did, which is give everybody some legendary currency. That's great. That's fantastic. And Andy, you've got the second one, okay? You say that by my mechanic, they should be offering legendary credits in all tasks. I actually agree with you. However, not at the amount that you want. Okay, and by the way, I'm not being Billy from accounting here when I say this. I simply mean that there needs to be a sigma style scale there. It's not just going to be a flat 50%. It's going to be a sigma style scale because that's what legendary currency is. A sigma style scale to allow more rewards, newer primes, new refits, new artifacts, new tech to come into the store, but at a slower, more intentional, more choice-based pace. We're not going to max 15 bundles out of every store. We're going to be able to choose 1 or 2 items to spend our legendary currency on. All right. So what it should have been, here was my proposal. Looking at what alliances are going to get. Let's say, for example, your Master League, you're guaranteed 14,000. Let's even say at Expert League, you're guaranteed 9,000. Guaranteed 9,000. Then you know what? I want to drop an incentive. I want to drop an incentive for players to still want to chase that 10,000 point task. Or still chase the better point task, Cruzito. I want them to be able to chase that 8,000 point task or the 4,000 point task. But you know what? I still want them to be rewarded for that. I still want there to be a reason to choose an 8,000 point task over a 750 point task. And that's going to come with not only the scaling of the currencies like I just talked about a moment ago, all right, the scaling of the original Alliance credits, but also now of the legendaries. The 20,000 point task, there's no doubt about it. There is no doubt this is their heroic model. This legendary task is exactly what we had the very first time around. It's going to cost money. Fine, whatever. We're going to talk about the psychology of this in a moment because the 20,000 point task doesn't even make sense in my head. But we'll come back to that in a second. Fine. They want to charge for those? Fine. 13,200 legendary currency. Well, then you know what? In a 10,000 point task, I want there to be roughly 2% of that. That gets me 250 legendary currency. What can I buy for 250 legendary currency? Nothing. But it is only one task. And it's going to be combined and added with the currency, the roughly 9,000 currency that I'm going to earn from my alliance. But now, Jules, if I do 2 or 3 or 4 of those, I can still get maybe 1 extra pull of something that I want. The 10,000 point task should have 2%. The 8,000 point task should have 80% of 2%. Okay? 80% of 2%. So instead of 260, then what did I say? 13,200 times 0.02 is 264 times 0.8. 211 extra. 211 extra. Now, Chris says 2% is still low. Listen, it can't be a bunch, right? It can't be a bunch. That's what broke the economy in the first place with Alliance tournaments. It needs to be, for example, if I'm going to grind out, we got 15 tasks in a week. 15 tasks. If I chase 5 and 6 and 8,000 point tasks, I feel like I should be able to pull 3 or 4 extra legendary bundles. It can't be 15. Guys, it's too much. That's what broke the store the first time. Okay? So, you're right, Cruzito. My numbers are definitely lower than yours. But I'm also trying to make sure that we don't end up screwing ourselves 6 months or 12 months or 18 months by having to go through this exact same thing again. That's right, Silosh. They ruined the original version of Alliance tournaments with all the... Oh, you're saying they ruined it with the dilution of the new task. Yeah, ruined is a speculative word. They don't think it's ruined, okay? And we didn't because we were maxing payouts. But if we want new rewards, they were going to balance that economy. Okay?
Hey, now, DJ.
Hang on. Chris says, DJ, you won't do 5,000 point tasks because you won't kill 800 hostiles. Damn straight. But if you do, you deserve legendary currency. Okay? If you do it, you should. Cruzito says, I think a 750 task should have 100 legendary currency. I don't know, man. I think that, I mean, it's a 750 point task, right? 750. No, Jules Verne, oh, you said even Jules G5 scrapping is still better at 2.5%. Gobbler says 2% sounds a little low. Sounds like G5 scrapping and G5 scrapping was actually better. I get that. But the point is, even if it feels low, okay, to be honest with you, even if it feels low, guys, the fact that there is a free-to-play access, and this is something that Tarpy talks about all the time. That's right, SKZ, allow the grind, provide incentive, give the choice. And that is what I'm after here. That is what I want. I want players to look at this and say, okay, yeah, it's going to be a little bit less, but here's this new currency with new rewards that I have access to, even if I don't open my wallet. And that is the key. That is the key. I want access to it free to play. And legendary currency in its current form doesn't really do that, except for the Alliance reward, which, by the way, I appreciate them putting that in there. I do. But if you want to maintain the spirit of Alliance Tournament and the chasing of the tasks, that's the key. If I want to maintain the chasing of the tasks, then I have to put a carrot in the task. If the task doesn't pay anything, then where's my incentive? Okay? And Plugster says, you know what, DJ? I could get behind that. If I could do 10,000 point tasks, that's 2,600 legendary currency on top of what my alliance is going to earn. I would be happy with that. I appreciate that you would be happy with that, Plugster. I mean, obviously, we would always want more, but 2,600 is enough. That would get you 2 to 3 extra pulls of a lot of things, or maybe 1 extra pull of a prime that month. But Magic asks a really magic question. Excuse the pun. As a whole, do you agree that too much has been taken away and not enough given? Yes! That's the problem here. There's too much cold turkey clawing back, and this is Guffa's point the other night. There's too much of this. It's too drastic. We literally ripped this Band-Aid off instead of trying to rebalance the economy in a way that wasn't going to damage the consumer. Okay? There is a way to do this without just destroying our sentiment of this game. That being said, with the currencies, I feel like there should have been some scaling there, because then players would have seen, I see what you're doing, Tarpy, I'm going to move around. Then the players would have seen a little bit more value in the store. Even though alliances or players are going to earn legendary currency with the alliance rewards, some of them are going to look at some of these rewards in the legendary store and say, well, I can't afford to do not even one. Jules, let's take a look at the new items added into the legendary store, and let's talk about their alternative sourcing, if there is any, and their worth in the game today if you happen to be a mid-ops player or a G7 player. What are the new ads?
Sure. So a couple of the new ads would be using the traditional regular currency is prime dolomite particles. So if you're scrolling up a little bit, actually, it's going to be in the store additions. So at the very bottom of that section, one of them, they're actually listed by which month that they were added in.
Yep, right
May
here.
2026, 3 things. Prime dolomite particles were added. There's lots of free-to-play sourcing for prime dolomite particles currently. Jason Nesmith was also added, and he also has some different sourcing as well. And the Star Dispatch artifact, which I am struggling to remember exactly which refinery it is. There is free play sourcing for it.
I think it's in Transigen.
Is it Transigen? I think you're right. I think it's in Transigen only. It's the only source for that. So here's something a little bit extra for that.
So you've got 3 new, Star Dispatch, here it is. Star Dispatch increases research cost efficiency for G4 through G6 materials. Interesting selection of the artifact here, Jules. For G7, do you suggest that any of the regular currency ads, and this, by the way, is a really key point. I'm going to drive this home because it only underscores my point. All right. Is any of the traditional credit reward items that have been added, are they worth anything to a G7 player?
Only the freshest of G7 players. I mean, I guess a little bit more because you have to get through all your G6 research before you can start the Surge. And the Surge research is really the highly valuable G7 stuff. So if you pushed hard and fast and ops progression was your main task and you got to 71 with very little research done, you're still going to probably struggle getting through that G6. So there could be value there, but I would probably say no. There's still other valuable that exists throughout this regular tournament credits, and knowing that you'll have less to spend that you've had in previous tournaments going forward in most cases, you'll start to want to actually tighten up on where you're kind of dividing up your spend. So I would say no, hang on to that currency. We also don't know what the Emerald Chain additions will add, and there's some good stuff in there for G7 players, so that may be worth holding on to some currency as well, just to see what the cost of those may be.
I want to draw attention to the fact that with existing currency, regardless of the fact that we're earning less, even if we earned the same amount, we're not getting any new tangible rewards in the traditional credit store, which is exactly kind of the point that I was trying to make, was if we're going to see new rewards in Alliance tournaments, then this revamp, this reset was going to be necessary. This only underscores it by saying, hey, listen, for your existing materials, we're keeping the store pretty much the same. If you want these new, and Maple Butter, these are original currency. So the Prime Dolomites, Jason Nesmith, Star Dispatch, those were added in with the regular good old-fashioned currency. So surprising even that they didn't add at all in the first place, but for most players, this isn't going to matter. Now, for G4 through G6 players, this can be tangible. This can be pretty tangible. And we are, of course, as Jules points out, going to be earning less of this basic currency now because of the 10,000 point task. Now, I'm going to point out to a G4 through G6 player, if you adopt my method, Jules, I think arguably that they would probably earn more currency, which I think would also be good in the spirit of what this Alliance tournament store is, which is you guys have all kind of identified as a catch-up mechanic, almost the new version of the event store. So G4 through G6 should be earning more traditional currency and therefore able to earn more rewards out of the original allotment of Alliance tournament store rewards. I think that tracks. Okay, where I do believe that the store needed new, upgraded, valuable rewards is appropriate to put it with this new legendary currency. But now you've got one more problem. You've got the problem of how do we get the legendary currency? Well, we're going to nickel and dime it. Okay, we're going to nickel and dime it. We're going to earn, like I said, maybe 9, maybe 10, maybe 12, maybe 15,000 per tournament, free to play. Okay, free to play. Fine. But to acquire another 13,000 requires a $200 purchase. The interesting piece about this is that most of what you can get in this store for the value of 26,000 epic currency is actually available for direct sale for less than the amount that you would pay for the legendary currency. Now, Jules, explain the math on this and what a possible, in your mind, a possible psychology of this could be, if there is one.
I mean, you're getting a drip of some stuff, and you're going to be able to unlock it for free eventually.
Okay, yeah.
You can get more of that drip with spend. I mean, this is pretty formulaic.
Yeah, actually,
right?
I'm totally with you on that. Some of the players, and where I'm driving with that, Jules, is I see it here in the chat right now. Some people are like, well, I can just buy that thing for less than the cost of me buying the tasks to get the currency to go get the stuff, right? Cruzito, like you said that. I could just buy this thing for, let's say, hey, here's a good example, the Vengeance skin, right? I could just buy that for $200, or I can go and earn 110,000 legendary currency, which is going to cost me approximately, I'm going to do some math here, 110,000 legendary currency divided by 13,200 times, that's 8 tasks times 2, that's 16, 17, so in the neighborhood of around $1,600. Why wouldn't I just buy the skin for $200? Weird. Jules hit the nail on the head. This is the free drip. This is the opportunity for players to start earning on this stuff. I think Tarpey also maybe had mentioned this on Tuesday, is that I don't think anybody should be looking at these primes, for example, as like, I'm going to pay all this currency to get this prime. This is officially the free-to-play path. Okay? So that now begs the question, why are there 20,000 point tasks? Well, one player had identified this, and I kind of am okay with the idea. If you were going to buy something anyway, then this is a good time to do it to get some extra value for something that maybe you would want, maybe some extra shards, maybe some extra tech. This is where I start to lose the plot a tiny bit. Because if I'm a spender, I'm just going to buy this, right? Piss on a 20,000 point task, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to go buy it if I'm a spender. If I'm a free-to-play, then I'm going to take what I can get with the Alliance rewards, or if they put some in a task reward eventually, that would be great. I'm going to take what I can get. I'm going to grind out a free-to-play task or a free-to-play something in here, and it's going to be slower than it was the first time, but it's still free-to-play. Okay, I can see that point of it as well. Now, why would someone spend on a 20,000 point task? This is the one that escapes me. Why would I consciously choose to spend on a 20,000 point task if I could use that?
Because you're going to do it anyways.
That's the
only.
You're
going to buy to upgrade that Borg sphere. You're going to buy to upgrade your Dauntless. You're going to buy to upgrade a building. You're going to buy for the actual value that you're spending the currency on. Except now you're getting some synergy by being able to complete an Alliance task.
There you go. All right. And by the way, I'm not putting a positive spin on this. I am simply pointing out the only scenario in which you should consider about this. All right. The only place that you would consider looking at a 20,000 point task is exactly what Jules just said, is if there was something you were going to do anyway. Let's come back to the task list. If I was going to upgrade my Borg sphere, well, then this is a task I would look to do. Okay, Captain Super Hater says, no, you're on crack. No, here's the thing. This is the only scenario in which it makes any sense, Super Hater. Because,
or let's say you're a large spender, you're competing in an event that is going to be about dual waves, and you want to purchase a bunch of simulation codes. Hey, just so happens that a task has popped up that's spend $200 on simulation codes, and you can collect some rewards here. That may be something where I'm like, oh great, I got synergy for spend I was already planning on doing. I think that's a big reason why I think a lot of big spenders here aren't like fussing about the 20,000 point task, or the ones who aren't, is because they've already succumbed to that strategy. And that's kind of how we had treated the spend only, the pay only 10K tasks.
Yes.
People weren't doing them people weren't spending $1,500 every single Alliance tournament. That was not happening. People were spending when it made sense. It was something they were going to get. Like say they were going to buy a station pack anyways. Well, I'll just pick up the multiphasic task, done. And now I don't have to re-roll it.
Yes. And by the way, there is a task for acquiring 34,000 multiphasics. It does cost 200, but what if I was going to buy a couple of packs anyway? Maybe not even for the same thing. Maybe one pack for my sphere, maybe one pack for the Academy. There's 34,000 multiphasics. I don't see that task in here, but I know it exists. Here it is. Nope, that's spend, acquire. I don't see the multiphasics one in here, but I know that it's there.
We know it exists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here was acquire. Oh, I'm in the 10,000. That's why I couldn't see it.
Just don't worry about it. You know it's there.
Yeah, it's there. Okay.
It'll populate.
So, Cruzito, thank you for drawing a correlation. And by the way, this is, we are stretching. We're trying to make sense of it. Doesn't, again, disclaimer, doesn't mean that we endorse it. It means that we are trying to help you make sense of it. And if you're going to engage, here's how it makes the most sense to do it. All right. Tarpy points this out. Cruzito points this out in chat. Let's say that I was going to buy a couple of packs and I could pop a multiphasic. Okay. That would get me 20,000 points. That'd get me a little extra. This might be that same kind of event that we see, and I probably don't see one right now, but we have had them. What about an event, for example, that is, we see an event in here that says, buy this prime, and that's all the event is, right? Acquire the prime. It's a 100-point score. It's a 100-point milestone. You guys remember seeing these, right? We see these in the game. Okay, right? Buy this. It's an added value thing. It's an added value thing. That event is added value. We see here, multiphasic master. Okay, if you're going to buy some packs, you're going to get some of this extra multiphasic master token. You go into the event store. You can spend the multiphasic master token on a few extra little goodies. It's just an incentive to buy now. What's another one that exists? Cruzito and Tarpy are both talking about it in chat. Vengeance is mine. Coda, or the new Code B, whatever it is. Okay? Those kinds of things. You take a look at Tarpy. I bet, you know what? I'm not gonna take your point. I bet this is what you're getting ready to talk about. Tarpy has raised her hand. Tarpy, what kind of specialty currency are you referring to where a task might make sense for a spender? Maybe, possibly.
Sorry, Strider picked that second to start doing dishes. So I was actually going to talk about how those events that they're doing today won't actually count for any of the ships that we have out right now that are counting for those 20,000 point tasks because they've been cycling out older ships. Mm-hmm. So these Alliance tournament tasks are actually going to be even more useless in 3 to 4 months once those ships are no longer in spend events.
Well, that's kind of the incentive of why someone may want to consider doing it now is just the synergy of it, right? For example, here.
The events, right, but the tasks that people are going to be able to do are going to be worse in 4 to 6 months once that impetus to spend on them, like actual spend money, goes away for some people.
Oh, well, there's no doubt. Yeah, of course. Yep. But right now, again, the 20,000 point tasks are spend only. Let's just get that out of the way. If I was going to do one for example, for sphere parts, okay, well, I could do one for sphere parts. I'm also going to be able to spend those sphere parts in this Coda event that we got today. We're also going to get a little bit of synergy in the multiphasic master. We're also earning the multiphasics. Look at everything. And again, not defending this model because I still think it's kind of poo-poo. But if you're going to do it, look at all of the value that you can get and time it appropriately is kind of the point that I'm making. If a 20,000 point task shows up for sphere parts, and I keep using this one just because it's easy, we've got 2 other events right now that reward for buying sphere parts. So Saber says, how much more synergy do spenders need? Therein lies my point, Sabers. Scopely should be providing us more synergy. Okay, to be perfectly honest with you, Sabers, because they're trying to drive monetization. They're trying to earn more as a result of us spending less. Okay, why are we spending less? Because we feel bad. We're not happy. We don't feel value for our dollar. So should there be synergy? Should there be more value for the dollar? That's what they should be doing. That's right, Divine. If somebody's going to spend $200, why not get the extra value? Okay? That's right. Cruzito says, man, I'd love to have all the spend synergy I can get. Absolutely. That's the problem in this game, is that our dollar doesn't provide value anymore. So for them to add additional value, that is the only place. Coupon day. Thank you, Polar Bear. That's the only place in which these tasks make sense. So in our advice here, Talking Trek's advice to the community is don't necessarily write these off. Do I think that somebody should be spending $200 just to do a 20,000 point task? No. That seems silly and almost wasteful. That's not getting value for your dollar. But if you were going to do something else, that is the mentality you guys have with Vengeance is Mine, right? Vengeance is Mine and Coda. Vengeance is Mine plus a weekend spend event, right? This past weekend, we got Vengeance is Mine plus the material spend heroic. And again, the heroic, different conversation. I don't think most people felt value in that. But again, another classic example of we're not seeing value for our money. So if you were going to look at these 20,000 point tasks just for your event or just for the tournament, yeah, that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. If you're gonna, then make sure that it matches up with something that you wanted to do for a variety of other reasons. Secondly, Tarpey hits the nail on the head. This model is going to require more attention. It's going to require more attention and more frequent updates to the store, just like Coda. It's going to require new tasks and tasks to be cycled out. All of this stuff is going to happen or have to happen. Otherwise, you're going to get the exact same problem we got with Tournaments version 2, is that it's going to end up scaling and getting old and becoming quote-unquote too easy and too payable. And then they're going to do this exact same thing again 2 years from now. Okay? Exact same thing. Tarpey said that's not my point. What? That you literally just wrote in caps that they're going to have to cycle these tasks. They're going to have to maintain the value in these tasks. Because you're right, if there's no... Let's look at this, okay? To Tarpey's point, if there's no Coda, or these ship parts are no longer in the Coda event, and they don't score for any other event, then the value has yet again decreased. And there's no sense, and then the 20,000 point tasks become completely ignorable because there's no synergy spent. So that is one of the examples of places that I kind of wanted to point out a little bit of sense. I did hear, yes.
There are also 10K points versions of those tasks. So when people stop spending on them, period, those tasks are also going to be re-rolled less frequently, therefore requiring more re-rolls to get rid of them because people won't be using them.
They won't be able to refresh.
So they're just dead tasks.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was my point.
Well, yeah, they're going to, but we say that about so many things that they're going to have to spend more time. They're going to have to keep things refreshed. We've lost access to the transporter pattern store for any new future content because they ignore it for too long. They can't maintain their own economy. Look at what happened with Ultra Recruit tokens. Okay? Ultra Recruit tokens essentially died for late stage players because they ignored it too long and people amassed too much of it. They had to completely change and go to Galactic Recruits. All right? They just can't keep up. That's a big problem. This game is so massive, so expansive, they can't keep up and develop new content, which, by the way, I think is also part of the reason they're just slowing everything down up here. They can't keep up. And technically, Chris, they don't put transporter patterns in events. They put officer shards that you already have. That's why you get the transporter patterns, technically. All right. Mohicum says they should make all tasks reset automatically every hour. You know what? I actually like that. I actually love that idea. Maybe not every hour, maybe every 6 hours. But you know what? That solves a lot of problem. Yeah, you know what? That's a damn good idea. I'm going to add that to my list. That would also help ease this pain of rerolls a little bit without violating the sanctity of the Alliance tournament as a whole. To be honest with you, I love that idea. That's actually a really good idea.
I think every hour is probably a good ask. Every 6, that's too long. But that's a really good idea.
That's an automatic idea.
Just wipe the board clean every hour. That would be nice. That'd be really nice.
It's a beautiful idea. Honestly, that's a good one.
For what it's worth, I said that at the beginning of the show.
Brilliant. Love it. I didn't hear it. I didn't see it, but that's a brilliant idea.
You can look back at my message history in Twitch. I did say that 2 hours ago.
You don't need to claim credit. It's fine. I believe you. But yeah, no, that's a brilliant idea.
Okay.
It's a brilliant idea. Sorry, Mohicum. You know what? I thought it was your idea. Copycat. But no, that's a brilliant idea. I love that idea. Okay. Sorry, Tarpy. Riskbreaker says he said it on the last show. All right, you lose too. All right. So anyway, listen, that is, I do like that idea. That's great. And we'll have to add it to my notes. All right, because that's actually a really, really good one. Coming back to the store. All right, these items that have been added in. There's one other thing that I wanted to kind of mention, Jules, and this was something that Lube had mentioned on his show. He had drawn a comparison, which I thought this was interesting, and I'd like to see the mathematical comparison on this. He had drawn very much kind of like what you were saying, is if you were going to spend on this, if you were going to spend on something else, then the 20,000 point task can make sense. Lube had drawn a comparison to like a multiphasic style model. Do you think that monetarily holds up with the legendary currency? That the amount of added value you get from legendary currency would equal that of about the amount of multiphasics you would get out of a normal $100 pack?
Maybe. I mean, it's just hard because you're also getting it for free, whereas multiphasics is basically only sourced in packs with like a piddling in your weekly claim. So I don't know if I can say that's a great comparison one-to-one, but I understand where it's coming from.
Well, same. Yeah, I do too. And that's why I wanted to ask about the math. I don't know what the comparison is, but I like the thought process. Okay. And I think that is part of the challenge that we've got in front of us right now, community, is kind of changing the expectation or the perception. What is the actual point of the 20,000 point task? If Scopely expected people to come in and do 15 of these every tournament, what? I don't think they did. I don't think they did expect it. I think, if I am guessing, that this was meant to be just like that event for a skin, or just like an event for a prime. It's meant to be a little extra added incentive for somebody to buy a pack in another area. This is a secondary booster to trying to get people to spend. Are they trying to get people to spend? Hell yes, they are. Absolutely. Because a lot of us aren't. The problem is they get so convoluted in this, and they've taken an entire feature that was really loved. As Putt says, they've kind of clawed it back and made it a little bit worse. And that's what we focus on, and rightfully so, because it just looks so ugly. It looks so ugly. When in actuality, what probably was the intent was that the 20,000 point tasks were supposed to add a little extra value to people spending on traditional packs in the first place. So where we are going to sift through the fire, and I'm going to kind of wrap with this and then see if Jules has any more teaching. I think we do have another point to make, and I've spent too much time. I'm going to cut through the fire and point out this, I believe, is going to be our official recommendation with regards to the 20,000 point task. Is just simply this. It's not worth spending on a 20,000 point task in and of itself alone. What we are looking at is exactly kind of what Divine points out, is that extra little bit of value that comes with us practicing our synergy with something else that might be there. The multiphasic hunter event, or a coda event, or a vengeance is mine event, or an officer recruit event, for example. Okay? Now, as Kaviji points out, listen, you're still subject to RNG on some of those tasks. I totally get it. And you're right. If I wanted to spend on Borg spheres and I don't get the Borg spheres, then I might still be disencouraged to spend, right? Possibly. But I still think that that was probably the intent, was adding a little bit of extra drip of value, just like an event where you would unlock a skin and get some extra resources and materials or whatnot. That's going to be our recommendation, and I'm gonna cut it right there. If you're looking at this, find other ways to synergize your spend. Otherwise, it's probably not super worth it. But if you can find a way to synergize your spend, then it is worth it for the extra drip if there was something you were going to buy anyway. Okay? There we go. That's where I'm going to leave it. Jules, regarding alliance tasks or strategy, I think the last thing you wanted to talk about was a potential reroll strategy for alliances trying to help their team. Let's provide a little bit of advice on that before we get ready to wrap up tonight.
Sure, I just think that we've updated it now to reflect that there's actually 4 groups. If you scroll to the right again where there's more lists or more information, and then a little bit down underneath the hostile grind chart, so a little bit down from there, you'll see the same reroll strategy that was written a little bit ago. Just keep going down.
There we go.
And this now has a new graphic that kind of shows the breakdown of the group 1, group 2, group 3, and group 4. The numbers haven't changed for group 1 through 3. They've only added 2 task slots that are exclusively for the 20K tasks. So not much has really changed there, but just kind of like updating that information to be relevant.
For those in podcast, what we're talking about specifically is the reroll strategy, basically saying that a specific task, if you reroll, and by the way, contrary to popular opinion, shout out Loop, if you press a reroll, it only rerolls 1 task, not the entire list. But it also doesn't reroll a specific task, all right, just one from that particular group, all right? And the groups are identified by the value of the points in some cases.
And this yeah, and it could be confusing because there is some 10K tasks that are defeating hostiles, which give you a lesser amount of credits. Those are actually in group 2, which is anywhere between 2,000 and 10,000 point tasks. So you can be confused by seeing 4 tasks or 5 tasks that are, say, 10,000 points, but really there's only going to be 3 that are valuable ones to try to cycle through. So make sure you're clicking ones and refreshing ones that are in the group that you're caring about. I think the majority of alliances, particularly master and high-ranking alliances, will want to focus their reroll tokens on group 3 only because you do have less of them. So focusing in on just rerolling your 10K task to hopefully get something that is going to be valuable and completable for your alliance mates.
Savage Darkness
and as we talked about before, the segmented tasks, right? This is where we got to in the alliance that I was in before and in the alliance I'm in now. We all got to a point where we knew which tasks people wanted, and we would leave them on the board, right? Like we knew there was somebody who always did the proto matter one because they had just a ton of bells. So we would leave that on the board for 20 minutes, post in chat, hey, this is up. This is going to be the same thing. Same exact strategy as before. Start talking to your group, look over the new list, say, hey, I can do that Borg cube thing every day. Just leave that on the board, hit me up, tag me in the Alliance Discord, and I'll be able to do that.
But with a very specific caveat that didn't really exist a great deal before, is be aware that what you see is not necessarily what your alliance mate will see. If
Correct. So that's what I'm referring to is like if you see Borg sphere parts, communicate with your team. If they can do the Borg cube parts, then you leave that sphere part alone.
Exactly that. This is going to require a little bit more memorization from players if they want to strongly support their team. All right. For example, if I see Maverick credits pop up, I know that is a very free-to-play task. A very free-to-play task for Ops 54 and down. If I see Maverick credits and I'm not going to do it, I absolutely, chat, listen, I absolutely want to leave Maverick credits on the board. Not because somebody else might do Maverick credits, but because to our 54 and down, that is probably the easiest task that exists with Bajoran credits. Super, super important. If there is one that I'm going to point out to be absolutely aware of, 55 plus, if you see Maverick credits, you always leave it. Always leave it. Okay? That is a huge, huge, huge thing. Always leave that one for your 54 and down. Okay? But coming back here with the group identification, group 1 is almost always going to be anywhere between 750 and 5,000, but it's going to be a killer type of hostile. Okay? Group 2 can be anywhere between 2,000 and 10,000. It's usually kill X amount of an armada or a specific type of group target, especially the 10,000 point task.
You're kind of alluding a couple of these statements here. 750 and 1,500 point tasks, right? Those ones could be do a wave, do a armada, or they could be spend a material like an export credit, right? Or there's also the kill a type of hostile task. So even the ones that go up to 5,000 points will be in that group 1. Group 2, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10K tasks, where the 10K tasks specifically are kill or defeat something instead of acquire. So that's why those are not in group 3. That's why you can see multiple 10K tasks. And then group 3 and 4 are essentially only acquire tasks,
which are kind of loosely defined as the pay tasks. All right, these $100 or $200 tasks based on what they've added into the game. These are the tough ones and not typically free to play unless we've got a strategy identified for them. But it's always also going to have the original credits at 4,400. That is if you are a Master League player. So with regard to reroll strategy, definitely communicate with your team. Find and identify the tasks that your teammates are going to want. I see Flight Leader joking in chat, 54 and down, who has those in their alliance? Well, people do. There are lots of them. They're 75% of the game, actually, in fact, Flight Leader. 78, I believe. 78% of the game is Ops 59 and down. Okay, so that's a big thing. Tony says, wait, I need to confirm. Or Danny says, wait, DJ, I need to confirm. If I hit a reroll, it only rerolls one task? That is correct. Come into your alliance task list, for example, and you click on a task, that is the one that will reroll. All right. If you just come into the task board by default and it's, up here on this number 1 spot, it's a 750 point task or 1,500 point task, and you press reroll, you're rerolling that one task slot. It's not like a reroll of alliance or of away teams. Okay. Where it rerolls everything. It only rerolls one task, whichever one you have highlighted. So be very, very aware of that. And Alicia says,
and one last teaching moment here.
Yes.
You see in your task list, you have an invisible task slot.
I do.
And you're missing a 10,000 point task.
I am.
So it is likely that there is a segment missing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So that task exists for somebody in your alliance. That slot is not empty for all your alliance mates.
Yes, somebody's got it. Yeah,
somebody's got something that they could actually start and reroll. They got to figure that out. I mean, we had that same problem when the new materials ones came out. That they actually was not split up in a segmented single card. It was actually split up into multiple cards. So we would see these blank slots where there was a G7 one.
Yeah.
And nobody else could start or reroll them. They'll get that fixed. That's an easy thing for them to fix. They can just gotta figure out where the missing segments are.
Yeah, and I know that they're aware. They're definitely looking at that. Yes, go ahead.
The last thing I wanted to say was we're going to get legendary credits when we finish this. Yeah. So where are we going to spend those legendary credits? We kind of started on the store, but I wanted to kind of wrap up this segment with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the legendary credit store. We talked a little bit about this on Tuesday night, Jules, with regards to reputation, smash or pass. I kind of want to go down the
pass.
Yeah.
Hard pass.
Good. I'm glad somebody else said it because I said that on Tuesday. Gone. Okay. Don't do it. Not worth it. Way too expensive. Way more places to earn reputation, especially for G7 players. 40 billion reputation is literally about 30% of what you can earn in one set of dailies. Do not spend legendary credits on it. Jules, we've got new officer shards that have been added. Pick Hugh, for example. Smash or pass?
Well, I'm just going to say, just in general, that basically all of the officers I would skip.
Most
We're just
of
not.
them.
I mean, it's future proofing this, but there is other sourcing for literally all of these officers, whether they're good or not. It's kind of irrelevant. There is other sourcing. There is stuff that has exclusive sourcing in here that you will need multiple runs of the tournament to acquire. That is where I see value. So I would skip all officers for now. Maybe you'll get to it at a later time and date.
All right. I'm going to skip over the primes for a moment because I think that that's probably where most players are going to see their value. Let's take a look at the node-infected USS Vengeance skin. Jules, smash or pass?
I'm going to smash that, and I'm going to tell you that I'm going to get that in about 8 runs.
Yes. And by the way, Jules, just as a quick sidebar, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, does 8 runs mean 8 months?
I do not know, but I would presume, based on you leaking the fact that there's going to be another Alliance tournament
blame
during
it on me.
this arc.
Yeah, blame it on me.
Yeah, of course I'm going to blame leaks on you. That I will not say it's 8 months.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Voltron says Vengeance skin too long to get. Might have parts to get it. Buy that. Wait, parts to get the skin? I don't think that's sourceable anywhere, bro. It's a $200 pack.
The exclusive sourcing is here, or $200. So I'm going to start there.
Yeah, I like that one. I agree. That is, you're talking right here. You had mentioned 110,000 currency. You can do that in roughly 8 runs. And I love the fact that he says runs, not 8 months, but 8 runs of tournaments. I like that. Let's take a look at 4 new artifacts, by the way, that have sourcing in 2 other places already. Nog's Cane, Esri's targeting sensor, and Cisco's Romulan ale glass. There is a 4th one here, the brand new Gilded Shackle. First, Jules, talk to me about Nog's Cane, Esri's sensor, and Cisco's glass. Those have sourcing in 2 other places, including Outpost, and I think the challenge track refinery.
Correct. In the challenge track, they're less sourced there and harder to do and more expensive. So really, Outpost is probably the primary, with the secondary being the challenge track if you need to top that off. However, I again would not put them here because they're sourcing elsewhere. So maybe if you're really close and you just need to get 2 more for the next level right before you want to actually spend on a building, it can make sense. Then let's talk about the 4th one there, which is the Gilded Shackle, yeah?
Ooh, Gilded Shackle, a brand new artifact that is exclusively sourced right here in Alliance tournaments that is offering players ship parts. Oh, wait, am I saying that right? No. Research?
No, you are saying that correctly.
Ship
because
parts.
The actual in-game description of it does not actually reflect what it's actually doing. It says increases base upgrade cost efficiency for grade 7 ships by up to 500%. Does not say anywhere on it that is actually for ship parts, but it is only for ship parts. Does not affect your titanium, does not affect any other part. Your dilithium does not affect your materials. Nope. It is just
parts.
Ship parts. So,
yeah. Tooltip error that was reported in playtesting and didn't make it out of the QA bundle, but we'll continue to keep that on the list. But do be aware, Hugh Sad Trombone, there you go. It is indeed ship parts. Now, that is still valuable. I'm not going to say it's not. I wish that it was everything. I mean, the way it reads, it should be resources, materials, and parts. That would be fantastic. However, it is not. It is ship parts only, which I'm still going to say has to probably be a smash for me, given the fact that there are no other researches for it, and we're talking up to 500%. This one's going to take a long time, Jules, to really be super effective, but it's...
hold on.
Please.
You're right, there's no other sourcing for it, but there's a ton of other research for ship part efficiency. Currently, I have 3,000 ship part efficiency. So adding 500%.
That does affect G7?
Yes.
Ooh.
You forget that the prime dolomite particles, which spent on
go with these stupid
your favorite multi-tier prime.
The single most destructive prime to ever be introduced into Fleet Command. Yes, please tell me more about how it is still rearing its ugly head. God bless stupid ass primes.
Our higher spender players right now are actually struggling with ship parts in some regard. Because they're either purchasing Sigma, Tritanium, they're purchasing materials where they're not getting enough parts out of what their purchases are giving them. So they're seeing value here. My long-term planning has me choked up on Sigma Tritanium currently. I will not run out of ship parts before I run out of Sigma Tritanium. That is my 1-year plan at the current sourcing of things. Who knows what they're going to do to either boost the income of Sigma Tritanium or reduce that cost separately. Gilded Shackle could have value, not for me now. So for me, that's a pass currently. Is a long-term goal for me out of the store.
You know, I don't disagree with Jules on many things, but that's still going to be a smash for me. Parts are... I'm struggling with parts in G6. I can't even imagine what G7 looks like. I look at some of these buildings with G7 materials, and I look at the repair costs. I'm looking at this new Aphelion, and I'm thinking, holy smokes. I can't... I mean, yes, Sigma Trite's going to be a thing, but I also expect, like we have seen in G6 and even in G5, that ship parts sourcing is always harder than Sigma Trite sourcing. Because they pay it in far fewer places. So I think, just as an alternative point of perspective, I would probably disagree with that one. I think that the Gilded Shackle is a smash for me. To answer the question, I do see, is it ops locked? Yes, it is indeed, sadly. This is an ops 71. Now, not necessarily a bad thing because, Jules, all 4 of these artifacts do only affect G7 ships or G7 content, rather, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, Nox Kane, the targeting sensor, and Cisco's Ale Glass, those affect buildings, material efficiency for buildings. All right, so those are your artifacts. Let's hop down. We've got 2 more sections. One, the tech section. Tech, forbidden tech, prototype forbidden tech, chaos tech. Jules, the biggest thing that we're seeing here the players are most excited about is the Godsend finally making its way into free-to-play sourcing. Free-to-play, and I would argue that this is not wildly expensive, even for players who are in Expert League, much less Master League. If you're a player that is going to guarantee themselves 9,000 currency, guaranteed, 9,000 currency per tournament run, you are looking at 7 runs of a tournament to unlock the Godsend for free, which we already have confirmed will be less than 7 months. All right. That is a big one. Jules, anything else that sticks out to you in this tech list? I see a couple of really good ones. Slipstream Drive, Agony Booth, the Echo Papa, the Tanru, the Cardassian Torture Actuator, which you gave glowing reviews to when it first came out. This actually appears to be a decent set of techs that are being made available. Your thoughts?
Yeah, the Cardassian Torture Actuator is really good for its job, which is helping against V'ger hostiles. I think for anyone right now who is dealing with the Leslie nerf is also looking for an extra edge against their V'ger Orions, this could be that extra edge that you'll need. Or if you're not suffering now, but you're looking at going into upper G6, you will suffer. So please look at maybe potentially acquiring that Chaos Tech. And as we've seen too with events, upgrading Chaos Tech can still have some value. So it could be good for that too. The Tanru is highly specific for PvE on a G6 plus FKR ship, but is actually pretty effective while on that G6 or G7. Yeah, G6 ship against G7 hostiles. So particularly if you're high G6 going into G7, this can give you an extra edge there as well.
To answer the question in chat, some people do have Godsend free. Yes, because it was available in specific event rewards and a limited time event store. Today, ironically, there are no sourcing. There is no sourcing for the Godsend. It was available, and it was made available free to play. Then it went away. So, the Godsend does not have sourcing. Some players were fortunate enough to earn it for free, but then players who had partial progression or chose to skip it at that time have been left in the dust in the meantime. So the Godsend now having a regular source of shards is a good thing. Jules, others that do have value to players, but do exist in other places. For example, the Quantum Slipstream Drive, the Execution Post, and the Agony Booth. Do you recommend that players look at that here in the Legendary Credit Store, or continue to use their original sources of shards?
Use your original sources. There's other valuable things. The Echo Papa is another one that did show up in event stores. It may be in the current one. I haven't checked yet. Or I think I already have that unlocked, so I can't see it. So that one, the only other source was event store in heavy quotation marks. So that may be something that may be valuable if you are into PvP to take a look and unlock that one through the store.
Last category that we're going to look at here is 10 new prime particles, including V'ger filaments, seals of Kotal, the prime temporal disruptors, V'ger prime particles, prime orbit medallions, V'ger particles, prime weapons drain, prime hull breach resilience, prime wartime morale, prime shearing boost. These 10 particles, Jules, actually source significantly more primes, a total of 26, of which nearly a third of are multi-tier. Let's talk about these primes. The original Alliance Tournament store was amazing for one thing, especially right up front, which was the free-to-play unlocking of dozens of primes. Here, we see the same thing. Access now to 26 primes that are available for players to start choosing. I don't think that we are going to see the rate of progression like we saw with the original Alliance tournaments, but this will give players an opportunity to hone in on one or two and focus on a prime that may be important to them. So, Jules, as we're looking through these 26 primes that are available, what might be something that you look at in, like, say, your top 5?
Okay, well, top 5. So the V'ger filament is another interesting direction, but because they use legendary particles or legendary credits, it's actually almost exactly the same cost as getting the refit, the node infected refit, as getting the first 2 levels of the prime vengeance parts, and the same timetable. So it's kind of a back and forth which one you want to go with. Do you want to refit, or do you want these and then continue to work towards level 3 as you continue to go? Surge Research, I don't think you need cost efficiency there unless you are progressing quickly. Seal of Kotal, which is the Warmonger, that is available through a very slow drip from the War Room, I would ignore. The Prime Temporal Disruptor for free-to-play players. This is really cheap to unlock, relatively cheap to unlock, so can be something valuable for lower ops who are still looking at getting all of their temporal artifacts unlocked. V'ger Prime Particle. Now, this is exclusive free access for the first time. These are your prime bonus refineries. This is interesting if you are a heavy grinder, heavy miner, heavy everything else, but not a heavy spender. Now you have an option to get those extra refineries. We had already kind of done the math when this kind of came out. It actually makes sense. If you've unlocked that, you'll get more for less mining if you do 2 chests of each, if you were already trying to do 3 chests beforehand. So there's some math there. If you're a heavy miner, that's valuable to you.
Hi, Jay.
Yeah. I would skip Prime Weapons Trade, Prime Hull Breach Resilience. That was really good when it came out. May still be good. I'm not sure. Crit Floor kind of nerfed that a little bit. Prime, skip the wartime morale, skip the shearing boost, especially for G7 players. No one's really using their cube as much anymore for charging and actually shooting their beams. So then all of Prime Orbit Medallions, those have other sourcing as well, albeit slow. I would still skip that. The Augment, well, I think it's the away team tab on the gifts area that will give you more Prime Orbit Medallions, so skip that. feature particles, you're getting a slow drip through the Maverick faction, but there's no reason to not expedite that drip. It is a highly effective research still, and it is available at Ops 68. So while you're doing your slow climb through G7, and while you're looking, your slow climb through the end of G6, and you're looking towards G7 as your eventual goal, but you kind of want to sit around at G6 because you've heard G7 sucks, then you can still start building up that uncommon material efficiency for your station. So you eventually, as you start looking at Ops 72 and above, you'll already be a huge leg ahead of where we all were when we first went through it.
Absolutely. So there's taking a look at the primes. I appreciate your analyst or your analytics on that, Jules. For me, I very much am going to be looking at the V'ger particles, probably right up front. V'ger filaments, I also like. I think those are probably going to be the top two that I look at just because of Vengeance parts cost efficiency with the filament. But the V'ger particles probably have the most value to me here, which is the material station cost efficiency. I don't mind. So the V'ger prime particles have much less significance to me because they're for a bonus pull in the refinery. Well, I don't mind. I don't use my refinery to begin with. So the V'ger particles are probably number one for me. V'ger filaments, probably number two for me. And honestly, those are probably the two. I don't think I could recommend a number three, Jules. For me, in my account, like with my progression, those are probably the two. But this is good. This is actually a good thing because it gives me a laser focus on the primes that I want. The legendary credits, as Mimi points out, are really, really scarce. The legendary credits are really, really scarce. So dumping them into one or two primes, probably not the bad thing. Mimi says the cost conversion on the V'ger particle is pretty terrible. The good news is I can still earn those, right? So this is a supplemental. It's going to let me have a little bit more. But you're right. They are very expensive, but so are the V'ger filaments. They have definitely, I think, Jules, just if you look at the cost, they have already identified which ones are the most valuable. Right? Like, they've already identified which ones are the most valuable, but there's definitely some other good ones here for catching up mechanics. And then, of course, with some of the miners out there, et cetera, et cetera. So there you go.
To be honest, these primes are third on my list. Any prime is still third down on my list and won't be something I touch for 6 months or more.
Yeah, agreed. Oh, because you're going for the skin. Yep, gotcha.
I'm going for the skin. I will also go for the Cardassian torture actuator because as I continue to go up in ops, I'm going to still have some problems probably against V'ger. Plus, it's got a really good reputation gain. So I may just want to unlock it. If not for anything else, just to upgrade it for an event. And I did kind of poop on the Gilded Shackle a little bit, but I agree with you. I think starting to pull that and starting to acquire that and starting to build that up and getting more efficiency is never a bad thing.
Yep, there you go. Savage Darkness asks, is this pinned in chat? Well, now it is indeed. And if you're listening in podcast, I'll go ahead and put it in there. The time is 12:11 a.m. Eastern time. In the Talking Trek graphics room, we've got, and by the way, this is the same sheet that you guys should hopefully already have bookmarked, but this is the same Alliance Management Services and Tournament sheet that Jules has maintained for a couple of years. This is just new tabs now added in, or not even new tabs, but updated tabs on the Alliance Tournament section. Mad Scientist Jules Verne on the stage with the scientific and analytical breakdown of our new Alliance Tournament tasks, rerolls, rewards, stores, currency, and the whole thing. Thank you very much, Jules Verne. Round of applause for him. Yay!
Thank you.
Divine says efficiencies are only bad for scrapping now. Come on, don't go there, Divine. Don't do it. Getting ready to wrap up our show tonight. Yes, we had every intention on going through Walter and Javier's video that they did with Game Beat or Game Break, Game Beat, I think is who it was. Obviously don't have time to do that tonight. We can get to that on the next show. Listen, it's going to age. It'll be fine. It doesn't matter if we do it tonight, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. It is a quote for the ages. As a matter of fact, Jules, it might be the next best quote by any Scopely employee ever since.
Oh, that's why I hate this stupid game.
All right. It is indeed. The players are our bosses. We do what they ask. Well, see, I don't think that means what you think it means. Okay, we'll talk about that in a future show, and break down that interview and what possibly they could be pointing to with regards to the Fleet Command product. And then, of course, we're going to continue to keep hope and provide analytics and some teaching and some commentary on the current state of the game as we carefully monitor what is going on with the game and trying to keep an eye on what's happening in Culver City and maybe even more importantly Barcelona right now. So WildStar, the customers are like a casual boss, you know. Yes. Plugster says, what is this video? You know, so it's actually been out for about a month. And we just kind of found it as a community. I didn't. I had, for some reason, it's just popped up because I had like 3 players send it to me today. Or maybe it was yesterday, but definitely somebody found it and now it's making its way through the community just like wildfire. It's absolutely crazy, actually. Magic says, you just made me throw up in my mouth. I didn't say it. It wasn't me that said it. Okay, I didn't say that. That was Walter. Walter said it. But we'll talk a little bit about that coming up on a future show. But sorry, we didn't have a whole lot of time to get to it tonight. But there was one thing, Jules, if you're still here, there's one last thing that I would like to call out and wish a very special, this is like a public service announcement, particularly for our community. There is a very special birthday today. Okay, very special birthday today. Did anybody actually realize that there is indeed a famous celebrity VIP in our midst who was celebrating a birthday today? And I'm just kind of curious if anybody knows who it is. You guys probably all forgot. You probably all forgot all about this birthday. Baby Jules? No, close. Okay, not quite. Savage Darkness says, I'm at a loss. Ladies and gentlemen, today is Cam's 4th birthday. And she had a cupcake. It was not the pantsless bear, Super Hater. What's wrong with you? Today is Cam's 4th birthday. I think 4th or 5th birthday. And she sends over her extreme love, snuggles, and well wishes. And thanks you guys for the birthday wishes, the stuffy toys, and all the cupcakes. Ladies and gentlemen, happy birthday to Chamomile. All right. Cute. Tarpy asking me to double check the show schedule that we've got coming up for the next couple of days. So let's do that. Here we go. She made me a schedule. I'm looking for it. Where is it? Oh, I've lost it. It was posted, and I've lost it.
While you're looking for that, can I actually make an announcement of my own?
Yes, please. What do you got?
Okay. So I know that we've gotten really down in the dumps about the state of the game right now, and there's a lot of negative player sentiment over what's happening with new arcs and old arcs they've been touching. I decided to have a little fun. Bring a little fun back to our game. And this doesn't require you starting a new account or going back to your baby account. You can do this with your current account. So I'm going to set a set of challenges out for the community.
I love this.
There's going to be a list of 5. What we're going to do is it's not going to be released just yet, but next week at some point, there'll be 5 rooms where you can post your actual challenge, your try at this challenge. And then I am going to pull my 5 battle passes for M91, the next arc, out of each of those rooms. So 1 out of each room. And here is what they are. You guys are going to get an early sneak peek. I'll make an announcement next week when the rooms get opened, but here's your early sneak peek so you can start. Challenge number 1. What is the highest level FKR hostile you can hit with a Rialta?
Love that. Highest FKR hostile with a Rialta. Got that one. Okay, next.
Challenge 2. What is the smallest ship you need for a G6 Solo Armada? That's a level 61.
The smallest,
uncommon Solo Armada.
The smallest ship needed to kill. What is it now? Say it again.
A level 61 uncommon G6 Solo Armada. Or if you're feeling frisky, what about the level 70 epics? What's the smallest ship you can do with that?
Jonathan Ingram says, hold my Kira. Okay, yeah.
I want to see it. I want to see it.
I love that. All right.
Okay, here's another
one.
Number 3, your biggest power disparity in percentage in a PvP battle.
What? No.
Yeah.
No.
So we can really show off how squishy DJz is.
I don't like this one.
Or whoever, yes. So say you're running your Rialta and you're destroying DJs as a Philion, okay? Let's just all work on that. Caveat, I will not be giving credit for people who do not have full health in both ships, okay? All right. Number 4, this is exclusively for our G7 friends. The biggest OPC grab in the Veil. That's right.
Oh, that's right. A good one. That's a good one.
I'm going to influence you to go play in the Veil.
Hey, listen, anybody who plays in the Cool Kids Veil, this is going to be really easy for you guys. I leave my miners out. I don't recall miners ever. So if you see mine just growing like a fat tick out there, just let it keep going. Just let it keep going. All right? Just let it keep going. I'm not going to bring it home. All right? Just make sure you don't let anybody else do it. Maybe as a result, Jules, I'll have players protecting my miners just so they can take home the biggest OPC grab. I'll get my dailies done. Riskbreaker says you're not worth it. No, I am. I am. Okay, I am, because people will fight to keep my miner alive. It'll just keep blowing up. It'll just keep growing. And then somebody is eventually going to kill it when I stop mining. I'm not going to bring it home. And I'm going to get all my mining dailies done in one go. It's going to be fantastic. I love it. This is a great one. That's by far my favorite one. Okay, that's right, Tabby Moser.
Challenge number 5.
Guard my miners. You got it. Number 5.
Challenge number 5. How far can you get in a traditional group wave by yourself?
Well,
I know we've been doing the duo waves. We've been talking about impulse speed, and it's going to be much easier if you've got 2 GS31s.
I was getting ready to say, are we doing this with a junker or without a junker?
Totally. Let's just see how far can you get traditional group wave. All right, I just wanted to give you guys these starting points so you guys can go have fun. I'm going to put very specific stipulations in here. And here's the thing. The Battle Pass will just select a random person from within that channel that has posted. I will delete if you're just sitting there spamming it. I'll go through and filter that out. I want you guys to actually play in this. This is going to be a fun challenge, because really what the point of this challenge is for you guys to get back to what was fun, what showed progression, what blew your mind, said, oh my gosh, I remember how hard this was. I would love to try to do this again. I definitely want to see how big my Rialta can hit. You know what I mean? Can it hit a G5 hostile? So have some fun with that. The more contest rules will be posted next week.
All right, there you go. So Jules Verne's Fun of the Game contest. And by the way, this totally in line with our brand over here. Jules, thank you for sharing that with our audience and coming up with the game. I love that, because that is exactly what we're here to do, is to still try to play, have fun, remember that it's a game, enjoy the game, play the game as expertly as we can, and let the dumpster fires burn themselves out. So thank you guys so very much. I appreciate that. Webster says, so DJz is going to have to start playing the game. I play the game. I play it. Oh, what you talking about? I just don't finish everything because I can't. All right. Sherlock Holmes says, STFC struggling to make the game fun, so here comes Jules to the rescue, and I love it very much. Thank you. All right, guys. Appreciate you guys also very much for being here. If you're in our live studio audience, hang out for just a couple of minutes post-show, and we'll set you guys up a nice raid and go have a little bit of fun. I'd like to remind you guys all about our upcoming schedule this weekend. Let's see, we're going to do a bonus show tomorrow night, probably just kind of hanging out, maybe playing some more Droid Simulator, because I'm having a lot of fun with that. Saturday, Studio B that night. Sunday will be Mother's Day, but we're still going to be doing a show here for you with special guest, content creator Scribbler is going to be with us on Sunday. We're going to be talking about Fleet Command, but most importantly, we're also going to be talking about drinking around the world in Epcot, as she is going to be one of our official guides as we try to get all through the world of Epcot in 12 hours or less. So, Jules, there's going to be so many cookies. So many, lots of cookies. That's going to be happening Sunday. We'll take a look at next week, probably do a Monday, Tuesday. Probably will do a Wednesday. There will not be a Thursday, as we'll be traveling to Epcot to hang out with you guys on Friday the 15th. Saturday the 16th, we'll be starting our 24-hour stream and our first ever concerted, major, boosted effort towards a level 20 hype train, in which you will be paid out with a Chubby Bunny special presentation by Tarpitude. That is going to happen, and that is our next week and a half worth of content. We invite you to check out our website at Talking Trek STFC, UltimatDJz Plays, UltimatDJz.com. We appreciate you guys all. Thank you so very much for being a part of our live studio audience here at Talking Trek. A registered trademark and recorded in front of a live studio audience for distribution across podcast platforms everywhere. I'm your friendly neighborhood cat person, UltimatDJz, saying meow for now, love you, minute. Catch you on the next one. Good night, everybody. Live studio audience, hang out. We'll be back in a moment. Yeah, that was 3 hours. Can you believe that? That's crazy. 3 hours? Got to stop this insanity. We didn't even get through everything. Alcana says only 3. We didn't even get through everything I wanted to get through, man. We didn't even get through all of it. Oh, Jules left the stage. No, he's still there. Matters, where are you? You fall asleep?
I hate this stupid game.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's why I hate this stupid game.
All right. Yeah. Tabby Moza wants to play another battleship game. G6. There's a G7 now in there, too. All right. So there you go. All right, guys. We are going to go ahead and bounce. I wasn't going to stay super long. Vic says, now that the podcast is over, we can get real. And I am real. I'm as real as it gets, baby. I'm as real as it gets. Okay, don't have to worry about me. Guffa says, I spent too long crying G7 tears. Yeah, that's probably true. All right, let's see what we got here. I think Lost In is online, so we're going to pop on over there. And you guys have a wonderful, wonderful evening. You want to get an alert fix in? Q, if I do that, then I'm going to be stuck here for 20 minutes. You guys are going to start a hype train. I got to pee. I tell you what, here's what I'll do. I'm just going to turn the screen on. I'll turn all the alerts on. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm going to explode. Okay, so I'll turn all the alerts on. There you guys go. There's everything. You guys have fun. I'll be right back. Okay, Matters can talk to you, and you guys do the things if you want to do the things. The alerts are on. Okay, have fun. There you go. Daily's not scoring. What else is new? That's fantastic. Wrong button. Okay. All right, Matters. I'll be back.
You just need a bottle in the studio with you.
No, that's gross. He needs to go to the bathroom like a civilized person.
Mug?
No.
I mean, he doesn't need to show that he's doing it.
No, God, no. But just no.
That's messed up.
Nah, it's fine. I do it all the time.
Anywho.
I'm just lazy. I just don't even bother going to the bathroom, even if I'm not in the middle of anything.
All right. So, do we think that the tournaments will happen twice a month?
We think it will happen twice this month.
Right. It would be. Here's the thing.
I don't think it'll go twice a month forever.
Oopsie.
Here's the thing. It would, if they did. You could look at this completely differently and just be like, look, I need to get, in my month to get the same amount of reward that I used to be getting, right? In old currency, in old AT loot, right? Just like, I got to get 15 10K tasks over 2 tournaments, right? So get 7 or 8 this tournament and get 7 or 8 the next tournament, and now you have the exact same amount of loot per month, and you also have 2 bites out of the legendary apple, which I don't know. I think that actually, I think that may be the most simple way for them to maybe make it more palatable for us. Like if they're just say, hey, we're going to run it twice a week or twice a month, every other week.
You think it'll be easy to get 7 or 8 10K tasks every tournament if they're running it twice, even if they're running it twice a week?
Yeah,
or twice a month, whatever.
That's the thing. Like you don't have to worry about like, oh man, I used all my rerolls and I only got 1 10K task. Okay, great, right? Tomorrow, maybe you'll get 2, right? Like you only have to average 1.5 10K tasks a day, right? For every day of the tournament, right? So some days maybe you get 1, some days maybe you get 2, maybe you get lucky and you get a couple of days where you get 3, right? So you bank a little, but it's not going to be, even with the limited rerolls, it might be okay. It would be, I think they made a big, they could have used the Alliance tournament for both a catch-up mechanic and a introduction of recently, stuff that they want to release exclusively, or even like this is the only place that you can get them free to play. If they literally would have just left the rerolls alone, right, and let us essentially have unlimited rerolls, right, we would have still had to eat into those rerolls because they introduced more tasks. So they could have eaten that away a little bit, but then it would have been basically, you get your 66K or whatever, right? Of loot if you do 15 tasks, 10K tasks, and that's just for, that's basically an event store, right? That's basically a catch-up mechanic, right? And if you want the legendary, you get that by, with your alliance or spending, which is fine. And that's where the newer stuff comes. And then eventually all they would have had to do is just keep moving stuff from the legendary down into the regular, and then they keep replacing it. And just, I don't know. It just seems like they missed a big opportunity. Because there's nothing in the regular stuff that is, oh my gosh, can't have that too fast, right? Like it's old. It's all old stuff.
Yeah, but some of it's still very good for people that don't have it. It's just a lot of people have it.
But they've already throttled it by like you can only get this much per run. So, I mean, they're not throttling it by well, you can't have this one specific thing too fast. They're throttling it by basically saying, well, you can't have too many of these things as fast as possible, right? It's like, because if you want to concentrate on 1 or 2 things, you can get that 1 or 2 thing, as fast as possible.
I'm with Paulo here. Like, to be honest, I'm not optimistic that any of our feedback is going to make it into a new revision of Alliance tournaments. I'm also not pessimistic that Alliance tournaments is dead. Like, I think a lot of people are overreacting and saying that it's dead. I don't think that's the case at all. I'm very pragmatically saying I'm going to try to maximize the effort I'm willing to spend in this to get the most reward for what I can do. And it may not be as much as I was doing last month, but this is the reality that I'm going to live in. And I'm just going to be the best at what I can do with the time I'm willing to put into it. And it's not going to be, as Paulo has pointed out, 3 hours a day.
I wouldn't even say that it is mostly dead. You know, it is just not very great right now, but it's not dead.
I was just listening to you guys.
It's not dead. It just has COVID.
Yeah, it has long COVID.
Wow.
Too soon? Still? How long until I'm allowed to make COVID jokes?
I mean, it's still a thing, bro.
Well, yeah, it's still a thing.
It's got the black lung.
Game Junior says
if you're in
tournaments
the
aren't
right
dead.
place of the world, the plague is still a thing, but we're allowed to make jokes about that.
Is the Black Plague still a thing?
In some places, it happens.
Wow, too soon. Too soon matters.
Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Dinosaur.
IJ was talking about the leaderboards on our server. They've been very, very empty here lately. It's kind of been interesting to see. I was going to hop in and take a look at events. I did not do my tasks in completion yesterday. I think I only got one task yesterday because I don't grind. So I'm going to get less.
Take a look at your Alliance's placement and take a look who's in number 3.
Okay. Alliance leaderboard. Number 3, Shield, Mine, Grind.
That's me.
That's you? Shield, Mine, Grind.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
It's the new Allianceman.
You're losing.
Hi. We're going to kick your ass. Hi.
You're losing. You're losing. Okay.
Not for long.
Well, then I guess I need to get in here and do my task. Look at me. I've only done 4. I've only done 4. I'm a bad player. Let's see what we can get going in here. Acquire multiphasics.
You've only done 4 tasks?
Yeah, I started a 5th one and I didn't finish it, and then I didn't do my 6th one.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So let's refresh a little bit, see if we can get something that I might be able to use. I'm going to leave the multiphasics there in case somebody else wants it. Oh, see, son of a biscuit. Now there's the Maverick credits. Hey, sir, in my alliance, if there's anybody 54 and down, they're going to have the Bajoran one up. See, now I got to do what Jules says. I got to go into chat. Hey, anyone ops 54 and down, the Bajoran credits are up in AT store. Okay, there you go. 4 tasks must have been an accident. No, I did them. I got temporal disruptors for a couple. I did materials on one. I finally weaseled my way and cheated and did multiphasics on another one, which is not technically cheating.
I still haven't got a temporal disruptors task.
Oh.
I claimed a 7-star Mats one, and a temporal disruptors one popped up immediately, like from the one that I claimed. So I very quickly went and I polished off that 7-star materials one, and the disruptors task had already been scooped up.
That's a shame.
It went fast.
Hey, look, see, someone in my alliance grabbed it. Look at that. Oh no, he's up 62. Nobody's gotten it yet. See, now how long do I wait before I become a jerk and cycle out a task that somebody else could do?
You don't.
Why would you not cycle out the multiphasic credit?
Because
Who the
that's
hell wants
also
that one.
a lot of people might buy a pack.
Yeah, but why would you
just talking about how no one's buying packs in your alliance?
Why would you cycle out the one that somebody can do for free?
Hey, and Honey, what's up, buddy? Yeah, so I haven't claimed my alliance gifts. What did I have the other day? 11, and it's been 2 days since I played. Now we're up to 16. I'm actually letting it go just to see like what my alliance is going to do. And by the way, this is crazy. My alliance used to buy 40, 50 packs a day. I'm not kidding. We're at 16 packs now in the last 3 days. Yikers. Bad news bears. Well, somebody got it. Look, there's Epic Wrath credits and simulation codes. So somebody grabbed it. Simulation codes. Didn't Jules say that was tied? That was tied to something, right? So let's go over here and take a look. Simulation codes.
I'm not sure. I think it could be, there could have been a task that looks like, my theory is that there's one for solo waves, the solo wave ciphers. I just don't know if, I don't think that one's free to play either. So even if it's tied, I still don't think either are free to play.
Okay, so we can let simulation codes go. Multi-phasic credits again. But see, somebody's going to grab that. Somebody grabbed it a minute ago.
Or re-rolled
Or they refreshed it.
Or they re-rolled it. Yeah, because there's still only 16 gifts, so they didn't do it. Yeah, Benny Hill. Peeps are speaking with their wallets. I think it's good. Somebody asked what the text was I got at the beginning of the show. I don't feel like I should read that.
You said you were going to talk about it later.
I did, didn't I? All right.
You did. You made a promise.
Read every third word, and we'll just fill in the blanks.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's going to make somebody uncomfortable.
Then don't do it.
Somebody here?
Yes.
Is it me?
No.
Well, then it's fine.
Yeah, this is great. No, I'm not. I don't think I'm going to do it. It was a sext from Matters. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Wrath credits. Wrath credits.
That doesn't make me uncomfortable.
2,400 Wrath credits. Is there any way to do that one, Jules? 2,400 Wrath credits. That's Augment Store.
I don't believe so. There's no like bulk way of getting Wrath credits. You can get them from gifts of Reliant if you've been saving those up. But the refinery for that is pretty low.
Yeah.
And you can't trade down for them.
Yeah, you can't trade down for the epics. There was one for rare. We could do that. All right, so we'll cycle that one out. Oh, see, somebody already did. Borg sphere parts. See, now this one tempts me. Cruzito says, you never answered my DM about the file I sent. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet, Cruzito. I will. Like I said, I'm trying to gather everything up, and I'll work on it this weekend.
You never told me the joke that you started the show saying that you had for me.
I did. It was the McDonald's joke, Matters.
Oh, okay. It was one of the stupid news. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. All right.
You just said I have a joke for you, and then you started talking to somebody else in chat. You got all distracted, and then you want stupid news. I didn't realize.
Temporal disrupted time. Temporal disrupted time.
The joke for it.
Lucky me. Lucky me. So
yay.
Is this my first one
I did
of the day?
a Starfleet Honors or whatever it's called poll. Finally, first one ever. And I got the lucky poll, the 200 and whatever, 240 or something.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Didn't you say you've only ever got the 64?
Hey, you're building to level 5.
Oh, it's a bit higher than that, thanks to the gifts and battle pass and stuff that they've given us. I think it's 11 or something.
How many temporal disruptors does a rare shard give? Is it 75? I know an epic gives 150, right?
Why don't you just convert one, and it'll tell you how many in the little pop-up.
It's such a pain.
Just how much points you get.
Did you already do your Rares Indie poll? Your Rares Indie Armada poll?
That would presume that I can actually, that I've got the currency to pull that. Let's see. Yeah, can't pull that. I'm trying, Andalisha. trying
167 rare shards
120
is the amount that you would need to convert.
90.
125 epic.
Temporal test.
125 epic. I knew that. How many rare?
167.
So they give 90. Okay. So I only need to do 7. I don't need to do 7 because I've got a partial task running right now. So I need to do 7. 7. So we got down here that I can do 7 of. 7 rares. That would be a Stone of Memory, perhaps. 3. Temporal Observatory. Temporal Observatory, I don't think gives temporal disruptors, does it? La'an's Watch does. Temporal Observatory should. I'm going to click it.
Yeah, it does.
Yep.
It's
Yay.
Yep.
The only one that doesn't, which is weird, is the strand of Krenim hair. Is the only one, I think, that
there's a
maxes
bunch.
That maxes out at level 12.
No, there's a bunch. If it doesn't have remnants,
That's
it
a
will
free
not
one.
convert.
That's a free one. Galactic Recruits, that's a free one.
Wait,
I gotta leave it.
No, it'll convert. It just doesn't convert to temporal remnants. It converts to with the other one, the old one.
Like DTI plaque. If you have extra DTI plaque, doesn't count. You've got extra strand of Krenim hair or the DTI temporal device or Anorex data pad or Section 31 beacon or the Start dispatch, you still can't. Those won't convert because they do not have remnants. Emperor George's crown does not convert. The only ones that do are ones that have remnants that you can source.
And Alicia says, how is Galactic Recruits one free? Emergency field rations, actually. Quazel, good morning. Hey, Nelly. STFC added Twitch drops for the game. Yeah, I think that must have been an experiment. They were only up for a few minutes, and now they're gone. They didn't give anybody any rewards, but obviously they're tinkering with it, so that's kind of cool, right? It's kind of cool. I'm into it. I don't think anything happened with it tonight, but I mean, obviously we'll keep an eye on that. Quazel, good morning. He says, do you know what time it is? Yes, very, very late, obviously, since you're here. It's past my bedtime. What's up, man? How are you? How you doing? All right, so now another 125, which I can do with Janeway's pocket watch. Get that task done. Okay, cool. Vic says the drops will probably be Cadet LaForge shards. You're not getting your hopes up. Actually, I found an article on it. Well, I think Tarpy sent it over earlier, so I didn't find it. Tarpy sent this over, and let's see what this is. But I don't know if it's actually right yet. I don't think it's active yet. Twitch drops, the feature allow players to earn exclusive in-game rewards simply by watching their favorite streamers on Twitch. This is your chance to collect freebies while enjoying STFC content. All you need to do is link your Twitch account with your game account, tune into participating live streams, and watch the magic happen. The longer you watch, the more rewards you can earn.
Watch the magic happen means something different where I'm from.
Check your Twitch email. Visit your Twitch settings. Ensure your email matches your Scopely account. Log in to this website. Make sure you're signed into your Scopely account. Go to the Twitch Drops webpage at StarTrekFleetCommand.com.
This is too much work for me.
Hold on. So where is it? I didn't see it at StarTrekFleetCommand.com.
I've been informed that I need to get you to read the text because, and I quote, when do we shy away from making people uncomfortable? End quote.
I'm not reading it.
Okay.
Right now.
Well, if you feel uncomfortable, you can go ahead and read it.
No, stop it. I'm not doing it. I don't see. Maybe it's not up yet. Oh, StarTrekFleetCommand.com/Twitch. Okay. Is that it? Page stuff. Oh, no, this is the same one we just had. It says that go to Twitch Drops webpage on StarTrekFleetCommand.com to log in under the Twitch account section. So I don't think it's live yet, guys, because it'll probably be under community. What is this? What? Wait, what? What is this page? Why is all loop stuff all over it? I don't have anything. What is this page? Where's my stuff? Lube. See, if you guys needed more proof, I'm number one. If you guys needed any more proof that lube is the new pack, all right, and Hero Alliance tournaments, here it is. Okay. Oh my God, I can't believe this is actually happening. People have been believing it. Don't believe that.
That's
That
messed
is
up.
Extreme sarcasm. I love lube to death. It had nothing to do with it, but I said it to somebody. They were like, "Really? God, I can't trust them Brits." I loved it. I'm like, "Wait, no, really." I was just playing. Like I was totally.
What is wrong with you?
I was teasing. I'm teasing. It's not really Lube's fault. It's totally Lube's fault. Okay. Wait, what? Yeah, no, total evidence how much of a shill Lube is. Okay, it ain't me. It's Lube. You're right. I'm not the spotlight guy anymore. Apparently, I never was. Look, I've got nothing on here. Oh, wait, look, there's one. Holy God, look how old that is. Hold on, what is this? I'm pretty sure I remember recording this video. I think I'm wearing a
Greetings, Commanders, and welcome to the briefing room. I'm Community Manager Echo. With me is Community Manager Beck. Beck, how are you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing very well. For those of you that don't know what the briefing room is all about, this is a show that is focused on the community. We answer questions, go over hot topics, meet some of the many community members that are within the Star Trek Fleet Command community itself. And Beck, we have a very special guest today, don't we?
That we do. We have
Very
another one of our
special.
content creators with us today.
Super special.
UltimatDJz. How are you, DJ?
I'm wonderful. How are you guys today? What's up?
Doing great. So, for those of the audience that don't know who you are, what's with the cat setup, cat mask and everything?
I like cats.
Okay. Is that it?
No, you know,
You look like you're robbing a
couple
bank.
of years ago when starting making content for Star Trek Fleet Command, it was just kind of one of those things where it was just a fun thing, and I wasn't really.
I don't want to continue with this. I don't.
No, keep watching it. It was great.
I don't want to continue with this.
Was that the very first trip to Culver City with Bubba and Trader and everybody?
No, this is my studio. Look, this is my stream room right here.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Is this what got texted to you? Are you the person that's going to be made uncomfortable?
It's me. Oh my God. I forgot about this. Dude, I forgot. I mean, I didn't forget. Now I remember, but I had forgotten that I had the actual cat mask.
Prepared to like go full frontal on the internet or anything like that.
Why
So
would I even say those words? Jeez, God, no. This is exactly like what happens when actors say they don't like to go back and watch their old work. I don't like to watch my own stuff. Okay. The radio DJs don't like to go back and listen to their old stuff. Okay. This is terrible. This is awful. God, I can't believe I made something like this.
we started with
thing you ever
the
put out.
avatar. You know, when we were doing videos, YouTube, and this and that, we had the cat avatar, and then it kind of just became a big thing. It grew, and everybody likes the cat, and so the cat stuck around for 3 years, and so that's it. Really, we picked the avatar just because I am a cat person. I like cats, so I picked the cat. This cat looks like my cat.
Why is this on the website?
Is my cat. It's very creepy when you stop and think about it.
You're wearing your own cat on your face right now.
I am. I am wearing my cat.
You can't say that either. What is wrong with you, bro? You can't say words like that. God bless
You skinned a cat and put it on your face?
There's a cat on my face.
Is this why you don't have a cat anymore?
Yeah.
This is why I don't. This is why I don't have videos on the creator page. Yeah, Lube's got 15 videos on the creator page. This is the one that I've got.
You didn't have a cat last year when I was there. So where did the cat go?
He ate it.
I did not eat it. What the hell's wrong with you, man? That's terrible. Why would you say such a thing?
How'd you get it all over your face?
Face.
Oh my goodness. For those who don't know that
even Beck's like, oh my God, no. Did he really just say that? No, he did not. He did. Move forward. Move forward.
the cat avatar that usually exists on DJ's channel is like an animated cat that sort of sits over a green screen. It's actually it's pretty cute to look at. It's very cute and snuggly to watch. And because of that, the entire stream that he has is almost cat centered. You know, there are different elements that all involve the cat. But I've heard that a couple of changes have taken place regarding.
You know what? You're right, Brett. Why was this something we spent time on? I don't remember. Why? By the way, this was at a time in the game where things like actually weren't that bad, right? So it was okay for them to spend time on silly things like this, okay? I mean, there wasn't, the game was actually in a much better place. So like there was time that we could do, you know, silly little things like this. We didn't have to worry about the world burning down every single day. Not creepy at all, says Lasik. I know, man.
And Beck was trying really hard to justify it.
I know. She was.
What a friend. What a saint.
Ken Shadow says your face reveal was a big deal for everyone at the time. I guess I was the first one that did it though, didn't I? Because after me, then came Samo, did a face reveal. Lube did a face reveal. I think I was the first one. Well, Rev never had a face reveal, but he was the only one then that was like real face. You know what? You're right. I'm embarrassed. I've got to go. Good night, everybody.
Oh, hey, chat. What's up? What y'all doing? Y'all having a good day? What you doing? I see you guys watching my video. You watching my video from way back in the day. Way back in the day when I ruled this roost. This was my house. My house, chat. Nobody else coming in my house. Not that DJ's guy, not that human skin guy. No, this was my place. My cat on your face every day.
That's messed up. I changed the hat.
What? I think if Beck wasn't part of that interview and it was just you and Echo, that thing would have gone way off the rails. Like, she's doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that interview.
I'm number one.
I am number one. I've always been number one, fools. What are you doing way over there? What are you doing way over there? I moved over here, you dummy.
Yeah,
oh, no, it's a sticker party. Sticker party. Let's go. I want to see all your cat stickers. You guys want to bring me back? I want to be back. Give me all your stickers. Let's go. Stickers. Stickers. Free stickers for everybody. Let's go. Okay. Oh, it's fun. Oh, it's still going. Okay, still going.
Oh, that was fun. Thank you, guys very much. Oh, wrong button. Thank you for the sticker party. Thank you. Holy smokes. Terrible, terrible stuff. Okay, continuing with the video.
The cat.
I have heard that as well.
Oh, come
he has
on!
his almost cat.
That was not in the video! Beep boo bop 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 beep boo bop bop. All right, continuing.
Centered. You know, there are different elements that all involve the cat. But I've heard that a couple of changes have taken place regarding the cat.
Dang,
I've
right.
heard that as well. DJ, I heard through the grapevine that you've actually, for the first time in your entire content creating career, have shown your face.
I did. I drew inspiration from my dear friend Ripper, and just, you know, with wanting to grow the channel and wanting to do bigger things.
Ripper was.
It kind of became apparent after a while that eventually, you know, I'm gonna have to do something with my face. I'm gonna have to let myself be.
Who says I'm gonna have to do something with my face?
I am so positive. I'm full of positive energy.
Nobody says words like that, you dummy. What? Who wrote your script that day? I'm gonna have to do something with my face, you idiot! God, why is this the video that survived? God, this.
I don't open it, then later I can claim ignorance, right?
I have to do something with my face, you dummy.
Introduced to the community when we go to cons, when we travel, when we visit with you, Mr. President. So just whenever things like that are going to happen, obviously I'm not going to be able to wear this.
Well,
why not?
In that regard, does that
look.
mean that we get the honor and the privilege of having a face reveal as well?
Well, absolutely, of course. That is one of the reasons why I wanted to meet with you guys today, was just kind of come around and introduce myself to the broader community. You guys have known me as...
This is what you wanted to introduce to the broader community. You wanted people to see this. That's what you... This was your introduction to the broader community? What the hell were you thinking? Zoidberg, don't make it weird. Okay, please, don't make this weird. What are you doing? Cocaine's a hell of a drug. All right, I can't believe this is still on the internet. Oh my God, Cyber Demon, go turn off the show. Turn it off. Go now! Hurry!
This is DJ Catman, and your friendly neighborhood cat person. But
who says DJ Catman? What the hell drugs were you on this day? Oh, for the love of Pete. I want to die. I want to die right now. Oh, shit. Zoidberg, asshole.
today I'm going to be just DJ. I'm going to pull back the mask and introduce myself to the entire Star Trek Fleet Command community. So I guess is it time?
Oh man, you can have the floor.
This is all up to you. We can put some like fancy music in the background, drum rolls and everything like that.
I don't like to change in front of people. So just give me a second here. I gotta.
Suffer. Darby says you sound about as nervous as I felt in February. Yeah, this is not good. This is not good content. What? Oh, God. Bro, this was the worst decision you ever made. I just want you to know that. I want you to remember. I want you to go back. I know why we forgot about this video. I know why. It's because this is traumatic. This is traumatic. And you didn't. And you shouldn't want to remember this. This needs to come off this website. Immediate. Thank you very much for the crabs. I like it. Let's get on.
The pants on? Oh gosh. Pants. I'm not. Okay.
What? Wait! What? You actually undressed on I can't, we can't watch any more of this. I can't, nope, can't do it. I won't do it. What's happening? What is this? Oh, damn, it's a hype train. Okay. We got a hype train. No, I wasn't wearing pants. We're gonna come back to this. We're gonna come back to this after. Wait, it's a treasure train? Oh, God. Done, thank you.
Oh, come on. Why is there a humpy turtle on DJ's head? Shouldn't do things like this. Guys, we've got 90 seconds left. We're halfway through our first level on a treasure train. Zoidberg dropping 100 bits. Doug and Andalisha dropping 100 bits. Broken Wolf, Zoidberg, Broken Wolf, Benny Hill, Zoidberg,
DJ,
Guffa,
what is wrong with you?
Zoidberg, and Guffa dropping bits for all of your stupid humpy turtle stickers. Johnson. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
DJ's After Dark on the screen. Does that mean everything goes now?
No, I didn't put that out there. Somebody else did it. I didn't do it. 63% of a level 1 hype train. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it.
You just turn your headphones off for 30 seconds.
I'm not doing it. I won't do it. Oh.
All right, fine.
No matters.
I'll hold it in.
What are you smacking me for? All right, 30 seconds left, 70% through. Thank you, guys. Where's Griffin? Griffin is actually out of town. He's on a production shoot. He's on a production shoot right now. Wait, what? Caledon says you wanted to be humped by a turtle? I did not. I did not say anything of the sort. What are you talking about? I didn't say that ever. Yeah, he's doing his real job. This was... Divine says this was all you on face. Yeah, no, this is.
Yep.
This is an embarrassment.
Good times.
Embarrassment. And Alicia, thank you for your 100 kitty bitties. Thank you very much. Caledon, thank you. Doug, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, there you go. Okay, guys, appreciate it. Hype train over. Thank you. Whoa. All right, let's finish this. Oh my God, this was 18 minutes.
The layers are coming off.
You look ridiculous. Oh, look at
wow.
And there he is in the flesh.
And ta-da!
Look at that cute boy.
Nice to meet you.
Oh my God, he looks so young. Look how baby face he is.
Oh, I know.
Oh my God, how long ago was this? I actually look good. I mean, is this what you guys have done to me? Hold on. Is this what you guys have done to me? I want you to look at how old I look right now. I want you to look at the age, Scopely, that you've put on this guy. Oh, come on. Zoidberg. Fleet Command, I want you to look at the age that you've put on me here. Okay? I want you to look at the years that you've put on this face. This was in 2023. This is only 3 years ago. STFC has aged me, guys. Look at that.
15.
The lighting. Is the lighting better in that video than it is in my studio now? Yeah, Lasik says STFC has aged you that much. I mean, damn. Beefaroni has aged me. Nah, keeps me young. It's the elixir of life. Okay. Berlin says, I think a divorce might have had something to do with it. Possibly. That could have had something to do with it, too. I stopped using a filter. Yeah, I've aged
Everyone
15
knows
years
men
in 3 years.
lives when they're on their own.
I've aged 15 years in 3 years. I'm gonna be a skeleton in 4 years. I know. This is hilarious. Oh my.
Hi, nice to meet you for the very first time ever.
It's nice
My
to
name's
meet
DJ.
you face to face.
Known DJ for about a year now, and just seeing his face, it's like
it's wild.
It's shocking, right?
Yeah.
It's certainly not nearly as cute as the cat was, but you know, we'll roll with it. We'll go with it.
And by the way, I just want to point out the fact that I decided that it was a good idea not only to dress like a damn cat and then to come on camera, but I decided this day, look at that monster zit. I want you to look at that monster zit on my face right here. Okay? That, like, can you guys see this huge red volcano on my chin right here? Okay? That, I don't know about you. It's the first thing I look at. Like, I can't look at this video without, my God, look at that crater on your face. You couldn't have concealed that? Where was your makeup person then? God, you missed. You left the zit. Where is the cat mask now? To be honest with you, I don't know exactly. It's probably in the house. Probably.
So
Your
DJ,
house or
I guess.
both moms?
Do what?
It's probably at your house or Bull's mom's.
You think it's still in the studio somewhere? I don't think it's probably out here. It's probably in the house. I don't think it would be out here. I'll see if I can find it, though. That'd be great.
Now that we get to see you and we are learning so much more about you, how long have you been making content for at this point?
Oh, gosh. Almost 4 years. I guess 3.5 years. Coming up this fall would be 4 years of making content inside Star Trek Fleet Command. I was a day one player, and it wasn't very long after that I decided that I kind of wanted to do something a little bit extra. And we started with just a podcast, a radio show.
That's television before.
All right, Zoidberg.
But apparently sometimes I don't watch I don't watch the news. And I've never, ever been on live television because I'm a kid, and apparently Grandpa just gives me a remote after we watch the Powerball. I just freak out.
Just like you.
That was my first interview, actually. That was my first interview ever. Yeah. All right, I can't watch any more of this. This is terrible. Can we go? No, I'm not watching anymore. Do I have a task? I've got a task up, don't I? Going back. Can't handle it. Can't handle it.
All right, everyone, hop over to the studio. We'll have a watch party there. I'll set it up.
Did I link my? Oh no, I completely. Wait, how did you figure out how to link your account? That's what I was trying to figure out when I came over here. I cannot believe. Can't believe that's there. I want it taken down. All right, how do I link my account?
Just be careful doing this on screen because it will pop you up to sign in pages.
Okay, great. Where do I click? You guys tell me where to click first. Oh, I got to go through Twitch. Okay, let's go through Twitch. So okay, I'm going back to screen. How do I find it on Twitch? Drops and rewards.
What's the reason behind doing this? Why are you doing this?
Because I want free Mbenga shards. The hell you talking about? Star Trek Fleet Command.com/Twitch. I'm here, but that login button. Okay, Scopely account. Okay. Logging in. We sent a code to your email. I do not like this code to my email.
I hate it. I get enough emails. I don't need more. I haven't.
Right.
I log in. I log in like once a month now, maybe.
Okay.
For the web store.
Log in with Twitch. Confirm link. Wait, it says caution. Once linked, this Fleet Command account can't be linked to any other Twitch account. That's a unicorn fart right there, folks. Thank you. Start watching. Okay, now I'm going to open my own channel. Okay, there we go. Now, where are my drops? How do I see drops now? I've now turned on my own channel, and I see no drops. Night Diver says all this for Mbenga shards. Yeah, original Mbenga. I don't know what it's giving. I have no idea what it's giving. Crocus says you're all done. They need to be activated by Fleet Command and Twitch. They need to start a campaign. Okay. Well, we'll have to wait for them to start a campaign. Okay. Well, fantastic. Thank you for walking me through that. More ways that I need everybody having access to my data. It's fantastic. Cyber Demon, I don't know if it's original Mbenga. I was making that up. I have no idea. I don't know what's in it. We didn't even know. Yeah, the drops are over. We didn't even know about it. All right. So you can only earn while watching others. Okay, well, we're gonna go right over to Lost In. Yeah, no, Fisty, that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna see a drop. This is what's gonna happen. You're gonna see a drop. You're gonna click claim, and then Twitch is gonna crash. You're gonna force close everything. You're gonna reboot. You have to reboot. That was it. It was a bundle, and it contained one battle pass point. All right, so congratulations, everybody. You got one battle pass point. It's funny. Okay, back to tournaments. I've got 3 rolls left. 3. I've only done 2 of my tasks. And I've only got 2 10,000 point tasks because I can't re-roll the third broken one. And then I'm going to be forced into less than a 10. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Yeah. Yeah. Is it? Is it worth it? I think I have enough. I don't ever spend them. I've got like 40,000 of those things, to be honest with you. I've got so many. Like, I'm a terrible player. Oh my gosh. I think I forgot my login reward yesterday. Did I forget my login reward? What are you guys up to? I've got... Oh, yeah, I definitely missed one. I'm only on day 9.
I think I'm behind. That's where I'm at.
What is this?
I'm on 10.
Yeah, I missed one. Damn it. I knew I did. This one right here. Let's see. Math time. 7,000 divided by 800. 9 times 2,200. I could do it. I could do it. I've only got 1 reroll left. I'm going to re-roll this one. See if I get lucky. Holy crap! How lucky is that? Wow! Wow! That's amazing. All right. Mine. That's awesome. I'm so happy. Me so happy. All right. Let's go over to our ship packs. And
you think that the materials and stuff that we're getting from these login rewards is part of the reason that there appears to be less in the battle pass?
Yeah, 100%. We did the math on it. That's exactly where it is. It matches. Yeah, okay. but it matches the free track and what we were getting. The actual paid track is actually less. Oh, Tarpy says it doesn't match. Wait, I thought you said it did. Oh, no. I thought you said it did match. It's not. They're all less. Okay. I knew that we had determined that the paid and the mythic, well, the mythic doesn't really count comparatively. The paid track was significantly less, and the free track was significantly less, but I thought it was supplemented with the calendar. So it's all less. It's all less. Okay, got it. Clawback. Hey, guys, don't you remember when we got a 20% choice tax? You guys remember that, right? Yeah. Okay, well now you got a 20% undue tax. Undo. Okay, you got a 20% undue tax.
All right. Only 20%? They're so generous.
Oh, no, I don't have a converter. Tarpy says there was never a tax when we went to choice. Okay, I don't remember. That was a long time ago. Okay, how many of these do I need? What did I need? 2,600 and what? Yeah, I got another building queue. That's nice. It's totally worth it.
Temporary. On lease.
2,485.
Rentable.
2,485. 2,485 divided by. We're going to do this one with multiphasics today, class. Divided by 33, that is 76 multiphasics.
Mm-hmm. Well, I could have told you that. You should have just asked.
All right. Yay. Cyber Demon, you're right. But there is a reason that I have 300,000 multiphasics. There's a reason. It is the only benefit I have to emptying my bank account for you guys every single month. When I do the pack giveaways, I get the multiphasics. Remember, you guys? I told you they make me buy the Vault of Latinum when I do my giveaways. That's how I pay my monthly bill. Zoidberg, cut me some slack, man. It's because I have to buy the damn Vault of Latinum. You remember, was it last month or the month before? I don't think it was last month. I think it was a month before we gave away $1,800, or maybe it was last month. So that is $1,800 worth of Vaults of Latinum that I had to buy. So 18 times, how many of them come now? 17,000? That's where they came from. So Cyberdemon says, the vault still exists? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. They turn the vault on my account every month when it's time for me to pay the bill. So I get targeted with just the Vault of Latinum pack, just me, and I get it with a shopping cart, and that's how I pay my bill every month. That's how I pay my bill. Cyberdemon says, that's effed up. Why? No, it's perfect. I actually love it. Because I don't have to deal with invoices. I don't have to deal with checks in the mail. I don't have to deal with bills and accounting and all that crap. They basically just like, hey, you're going to buy 18 spheres this month? Okay. Go in the store, buy 18 Vaults of Latinum with the slider. So it's one transaction. And then send us the receipt, and then we'll do your grants. And I'm like, okay, cool. That's how I do it. So just, think of all the lat. Guys, there's 30,000 lat in a Vault of Latinum.
Nelly.
30,000 lat in a Vault of Latinum. The benefit that I get is the multiphasics. And you know what? I'm not even sorry for that. If I'm giving away $1,800 to the community, I'm going to get me some 300,000 multiphasics. Night Diver says, sounds like fraud. How so? It's 1,000% it goes through their payment processing. It's like the most legit form of anything. Because now I've got receipts and They have their payment processing. They're still paying their taxes. I'm doing my stuff. Like it's perfect. It's way cleaner than anything else. I love it. And I can do it in like 60 seconds. Did I check Lost in stream title? No. Let's check it. Let's check it. Twitch. Everything is fine. It's fine. It's all fine, he says. Love it. It's a good one. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. It's all fine. All right, so I think I'm done. Does that mean I'm done with this task? I am. Look, I just got 30,000 points. Go me. But I used every last reroll I had. Every last one. Now, in fairness, I have intentionally not done any conversions yet. Intentionally not done my conversions yet. Where are they? Is it in the... No, it's in... Wait, was it in event? I thought it was in the event store. Yeah, here it is, right here. I have intentionally not done it. I've got 1.3 million of the old ones. But I haven't done it yet because I'm waiting to try to work my cooldowns for the next tournament. So... Wait, Kana says I've used all my conversions. Also, you used all your old ones? Ooh. That's scary to think about. That's something Lube was talking about earlier. Like, or no, actually, I think it was Quasel. Might have been on Lube's stream. I don't remember. Quasel was saying that, like, even this tournament is less painful than the next one is going to be because people had conversions. Good morning, A-Fox. How are you? So, yeah, like even this tournament is better for some people than they will be. Hey, you want to see something embarrassing? And I'm not talking about a YouTube video from 4 years ago. I'm going to show you my challenge track for this week. What is today? It's Friday, right? Yep, pretty sure. Hey, Sandra, what are you doing? Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Is it really morning time for you? Oh, yeah, it's 7:30 in the morning. Holy smokes, I got to go to bed. It's 1:30 over here. Man. All right. Are we about done? Oh, we were going to look at events. Do we have any events? Yeah, you see the single check mark over here? Yeah, that's what's wrong. That's what's wrong with my challenge track. There's one check mark here. It's flipping Friday. Yeah, I've been a bad kitty this week. Yeah, hey Fox, I've been a bad kitty cat this week. It's been busy. There's been a lot going on. There's been a lot going on. You know, the Alliance tournaments, and Sandra says at least get to milestone 3 for the outpost parts. You know what? Yeah, let's go do it. Let's go do it right now. Let's go do it right now. That means I only have to do one more day. If I do it now, I only got to do one more day, and I can get my outpost parts. Okay. And then we got to get ready to go. Jules, are you still awake?
Yeah. I don't know why.
I don't know why I'm awake. What is happening?
I'm like heavily contemplating grabbing this 100,000 Pioneers quest.
Why?
And just going for it.
Do you have enough starts for that?
I have enough. I have enough starts. I have 6 refreshes, and I've got 2 of the rare assignments that I need right in front of me. So I just need to get really lucky on refreshes and hope to get that same rare assignment.
Yikes.
And wait, also 80% crit chance.
Tobias says suck less. That's so rude. Can you believe he said that to you, Jules?
Though.
Can you believe
fair.
Night Diver says,
It's a trap. It is totally a trap.
Night Diver says, I heard the only Op 77 in the game is pissed off at this arc. Is he the only one? I don't think so. I don't think he's the only one. Are you kidding me right now? Are you flipping kidding me right now? Game's broke. What the hell? Where'd my ship just go? Did you guys just see that? It just like it slipped into a pocket of subspace and then just popped right back out in the middle. It hit an unexplained phenomenon, gas cloud, and then it spit me out in the middle of the system. Oh my gosh. Why? Why? Wait, why is my ship over there? That's not where I warped. Oh my God. Wait, what is actually happening right now? Are you guys seeing this?
Yay, bugs.
I don't know what's happening. I can't. This is what Burke says. Greatest game ever. Yes, I am literally lost in space right now. That is a correct, true statement. That's
If I
why
don't open it, then later I can claim ignorance, right?
Yep. Oh, game must have been open too long. Yeah, I've kept it open way too long today. Jules, are you going to do it? Did you do it? Should we turn on the whale cam for you?
No.
How's it going?
I haven't started it yet.
You're scared.
I'm like
aren't
way
you?
too tired to do this right now, but I'm still just staring at it, being like, "Do it."
I don't think you should do it.
Well, that makes me want to do it more now.
Oh my gosh, no! Don't do it.
Do it, Jules. Do it.
Who the hell is that?
Do it, Jules.
My inner soul talking to me.
Your inner soul needs to drink some apple juice.
That's my inner soul without cookies today.
Oh my God. Oh, guys.
Bucket.
What? It. That's what Jules said.
I just started it.
No!
Shit.
Oh no. He did it. He did it.
Come on.
I was gonna actually show that yeah, I know, a little late on the beep there. I am in trouble. I'm in trouble because my my Ferengi store doesn't have relativity blueprints either. I don't have junker blueprints or relativity blueprints. I can't get my relativity back. How else do I get my relativity? Is there any other place that I can get relativity blueprints? I looked in the DTI store. They're not there either. How do I get my relativity back? I need my relativity back.
You can't purchase another one? I know you can't purchase a GS31, but can you not purchase a relativity?
It's not in the refinery. Where did I park it? In the scrapper.
No, in the demolisher.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on. Who's got the Google link for the survey? I was actually going to do this earlier. I thought this would be really fun. Will you guys listen? There's still 225 of you guys watching. Will you guys help me fill out my survey? I saved
like
it. I saved it. I wanted to save the survey so that we could do it together. Can we do it together? I really want to do that. Sandra, do you have the link to the Scopely survey? I feel like I want to do this with the people. All right. I would like to have you guys help me to fill out my survey. Sandra's got it. Sandra for the win. Let's go. Fantastic. All right. What is my in-game name currently? Not entirely sure. What is my current in-game name? And was I supposed to change it today? Let's see. Let's go check. We're going to start here. Dude, where's my car? Where's my junker? All right. I do have a name change. My name change. Bruh. My name change is Taskmaster DJs. I like it. All right. Sounds like a great DJ name. So we're going to come back over here to our survey. My in-game name is Taskmaster DJs. What is my server? The best one. Current operations level. Why are there radio buttons on this? Are you kidding me? Why was that not like either a drop down or a short answer field? Why is that not a drop down? Okay. Op 72. Okay. Next, a recap of the previous update. Before we begin, oh my God, this is going to be so much fun. Okay. Before we begin, chat, we'd love to hear your thoughts on the previous update. It's been more than a month since its release. Why is the cat looking so creepy right now? So here's a quick refresher on some of the content that was introduced. The Borg Sphere, Borg Hostels, Sphere Refits, Maverick Task, Prototype Forbidden Tech, Chaos Tech, Mara Dalen, Epic Artifacts, New Missions, Active Duty Recall Program. That's going to be great. Okay. Looking back, how satisfied are you with the previous update? So, I really liked Maverick Tasks. Sphere's fine. Borg Hostels are fine. Mara Dalen's good. I always like a battle pass. Mid-ops was good. What QOL did we get? What was the quality of life last month? Kid Shadow says, compared to the current update, the previous update was the golden pinnacle of human achievement. I love it. All right. Man, I feel dirty for clicking satisfied, but I did like the Maverick track, like a lot.
Last month, I said I was very dissatisfied, but this month on the survey, I said somewhat dissatisfied because I was thinking about this month and how much worse it actually is.
Yeah.
They've managed to achieve a new low.
Can I skip this question? All right. I know. Don't call me a shill, but I mean, I like Maverick. I've been saying I like Maverick. I like Challenge Track too. So don't yell at me.
But that's not neither of those happened last month.
That was the previous update.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
Maverick Track and Challenge Track?
Maverick Track.
Maverick Track came out 2 months ago, 2 updates ago, and Challenge Track was like 4.
I like the new Maverick tasks.
The Borg Sphere ones?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good with it. I like that.
Okay. Well, then, yeah. So you're satisfied then.
Yeah, I'm slightly satisfied. I'm somewhat satisfied. How does the new content in this update Ooh. Obviously, it's much better than previous updates. Just kidding. I'm kidding.
I think they're still asking about last month.
No. This says, how does the new content in this update compare to
Yeah, but this is referencing the update. Yeah.
Why? I don't remember. Why are you asking me these things? Okay. I'm going to go with slightly better than previous updates because I like the Sphere. I like Maverick. Is that okay? Is that okay? From a technical perspective, how did this update compare to previous ones? Oh no, that's still worse, right? That's definitely always worse. It continues to get worse and worse and worse and worse. I like the Maverick task, Night Divers. I have praised the Maverick tasks. I've always praised the Maverick task. Conadejal says the Sphere is garbage. I don't think it is. I like it. I like it. It's getting me extra stuff. I'm tearing up my officers because of the Sphere. Conadejal says I barely use mine. I use mine every week. I like, you know what? And that's actually one of the things that I like is that it is a once a week grind. That's it. I go out once a week and I'm done. And honestly, that once a week is 17 hostiles. That's it. So you're right, Conadejal. I'm not using it a lot, but I only have to do 17 hostiles a week. So yeah, I'm not very fussy about that. I get full engagement, full rewards on 17 hostiles a week. I can live on that. I'm good with that. Have I tried a suppressor lately? Not this week. I did last week. Why?
I did today. Why?
Why? Why? Why, Divine? Why? All right, next. Community feedback survey update 90. That's this month. Update additions, best and worst. Which addition did you enjoy most in this update?
The Sphere. No.
No, I don't kill them without a Sphere. I've got a Sphere. Yeah. But yeah, if you're trying to use Leslie on that, I don't think it's going to work. Actually, it didn't work before they killed Leslie. It didn't work before they punched Leslie in the face. He definitely doesn't work now.
No, because it killed anything else in the first round, right?
Yeah. Instant death if no Sphere. Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. Okay. Which edition did you enjoy most in this update? Cyber Demon, I'm using the Sphere for the suppressors.
I said cosmetics.
Well, yes, Viper.
No.
Jules!
Oh, I'm sorry. I realize I'm unmuted still. God.
Did you run out of starts?
No, I failed 99% chance.
Oh.
No! Oh, no.
And here's the thing. I know that's a bug.
Yeah,
I know that's a bug.
It's a
Spider
bug.
Pig, Spider Pig
Does whatever a Spider Pig does.
Can he swing?
I can't finish it.
No, we can't. He's a pig.
Oh,
Look out.
Mathematically, I can't finish it.
That's so sad.
That's sad.
That's sad. Scalping, God, would you please just... And we're back. All right, back to our survey. What edition
messed up.
Did you enjoy the most this month? Oh my God. They put it here. They put it here, guys. Oh my God. I got to think about this. What did we enjoy the most? Here's a shit salad. Here's a pile of poop. Here's a dead rat.
No.
Over here's
cosmetics.
a week old carcass.
You like the titles.
I do like the title.
Right?
I do like
that is the shining beacon of this month.
I do like the titles.
It's the goddamn cosmetics.
Stop. People are going to be watching this on replay at their offices. Stop it.
Hopefully with headphones.
I'm going to have to put an explicit tag on this show. All right. Which edition did I
As long as
enjoy?
they don't work at a church, it's fine.
Which edition did I enjoy the least? Oh my God.
Too bad this one's a radio button.
How do we choose?
Why can't these be check boxes? Click, 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 click.
Where's the check all of the above button?
Right?
Oh my God.
It's a trap.
It is a trap. Jakers Gray says, I'm waking up to this filth. It's not my fault. Jules has had too many cookies to drink, and Matters is just always dirty. Okay? This isn't my fault. This isn't my fault.
A little bit your fault.
It's a little bit, partially. Oh, no. Guys.
It's good for ratings.
Guys. It was a trap. It was a trap.
It was a trap.
Divine, why did you let him do that? Why did you let him do that, Divine?
Was 18,000 away. If I would have gotten that, I would have been at less than 1,500 away. If I didn't lose that 99% chance ATA, I would be within one refine of getting that.
Man.
Ouch.
That sucks. So what, are you out of start? Are you out of starts? Is that what it is?
And I worked my cooldowns too, so there's no chance. I can't. 9 hours is going away. Poof, gone.
Gone.
Womp womp.
Womp womp womp. Okay. What did we enjoy the least? Okay, well, the remote campus is fine. Efficiency upgrades, I'm all for that. Starfleet Academy loop, also not terrible. I mean, it's bad, but not the worst.
What?
It's not the worst. The duo wave defense, also not the worst. I mean, not obviously great, but not the worst. I enjoyed playing that with Jules the other night. That was fine. The refinery's very good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the refinery. I think I like the Alliance Tournament's refresh worse than the refinery. Night Diver says, didn't people who bought packs for the new building still couldn't kill the drones? No, not really. Night Diver, if you spent $100 on the pack, you were reducing their incoming damage by like 60 to 65%. I mean, the building makes all the difference in the world. The building is the only thing that makes any difference. So, no.
And that's what makes it a bad loop.
That is what makes it a bad loop, because the only way to progress the building free to play is to kill the hostiles. But without the building, you can't kill the hostiles. It's like a ticketed entry. You have to buy the building in order to really get going on the hostiles. Now, that's for certain ops. Some ops are okay. If I am very fortunate, I can loot crew the G6 ones and then use the converter. But I can't kill the G7 hostiles.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. So, some people are, I'm fortunate. Some people are less fortunate than I, that they can hit the lower grade hostiles, but it's taking forever. I mean, we're talking hundreds, if not thousands of hostiles to get a single refine. So it's really, really bad. Night Diver says a level 26 building didn't help a member in my alliance. He's probably not doing it 100% right, but also, like, you don't have to hit your own level. Like, you can absolutely punch down a couple of levels and this loop still be viable, especially with loot crew. But again, it just depends. But the building is everything. The building is everything. The building means everything. How big does the building have to be practical? I mean, to be honest with you, in the low to mid 20s, it's effective. Low to mid 20s. Like Night Diver says, level 26. $100 pack got you to level 27, I'm pretty sure. It might have been 26. I thought $100 got you to level 27. But
Berlin has the best strategy. You don't have to kill the hostiles. You just need to kill someone who's able to kill the hostiles.
Take their cargo. Yeah, you could do that.
Yep.
K92 says,
wait till they got lots of OPC and tiny little hull left.
K9 Tooth, one of the game's largest whales, says, I'm max pulling every day. Yeah, but your building is what, level 70 now? At least 56. I know you took your building to 56 at least. All right, Alliance Tournaments refresh. G5 scrapping. I can almost forgive that one. Almost. The timer's still bad.
Yeah, that one's fine. I'm not mad about G5 scrapping. They gave me the demolish button, so yeah. I'm happy.
I'm not
That's all
mad about it. It's just not very good, but it's not the worst thing this month. Officers are meh, but not the worst thing. Projectiles are never the worst thing. They're just never anything good. Guys, I think it has to be the Alliance Tournaments refresh, right? Right? I think it has to be. I mean, if we're objectively ranking, the Starfleet Academy loop, agreed, for some players it's bad. For other players it's not. But Alliance Tournaments rehash, that's bad for everybody. That's bad for everybody. Wolfwood says the Academy loops. No, I don't think so. I think Alliance Tournaments is worse. I think it's worse.
I think the Academy loop is worse for almost everybody. It's very bad for the majority of people.
The Academy loop is worse than Alliance Tournaments?
Yeah.
I don't know about all that.
It's almost unplayable. I flew in for the first time today since day one.
Well, that's because you're squishy.
Yes, that's always been my problem.
I know. Okay, stop being so flaccid. All right, moving on. How fair?
It's a medical condition.
Oh, this is a bad question. How fair does access to Update 90 content feel overall? Wow.
There you go.
Asked
the
that
golden question.
You asked that question. I don't even have to think about that. Next. Please tell us why the feature you selected did not meet your expectations. Oh, boy. Crack the neck here. Here we go. Hey, Chala, I need to go to bed. Yes, I know. But I'm doing my survey. This is like my civic duty, right? Everybody's supposed to do a few things in life. Okay? Reproduce, pay taxes, fill out surveys. And vote. And vote. You got to do that. Okay? Doing my civic duty. How many words do I get for this box?
As many as you need.
I haven't hit a limit yet. Oh, hit the limit. Okay, there we go. So there was the limit. Okay.
11 characters.
No, I want my voice to be heard. Okay? This is not comedy hour over here. I have real feedback. Okay? I'm not going to squander my civic responsibilities on a gag joke. Which is why I have typed my real answer right here. Next question. Which of the following, if any, limited your engagement with Update 90 content? Where the hell is the button that says cost of entry? Where's the button that says packs were required? Packs were required to engage.
Building requirement?
Building progression requirements? No.
Yeah, you need to buy building packs to take part.
I don't think they're going to
progress
interpret
at
it that way.
at a decent rate.
You think they're going to interpret it that way? Okay, Guffa says yes. Okay. They're not going to progress it. They're not going to interpret this the right way. But they didn't put the right answer in here either. Monetization, digit. Yeah, Night Diver says add it to the section below. Yo, lost it, dude. We were just getting ready to raid you. I am filling out my survey, and then I was going to raid you. But thanks for coming over. Listen, will you guys help me out with my survey? I know you guys already did yours, but I wanted some help, so I'm doing mine publicly. I wanted to do my survey. So far, here's what we've come up with. What did we enjoy the most? Cosmetics. Okay, good. What did we enjoy the least? I think we've settled in on alliance tournaments. How fair does it feel? Very unfair. Tell us why the feature you selected did not meet your expectations. Well, I spent a lot of time and wrote a lot of words. Okay, so I'm not going to read that out loud. There was a lot of thought put into why alliance tournaments is my least favorite feature this month. If you want, I mean, if you want to spend the time to read it, I could copy and paste it over into Discord for you guys to be able to see, the survey answers later. So, but anyway, if I don't want to waste time. Yeah, lost in. I mean, I had a lot to say. There was a lot of words. Okay, I had to fill out. There were many things that I needed to say, so I feel like I was able to express them all in the space provided. Okay. All right. Next. How easy is it to understand critical mitigation? All right. In all fairness, me personally, I'm a nerd, but I feel like critical mitigation was okay. I feel like that was okay.
Yeah, it's not hard.
Understanding it. Okay, understanding it's fine. How impactful does critical mitigation feel in combat? Dude, I don't feel any of it. I don't have any of it. How can I feel it? How can I feel it if I don't have any? Let me ask you a serious question.
How well do you do against the warships? And then what happens when you hit a surveyor that has critical mitigation?
All right, it's very impactful. It's extremely
impactful.
It's very, very impactful. It's extremely impactful.
Yeah.
Okay. And by the way, Lost In, I know the building makes a huge difference. I just answered that question literally 5 minutes ago. The building is everything in this loop. It's everything. So you're right. It's big. How fair does access to critical mitigation feel? Unfair. Why? It's hard. I'm going to do unfair. Not very unfair, but unfair. Here's why. Like we just discussed. Once you can get into the loop, then you're good. You can earn critical mitigation with the building. The problem is the quote-unquote cost of entry. Getting into the loop is so painful for so many people. Once you can start the loop, then I'm fine with the drip in the building parts. Problem is you need the building parts before you can actually kill the freaking hostiles. So, yeah. Feel free to leave any feedback about critical mitigation. Okay. Thinking. Here's what I got. The loop has an unusually high cost of entry in the form of being able to earn the currency needed to upgrade the building, which is the only form of resistance to the high-powered hostiles. I would have suggested I would have suggested a lower point of effectiveness on the building to facilitate a smoother entry to the loop while still preserving your pay to progress faster model with the building's benefits. I think that is a fair thing, right? I think that's a fair thing. A daily drip that doesn't cost refinery materials. You know what? Here's why I don't like that. Lost in. Here's why I don't like that. Because we already figured out it's going to take like 2,600 building parts to get it just to level 20. And they're not going to give a daily drip that is higher than the refinery pull, which means the daily drip is going to be like 20 parts, which means you're at 100 days, which I guess is a pretty normal number, 100 days before you can even get to the building to a point where you can enter the loop. I don't know, man. I think the lower point of effectiveness on the building would have been better. Like, you know, the building starts to become effective at level 5 instead of level 20. Although, you're right, 100 days is standard. But
Not 100 days of having to grind thousands of hostiles a week.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, next.
That's not standard.
Remote campus. How clear were the
Substandard.
steps to unlock and upgrade the building? I think that was fine. That was fine. It was click a button. Are the building buffs worth the investment? Actually, I do think that they are. I like the building. Okay. Wait, did I say something wrong? Okay, going back a page. The loop has an unusually high cost of entry in the yes, thank you. Good catch. Okay, building buffs worth it? Yeah, probably. Honestly, the building efficiencies are pretty nice. How fair does building progression feel? That's a tough one. I feel like it's probably okay once it gets started. Like once the ball is rolling, then it's fine. So I am going to say unfair. Referring to my last answer, the building progression would be fair if there were a more smooth point of entry to start this loop. As it stands, players would have to kill hundreds, if not thousands, of hostiles to earn a single daily refine. This is a design flaw / oversight. Okay. There you go. A more smooth, you like smoother. If there were a smoother point of entry. Ha! Thank you. Okay. Next. Starfleet Academy training and combat drones. How difficult are the Academy hospitals? Oh, they're extremely difficult at my level. Extremely. And I'm okay with that. How balanced is the loot from the Academy hospitals? That's a tough one. For Op 71 and Op 61, I feel like it's pretty bad. It's actually pretty bad. But it's actually pretty balanced, I think, the rest of the way. Again. See, these questions suck. These questions are terribly written. These are terribly written questions.
Agreed.
I'm just going to have to go with unbalanced. I mean, some of them are okay, but a lot of them are not. How clear are the hostile mechanics and counters? What counters? Crit mitt? That's literally it. There's no other counter other than crit mitt. I guess that's pretty clear. Yeah, it's pretty clear. Feel free to leave additional feedback about the Academy training and combat drones. Okay. I actually like their strength. I like the challenge. I like something to work towards. The tooltips are wrong on the... No, that's not right. Tooltips were right. What was it? What was it that was wrong? There was a tooltip wrong, wasn't there? Good night, Zoidberg. Love you. Sweet dreams. I think the tooltips were okay on these, right? Why am I thinking that there was something wrong?
Yeah, you might have been thinking about last month.
I think I was thinking about the suppressors,
whatever
yeah,
or the other ones, the obliterators.
Obliterators. That's it. I like something to work towards. See, now Zoidberg made me tired. I'm gonna have to go to bed. Their buffs are interesting and provide opportunities for us to experiment with existing crews to find better combinations. Matters. This one is right up your alley.
What's up?
About the Starfleet training drones. I mean, the buffs and the combination of buffs do make them somewhat interesting. Right?
I don't know yet. I gotta wait till I get my building up higher. They're not interesting because of the thing you wrote earlier. It's a bad loop, and I don't care what else is involved to make it interesting.
Yeah.
It's a bad loop, and it's frustrating, and it makes me not want to do it. Yeah, I do generally find it a little bit interesting when you got to tweak with crews. You got to see what works best with you. Different people are going to have different ships. They're going to be trying to hit with a triangle, and each ship class has a different kind of buff you got to overcome, which I like that. It's like the V'ger, except you're not pigeonholed into doing all of them. You can just pick one and do it. That I like, except this whole crit met thing and their 5,000% crit mitigation.
Yeah.
Or crit damage, undroppable crit damage that you have no mitigation against is just, it takes everything away from it. It just destroys it all. If you remove that, then yes, they're interesting and cool. And I love it. With it, garbage.
All right. So let me modify my entry here. I mentioned that I like the strength of hostile, and their buffs are interesting, provide opportunities, et cetera, et cetera. But referring to my last comments, the overall strength of these hostiles are extremely unwelcoming for players who haven't spent on the building to provide the game's only counter to their insanely high critical damage floor. The entry towards grinding through this loop has a pay-only form of entry. Cyberdemon says I'm too nice. No, listen. You've got to be professional, or they're not going to read it. You just say, "Hey, this effing sucks." They're not. That doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's like Isolytic. Frankly, it's like when Isolytic came out, Isolytic Cascade. up until then, there was a lot more elegance and intricacy and strategy to PvP, and then Isolytic came out, and it just dwarfs everything. So the other things don't matter.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's the same thing. It's that they've just introduced something that negates everything else.
Guys, I don't know why you guys are giving me grief. I have put extreme amounts of thought and careful planning into all of my text responses. Quit giving me grief. Thank you. Next. Next question. All right. How satisfied are you with duo wave defense overall? Overall, I'm dissatisfied. I think, I'm dissatisfied overall. It's not the wave defense mechanic. I kind of like wave defense. I know a lot of you guys don't, but I do kind of like wave defense. This is not so terrible with one other person. You know, I hate group wave defense. I love solo wave defense. Duo wave defense is manageable. Like, I'm fine with it. The reason, actually, that I'm dissatisfied with it are the rewards. The rewards are terrible. And that stems, as Stradalorian says, from the starts. 1 run a week. Now, technically, it's 1 start a week, which technically means you're getting 2 runs a week. Okay? So technically, it's 2 runs a week. So be careful with that. All right? It's 1 start, but 2 runs. But even then, the rewards are so lackluster. Like, a single refine's worth of materials every 3 days? Get bent. Now, the Sigma resources might be better, but that requires the building at 20, and that's going to be forever. Officers and officer laurels, those are so slow. So slow. We're talking like 1 or 2 refines a week there. 1 or 2 refines a week. That's awful.
And you might just get ship XP from the officer bowl.
Yes! You've got a 26% chance
not
of getting
ship XP,
nothing.
officer XP.
Yeah,
you might get nothing.
You got 26%
Which is fine, because the officers aren't great anyway.
No, it's not
like
fine.
They only help within the loop.
How do you get 2 runs
No,
from
and
one
I know
start?
it's not
Denver,
fine.
it's a
I'm
duo.
just saying, like,
it's a duo wave. So, like, you start one and a player comes with you. And then in a perfect world, your partner starts one and you go with him. That's 2 runs, 1 start. Oh,
yeah. The fact that the officers really only help.
No. You're exactly right. No. They're exactly right, Divine. You both pay directives. No, I'm an idiot. Yeah, you both have to pay. I completely forgot. I was thinking like Armadas. No, you're exactly right. Both people pay. So it's even worse. It's half of what I thought. It was already bad. Now it's twice as bad. You both have to pay. You're exactly right. That's my fault.
You have to pay just to go in the system.
Yep. Sorry, my fault. I was thinking Armada starts. I was thinking starts. It's late. Give me a break. Yep, you both pay. So, yeah. I'm dissatisfied because the rewards are just so terrible. How easy was it to understand how it works? Okay, you know what? I'm not going to go with easy on this. I mean, if you just want to say kill the hostiles, that's fine. But then you had hypothermic decay. Then you had different hostiles that were doing different things. And then you had 3 different ship types with 3 different abilities. And then you had the repair drones that could either do this or do that. And then you could only kill one, or you could kill them both. But then you do this and then the counter and the center, and it's jumping all around. I actually don't feel that was very easy. I'm going to go with difficult on that.
Especially without a cooldown on the buff.
Yeah,
right?
There was a lot.
You can see.
Lot of confusion there. Okay? Berlin says, you didn't even know the directive cost. You might want to change that to very difficult. Okay. How easy was it to find and coordinate with another player? Well, that's an unfair question for me. I'm popular. Everybody wants to play with me. Again, honestly speaking, this is not what makes me mad about it. To be honest with you, I know Cyberdemon. Oh my. This is not what makes me mad about it. Finding one other player, I feel like I can find one other player. You know, this one's not offensive to me. So I think I'm all right. How would you rate the difficulty of duo wave defense? 1 too easy, 5 too difficult. Okay. See, again, a very poorly written question.
How would you rate the difficulty of hitting the ops appropriate level duo wave defense?
Yes, matters. You are 1,000% correct. This is a terribly written question because you guys saw the other night I could practically solo one, but I had to punch down 2 levels. You see? Yeah. So
very difficult would be the answer then.
This is a terrible question. I see again.
I totally answer what they mean to be saying.
Who the hell knows what they're asking? Who knows what they're asking? And by the way, who the hell knows how it's going to get interpreted?
If you can't hit your level, then it's too hard. If you can't even survive like the first wave of your level,
you're correct.
It's too hard.
But
you're supposed to use some specialty ship you don't have.
But it's also month number 1. I don't think it's too difficult long term. It's supposed to be hard up front. We're not supposed to be experts at this 1 week in. I actually like the growth pattern on features like this. I think we will be fine later on. When this building gets to the right level, we're going to be fine, guys.
That just takes us back to what is required to get the building up for people that aren't willing to spend.
That's fine, but that's a different piece of the loop. That's not duo wave defense. Duo wave defense is fine.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that the other thing breaks. It causes problems with dual wave defense. It's all interlocked. They've built the loop all interconnected, and because it's all interconnected, well, one thing affects the other, and because the one thing is trash, it makes a bunch of other stuff trash.
Here's what I worry.
All related.
I get it. And Divine and Vanadia, Night Diver says the question is asking now, not later. Here's the thing. I get that's what they're asking, but can I be honest with you? I don't want them to change the difficulty of the hostels. I like having a little bit of a challenge. I like having something to work towards. I don't want them to change the difficulty of the hostels. I want them to provide me a better avenue towards grinding the tools that makes this engagement rewarding. That's what I want, okay? I don't want pay-only tools to engage. I want a better progression path towards engaging. I like the challenge. I want to work for the challenge. I don't want to be forced to pay for the challenge.
But you are. And that is what makes it too challenging.
But the difficulty of the wave defense is not the problem. It's the building access.
Yes. Okay, fine.
You see? And again, why this question is so piss poorly written. This is not a radio button question.
Well, let's scroll down. Maybe it asks you to explain.
All right. Referring to the question of rating the difficulty of duo wave defense. I believe that today the the feature is too difficult for typical engagement without spending money on the tools to help counter the wave defense. I like the challenge of the wave defense and the hostiles therein, but the loop fails because of the accessibility of the tools to successfully overcome the difficult challenge of the wave defense. I like challenging content, but also want the ability to meaningfully earn the tools to help me overcome the challenge without a credit card. Is that a fair response? Is that fair?
Yeah.
I think this is a fair response. All right. How satisfied are we with duo wave defense rewards? Very dissatisfied. They're garbage. What was the biggest issue you faced with duo wave defense? See, again, but at least they offered, at least there's an other button here. Okay? Not enough accessibility to the tools to meaningfully engage with the challenge without spending. Okay? Hey, I'm fine. This question, good, well written. This is a good one. They give you an option to explain your answer. There's another button. Okay? That's it. Yeah. The biggest issue I face with wave defense is the lack of accessibility to the tools.
Mm-hmm. And the rewards suck.
And the rewards suck. What did you enjoy most about wave defense? Honestly? Strategic combat.
Not doing them.
No. I like the combat. I like the combat. I like the hostiles. I like the abilities. I like the thinking. I like the crewing. I like the challenge of the hostiles. Give me a chance to play them without spending with a credit card. See, nah, guys, come on. This is not, what did you enjoy most about wave defense? I'm not going to say nothing because this feature doesn't need much to make it better. Okay? You need better accessibility to the tools. You need
check variety of hostiles too.
Much better. You need much better rewards. Okay? You need much better rewards. You need better access to the tools. And then this feature actually becomes passable. I mean, really, truthfully. It's not a terrible feature. They paywalled the tools, and then the rewards just suck. They're not worth it.
Yeah. I'm giving them 3 months. As soon as we're all done with Starfleet Academy and the officers that we're getting are not Starfleet Academy or dual wave officers, if they don't also have some free-to-play sourcing of officer laurels, I think I'm done.
Yeah. And Venadia says, how have your standards gotten so low that passable has become enjoyable? But, again, I don't share the same opinion that duo waves are annoying. Okay, and Venadia, like I say passable because I'm trying to be considerate of other people's opinions. I love solo wave defense. I love solo wave defense. I know a lot of people do. And that was one of the biggest complaints. Well, we love solo, we hated groups, so why are you making us engage with people again? Right? But it's one person. And I can probably find one person that I actually enjoy playing with. 5 at the same time? At the same moment? Probably not. But 1, I can deal with that. And I don't mean passable. I mean, I guess I do. I'm trying to be considerate of other people's feelings. I would be, let me put it this way, Venadia, I would be satisfied with duo wave defense if the rewards were amped up severely and I had grindable access to the tools needed to meaningfully engage. Like, seriously, I would be satisfied. I would probably even enjoy it. I enjoyed the ones that I played the other night with Chala. And Jules was with us. He was coaching us through it. We were learning. We were looking at mechanics. I enjoyed that. I did. So I don't mean passable. I'm trying to be respectful of other people's staunch opinions that they don't like it, Envenadia, but this is a feature I do like the core of. But I also love solo wave defense. So I think this is a small extension, and it gives me an opportunity to just share with one other person. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm okay with one person bogging me down. You know? So there's that. All right, next page.
There's usually, when you do a group wave, there's usually one other person that's helpful, and then the rest of them are just getting in your way.
Yeah.
So this is not bad. Probably. I haven't done any yet, but looks like fun.
How rewarding is the Academy refinery overall? It's not rewarding. Not in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, my.
Nothing. Literally, absolutely nothing about the refinery excites me at all. How fair is the effort versus reward balance? Unfair. How sustainable does the loop feel over time? See, this is another poorly worded question. Is it sustainable? Yes. Is it worth it? Abso-effing-lutely not. Okay? It is sustainable. And again, AFOX says too grindy. It's too grindy now. With the building, it will be significantly better. I promise you, by level 20 or 25 of the building, 90% of players will not have any issue with these hostiles. I promise.
10%. 10% won't, because 90% aren't even going to bother trying to get there.
90% of players who have engaged to get the building to 20 or 25 are not going to have any issue. Okay?
That I can agree with.
No, Caledon, level 20 or 25 of the building. That's all it takes to start having an effect. Okay? To start having an effect. Now, the more you go, the better. But literally, I'm not kidding you. Level 20, call it 25. You will see a tangible difference in your gameplay.
Level 12, you will see, probably. I think. You'll notice it at level 12. At level 20, you'll notice it. You'll see a tangible difference at level 12.
Yeah.
Once you get into the 20s, it will become not crushing to engage anymore. So it'll be better at 12, but still not good.
Yeah.
In the 20s is when it will be.
And by the way, Caledon, I'm not necessarily saying like at 25 you're hitting at your level. All right, because the building goes way higher than that. There's got to be a future, okay? But the loop is very, very sustainable starting at level 25. Even if you have to punch down a level or two, like you're punching the 70s, right? Well, that is very easily convertible loot. Like very easily convertible. So, yeah, look, Hal says level 30, have absolutely no problems with the 71s. It's about crew. Well, it's about crew and the building. The building is the key to everything. Cyberdemon says level 12 only gives you 8,700. I know. That's why I didn't say level 12. I said 25. Between 20 and 25, it becomes very effective. Very effective. Although Flight Leader says, I agree with Matters, it is noticeable at 12.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll start to see it, but it's not going to make a significant difference in your grind yet, I don't think. You might start to see it.
That's about where mine's at, and it's made a difference.
Okay.
I'm hitting up.
You just said, though, that the loop is still
where I was initially.
Unbearably painful for you at this moment.
It's still painful. It's still terribly painful.
All right, so I think we're agreeing. You can start to see an impact, but it doesn't relieve the pain yet.
No, yes, exactly.
All right. So, but again, poorly worded question. How sustainable does it feel over time? It's very sustainable. It's just not worth it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put reasonable. Because again, the question exactly as it's asked is how sustainable is it over time? It's very sustainable. It's just shit.
Yeah.
Rewards are absolutely, completely missable. That's not a word. Completely ignorable. The cooldowns combined with the refinery costs, combined with the actual contents of the bundles, make the entire loop completely unworthy of anyone's attention or spend. Anybody got anything to add on that?
Combined with a week's worth of heavy grind for officer XP.
Yes. The officer bundle having a 25%
chance, I believe.
chance at officer XP is completely disgusting. If I'm going to spend highly valuable and rare/hard to obtain credits from waves I can run only once per week, I better not walk away with nothing. Yes, officer XP equals nothing. Okay. Am I supposed to be sleeping? Yes, Andalisha, I am absolutely supposed to be sleeping. 100%.
Stop reminding him. He's doing his survey. He's doing a public service.
I'm doing my civic duty. Next. G5. G5 scrapping. No. How satisfied am I with G5 scrapping overall? Dissatisfied.
Completely.
Very,
100% satisfied.
Very dissatisfied.
Oh, I'm the opposite. I'm super satisfied.
What?
I didn't care about. I've never scrapped. I've never gotten into scrap loops. I don't care about scrapping. All I wanted, and I've said this for months and months and months, ever since they first said that they were coming out with G5 scrapping, I just said, just give me an instant destroy button and give me nothing and let me clear them out. Okay. That's all I want. And they gave it to me.
That's
so
different.
I'm happy.
Different question. They're asking about scrapping. Demolish is down here. How satisfied am I with the demolish function?
Okay.
Very satisfied. Very satisfied with demolish. Love demolish.
Yes.
Demolish is great. Scrapping.
Right. I didn't know they were separating the two.
Scrapping. I'm very dissatisfied.
I didn't get that far in my survey.
By the way, Divine, here's why I say very dissatisfied. It's not because of the rewards. It's not because of the rewards. Truthfully, it's not.
The time.
It's the time. It's the time. Okay? Satisfied? How satisfied are you with the rewards? I'm satisfied. Honestly, I'm satisfied. Okay?
It's more than we had.
Yeah. I'm satisfied with the rewards. Okay? But perfect question. So glad this question is here. How would you rate the balance between rewards and time investment? Very unbalanced. Okay? Very unbalanced. So I hope the combination of these three questions give them the answer that I'm trying to deliver. I'm dissatisfied with scrapping overall. I'm satisfied with the rewards. I find it very unbalanced, rewards versus time. If I'm overall dissatisfied, then that should equal time equals bad, right? This is just an algebraic formula. They're going to figure this out, right? Okay.
What I would like is because you can't speed it up, do we really need that yellow that stupid timer on our screen constantly taking up space.
You can shrink the timer. Quit being a whiny butt.
Yeah, but I don't want to shrink the other ones. I don't want to hide the other ones.
Why do you have to watch a timer in the first place?
Because the other ones give me 2 rows, and the scrap gives me is the third row. So it's now taking up real estate that I need. Which is why I'm just demolishing everything from now on.
Well, fair. Okay.
If I didn't have to see that, I would at least, whatever, I would just throw something else in the scrapper when it's done and not care about it until it was done. It wouldn't bother me.
I'm completely...
But because of that, I'm never scrapping another G5 ship ever again. Unless we have to for some new, like, I don't know, GS31A. That requires the scrapping of a GS31 that you won't be able to do. Here's some feedback about G5 scrapping. If I accidentally demolish my GS31, the blueprint should become available somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Put accidentally in quotes.
Okay, here's what I wrote. Sorry, that was a lot of typing. Leave additional feedback about G5 scrapping. It's just the time. The time is the worst part of this. I'm completely fine with the economy of the rewards of the scrap. I'm also fine that you future-proofed the scrapping model with efficiencies and created a standard model to provide scaling for future generations of scrap. This should make G6 scrapping available in the very near future. However, on any specialty ship or demolish, scrap or demolish, there should either be a hull scan provided to replace the blueprints or, preferably, deactivate the ownership trigger so that the blueprints can be earned again through a grinder's path, an event store, faction store, or wherever those blueprints were originally sourced via grind. Chad says, in my opinion, the efficiencies part is the most egregious. You know, I understand why on the surface that feels that way, Chad, but I don't know if you were around for when the ISS Jellyfish loop came out. All right, and that is exactly why they had to factor efficiencies. 100% why they had to factor efficiencies. I understand that people are going to be like, well, I'm getting back a percentage of what I put in when it was cheaper. Like, when I put it in, it was expensive. Now I'm only getting 20% back, but not even 20% of what I put in, 20% of what I would put into it today. I get why that has a knee-jerk bad feeling to it. I totally understand why that's got a vinegar taste. However, it had to be. It had to be. All right, because the ISS Jelly scrap loop is 100% all the proof you ever need that you have to use an efficiency model. Like, there was no way we would ever get scrapping on any future generation without the reductions that come along with economy shrinkflation over time. Because what happens now with a jellyfish loop is that like a single scrap of a jellyfish can completely max an Enterprise D. You know, yeah, Divine says 1 for 1 is crazy. It absolutely is. It's insane. So that's why, Chad. And I don't mean to necessarily defend it, but logically, just economy-wise, it had to happen that way. It just had to, you know. Sorry, not ND. You're right, Ente. Sorry, I skipped a generation. Ente. Thank you, Marsport. Asia Boy says, those days were awesome. Yeah, that's exactly why it can't happen again. It was an economy killer. All right. Yeah. But yeah, it was a 1 for 1, you know, and it was really bad. Yeah. Guffa says, sounds worth it to me. Yeah. But again, this kind of comes back to the point where scrapping, and I do believe this, and I'm sorry if this does put me apart from other people, but scrapping should not be the primary form of progression. I definitely do agree with that. I think that scrapping can be a little bonus, a little icing on top, but it should not be a progression driver, you know, and it was. The ISS jellyfish loop is complete evidence as to why scrapping model was broken. That is why G5 scrapping was as late as it was, because G4 scrapping was completely broken. Completely broken. There's no other word for it other than completely broken. So I get it, Chad. I totally understand the vinegar taste on that, but this is one of those where, like, yeah, it might feel good, but it ruins the economy. It had to be fixed. It had to be. You know, it just had to be. Denver says 2.5 is too little. You're talking about 2.5% towards the next generation. So here's the deal. I'm okay with it. Whoa, what just happened? That was weird. Yeah. So I can understand and support somebody's opinion that 2.5% feels too little. Something is happening to my computer. I don't know if it's running updates or what. You guys still have me? Yeah, everything good? Matters got you?
Yep.
Okay. I can understand that 2.5% feels too little. I can. I believe that the reason that I'm okay with it is because I remember G3 scrapping.
Mm-hmm.
And G3 scrapping was actually this way. And G3 scrapping was not broken. G3 scrapping was a good example of a scrapping model. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it did. It required what? 15 scraps, 20 scraps to get to the next tier. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what I'm comparing it against. 2.5% is low compared to the time. Here's the deal. Let me ask you. If it was only 2.5%, but it only took 7 days, are we still fussing? Because I don't think we are.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, maybe some people would, but I think 2.5% is an appropriate amount. My problem is the time. It's the time. You know what I'm saying? So much the time.
I mean, we might see some very large G6 plus scrap speed enhancements coming down the road.
Well, they need to.
And that these long wait times was just to slow down the people who already have a giant bank of G5 ships waiting for G5 scrapping to come out.
Yeah.
And I'd be fine with that. Like, I understand that. They don't want to launch G5 scrapping, and then all of a sudden people are like racing through multiple ops levels.
Exactly.
Because they've been sitting there and building 30 G5 ships waiting for and maxing them, waiting for G5 scrapping to come out.
Mm-hmm.
So slow down for the people.
Denver has another good point too. Denver has another good point, which I did actually raise this in playtesting. I was turned down by game development. And actually, in fairness, it's not because I don't think that they wanted to do it. It was the tech that was tying the tiers. So Denver says it's not necessarily the 2.5%, might even not be the time. It's because a tier 12 of a G6 epic, like going from tier 1 to tier 12, is literally half the price of going from tier 12 to tier 18, which is true. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And it's very true. And that was brought up that, like, if we were looking at a tier 12 G5 maxed, it should equate to a maxed G6 and then do the 2.5% there. Okay. So this was actually brought up and discussed. And to be honest with you, it was not that they really didn't agree with that point. This was a tech issue because now how do you scale it? It was easier to do matching tier. But if you're tier 1 through 12 on the G5, how do you then scale it for, because you can't do tier 1.5 or tier 7.5. You know what I'm saying? So it would have required a lot of extra kind of correlation there, and there would have been more confusion in the community. If I scrap a tier 6 G5, then I'm getting rewards for a tier 9 G6, you know, and it's just a little bit weird. So they actually did hear me out on that, and we had a meaningful conversation about it. The bigger issue there was honestly a little bit more of a tech issue about just mapping the tiers. Now, in that comparison, Denver, you say make it 5 to 10% instead. I actually had pitched 5%, and they were like, whoa. Wow. Let's not get too crazy. All right. So while I say that they were kind of very understanding about the tiering stuff, they still didn't want to see big chunks like that coming from a single ship. They didn't want to see players getting hundreds or thousands of materials in a chunk like that off of one piece, because then it kind of nullifies we want this to be gravy. We don't want this to be the meat and potatoes of your growth. You know? Mm-hmm. So I see both sides of this. And again, I don't want to negate anybody's feelings on it. Denver's absolutely right. Night Diver is absolutely right. Ram Scoop is absolutely right. It tastes like vinegar. I totally understand. But their entire G4 economy after Dolomite has been completely wrecked. They're very, very cautious to not repeat that same mistake. And I have to understand that, because just the G4 economy is so effed. Is so effed. It is so broken, it's not even funny. Any reputable game company who would look at a progression style resource management game like this would look at G4 and be like, what the? Cocaine's a hell of a drug. And they're going to say that to whoever invented Dolomite Primes. Cocaine must have been a hell of a drug. Okay. So, well, Guffa, you say they're pushing us past G4, so it doesn't matter. You're right. Doesn't matter today. They already did the damage. They don't care to repeat it, is kind of what I'm driving at. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't care to repeat it. Now, Corellius, to your point. Hey, great point. Corellius says even at 5%, that would mean scrapping 20 ships, which would take over a year to do to get the equivalent value. Kind of my point. They don't want that to be the core progression. They don't want that to be the math you guys are doing. They want it to be like, getting a 7-day chest or getting a 30-day chest. Like that small of an impact. That's honestly what they want. A little bonus, little cherry on top. Look at your 30-day chest. Scrapping actually gives you more than a 30-day chest does. I mean, to be fair, look at your 30-day chest.
Mm-hmm.
Scrapping pays you way more than that.
They want it so that when people look at it, they look what they get and look how long it's going to take, that nobody wants to build a G5 ship simply to scrap it. Like they did in G4.
Yeah.
People just constantly churned out ships and threw them in the scrapper, and as soon as it was done, they had another one maxed and ready. Yeah. They want everybody to look at the economy of the G5 scrapping and be like, well, I'm definitely not going to do that.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. That's kind of exactly right. Yeah, and plus,
and they succeeded because you're all mad about it.
It doesn't even solve the secondary problem, which is technically a problem in their eyes. It's not a problem on our side of the aisle, but it is a problem in their eyes, which is why heroic solo milestones have been changed, why coda's been changed, why ship upgrade events have been changed. Why? Because all we're doing is building G5 ships with regular titanium that we all have, or most G7 players have trillions and trillions and trillions of. Yeah. It earns zero revenue, and that, guys, this is a part of the big picture. And I know it sucks, but this is this big economy reset that they're doing. Officers haven't been making them any money. None. Zero. Why? Because we're doing G5 ships. We're not building current progression. We're going back 2 generations using leftover stuff and earning tier 2 and tier 3 of officers for free.
Yep.
That's a problem for them. We loved it, but it doesn't financially make sense.
It was nice while it lasted.
It was nice while it lasted. Chala says, I'm out of regular trait. How? How? Oh, because of the new, are you doing the max conversion on the new bundles? Yeah, actually, I ran out of steel today. Today I did a max refund and I ran out of steel. So, yeah. Guffa says, if they make me start paying for officers, I'm out. Where the hell have you been, bro?
Oh my God.
Where have you been?
That's how the game was like.
That's how the game has been for 6.5 years. This heroic solo milestone model is literally less than a year old. Us building G5 ships is less than a year old. And that is why they adjusted, because it was never supposed to happen. It hadn't been that way forever.
If you go back 3 years, like if you didn't spend money, you did not get any of the new officers. Period.
Yeah.
End of sentence.
Yeah.
Unless you saved for months.
I'm not gonna say months. I'd say at least 2 months. 2 months probably.
You think someone saved 2 months would get first place in a leaderboard?
No, they would unlock. Oh, you're talking about the heroic solo milestones. See, the heroic solo milestones.
I'm talking about if you go back before we had any milestones, solo milestones for officer shards. It was leaderboard only.
100%.
3 times a month. They ran it 3 times. 3 people got the unlock.
That's true.
For first place. If you got like second place twice, you would get the unlock as well. But you did not get officers when they came out.
You go back 3 to 4 years between all of the ops brackets. You probably had 15 to 20 people per server that finished the month with the new epic officer. That was it.
Yeah.
And they decided, and this is their dumbass economy manager. They were the ones who decided we want people spending more for officers. And then they started doing stuff like direct acquisition and heroic solo milestone because they convinced themselves that people would spend more. And they did. And then you created problems like Strike Team and Carol Freeman.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah.
dumbasses.
When they first started the heroic milestone, though, for the officer, what was that? That was the Borg. That was the Borg mining officers, right?
Yes.
Borg Stan and Borg, whoever the
Borg
guy is.
The Borg Stan. Yeah, the Borg ore miner officer was the very first one they ever did it. You're right.
Yeah.
All right. Next, it's getting late. I gotta go.
And that was heroic.
How
that
satisfied
was
are you with the current
grindy,
state of Alliance tournaments? Dissatisfied. To what extent has this update improved Alliance tournament experience? It has significantly worsened. How appealing are the 30 new Emerald Chain milestones? Slightly appealing.
Yeah.
To what extent do the rewards align with the effort required to attain them? Poorly worded question. Because it's not about effort at all. It's about spend.
Yeah.
Okay.
And some people will put in a lot of effort, and some people will put in none. And both those people are going to get the Emerald Chain rewards. So,
well, not only that, but the person who puts in all the effort is still likely to earn less credits than the person who just bought a pack.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I don't like this question. This is a very poorly worded question. To what extent do rewards align with the effort required to attain them? They're not aligned at all. To be honest, they're not aligned at all. That is an easy fix.
No.
That's an easy fix. But the way they currently are right now, they're not aligned. Perfect. Bad. Jason says, wow, are those morning birds waking up? That's Matters. Matters has morning birds. Matters has morning birds.
Yeah.
Which rewards interest you the most? Buffs, artifacts, cosmetics, refinery upgrades, Emerald Chain Officer, presets. Ooh.
Cosmetics, obviously.
Cosmetics. I like presets. I do like those. I think I'm good with artifacts, too. I like artifacts. I've always been an artifact guy. Tough question. Not a whole lot. How valuable are the new artifacts? The Gilded Shackle. See, now I do find value there. The Emerald Chain Command Helm, I don't care about.
What's the shackle do?
The shackle is ship parts efficiency for G7. So I like that.
Nah, pass.
You know, Jules said pass, but I don't think I agree with that.
Yeah, that's because all the packs that you get for free, I'll give you tons of materials, but no ship parts. I've never had an issue with ship parts once, ever. I've never been held back.
You
by
literally
ship
just said that
parts for anything.
backwards. You just said it completely backwards. You just said all the packs come with materials.
Materials, but no ship parts.
And no ship parts. So
That's
how do you not have a problem with ship parts?
Because I don't buy a bunch of packs. I said that you get the packs you get have a bunch of materials but no ship packs. So you're struggling for ship parts. I don't get either of them. So I just buy Battle Pass, pretty much, and like the specialty ship itself, and that's it. So I've never had an issue with ship parts. It's always materials for me. Materials.
Because you don't have enough materials to progress the ship.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Whereas you're getting a lot more materials, but you're not getting a lot more ship parts. So you need more ship parts. It's a whale thing, it's a ship part thing.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
I can see that. Here's the Emerald Chain Command Helm. It's stupid. It's not stupid. It's up to 400% critical hit damage boost for faction ships against outposts and outpost retaliation hostiles. It's not bad. I can't say that. It's not bad. I like it. I do like it. 500% or 400% critical damage is actually a lot. So I don't mind that. So how valuable? I think they're very valuable. Hard to get, but the artifacts themselves are valuable. How satisfied are you with the addition of Jirali shards in the Emerald Chain rewards? Don't care. Where's the NA button? Where's the neither satisfied nor dissatisfied? I don't give a shit. Jirali doesn't excite me in the least. So I'm satisfied. I don't really care. Where's the NA button? Hey, Fox says dissatisfied. Why am I dissatisfied? To be honest with you, I would be satisfied with the sourcing because I'm not hurting for the sourcing. I don't care. I'm not chasing this officer. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. So how can I be dissatisfied about something I don't care about? There needs to be one more option here. It's poorly worded answers. Divine, see, I kind of agree with you, Divine. Satisfied equals don't care. Like, I'm not unhappy about it because I don't care. And if I'm in a state of I don't care, then I'm chilling. I'm happy. Right? Not caring isn't dissatisfied. I agree, Crocus. So
yeah, you're satisfied.
I think
it doesn't matter what her sourcing is to you. It's good no matter what it is because you don't care about the officer. It could be worse and you'd still be satisfied.
Now, here's the thing, Ram Scoop. Let's say it was a good officer. I still would be satisfied because I'm earning shards every single day in a refine once I hit a certain level. And if I'm a Master League Alliance, that level comes in like 2 months? And I start earning shards every single day for doing nothing, like just a daily claim. Listen, they could put a great officer in there. I'm still not dissatisfied with it. It's just like Syndicate XP. I'm earning shards every single day for clicking a button and logging in. I can't be unhappy with that.
It's good sourcing.
I can't be unhappy with that.
Grush,
great sourcing.
Knavery and all the other ones.
Great sourcing.
That is good sourcing.
That's good sourcing.
Free drip every day.
It's good sourcing. So, yeah, I even if it was an officer I cared about, Ram Scoop, I wouldn't be dissatisfied with that because I'm getting shards every day for doing nothing. So, either way, again, it doesn't matter what I put here. They're going to misinterpret this result. They're going to misinterpret this because this is a poorly worded question. You're right. How satisfied am I with the addition of Jirelli shards in Emerald Chain rewards? Well, officer sourcing is officer sourcing. That's great. That's fine. I just don't like the officer. You know?
If you remove the officer from the equation, how satisfied are you with the sourcing path that
I'm very happy with the sourcing path
it provides?
I'm very happy with the sourcing path.
That's fine.
I'm satisfied.
So don't worry about the fact that you don't care about the officer. If you like that sourcing path, then you're satisfied.
There you go. Compared to before this update, how likely are you to participate in alliance tournaments? Oh, for the love of criminy.
Well, I guess likely. I am participating.
Hey, Valhallan King, thanks for the resub. Appreciate you.
Well, actually, the answer would be like whatever the lowest option is, because
compared to before this update,
like compared to before, I'm significantly less. I am participating, but
I mean, here's the thing: I am also participating. I'm never going to not participate. But I think by pure definition, it is going to be less.
Yeah, exactly. You haven't completely removed my drive to participate, but you did a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and I haven't scored as many points. I actually am already. I'm already participating less because I missed 2 tasks. Yeah. But now here's the thing. Technically, it wasn't because I was disinterested. It was literally because I couldn't do that.
Wow.
You know, I didn't have the rerolls. So, this is a tough one.
You
Again,
could participate more when you had more rerolls.
Shitty question.
Just say bad. Just say bad. This is what you said. It sucks. It sucks. It sucks. It sucks. It sucks about. So
that's true.
Questions for the tournaments. Just say bad.
Yeah.
Far less likely.
Much less likely. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think there's no good way. There's no objective logic that I can twist around or bend on this one. Like it's just ish. It's just bad.
Yeah.
What is my biggest oh boy. What is my biggest frustration with Alliance tournaments right now? Okay, community, I'm going to piss you guys off on this. I'm sorry. I'm going to piss you off. Okay. No. Okay. No, listen. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm going to carefully word my response here. It's going to take me a minute. Give me a second. Meant lots of good words. Lots of good words. Lots of thought. Lots of thought in this one. This one has a higher word count than the other one did.
Yeah.
Oh, this one will really fill up a Google sheet, won't it? It's still going. Oh my God, this is going to take forever to delete.
Crashing the Google servers.
Chad says they knew it was going to take more space, so they gave you a higher character limit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Why is this still going? There has to be a character limit, right?
Maybe they forgot for this one. Oops.
All right. How many? I'm going to open up Word. I've got it. Oh, there it goes. Did you see it? It says, right here. Your response is too large. I've heard that before. Okay. Woo.
Easy, Tiger.
Okay. Let's get serial, chat. Let's get serial. Hey, Quazel. Still going. Yeah, I had a ghost. Everything's great. Hey, Quazel, I'm glad you're here. Listen, I'm taking my survey. And I am going through it with the community because I think there were some terribly written questions. But I think this is a good chance for us to actually like post-mortem on a bunch of stuff, right? I'm not actually typing that, pal. I have given real responses on everything. Look at these responses. These are great. These are great responses, pal. Don't judge me, pal. Okay? Look, pal. Look at these great answers, pal. Look at this great stuff, pal. There's absolutely no questions, pal, that I put in fake answers on. Definitely none of them. Look, real answers all the way through. Real answers all the way through. Definitely well thought out answers all the way. I'm going to leave one of them in there, pal. Just one. Okay, just one. All right, no, but seriously, I've done really good questions. I've done really good answers on all of them. Okay, now let's come back to the new one. Where are we at? Where are we? Here we go. Biggest frustration with Alliance tournaments. Okay, chat, you're not going to like what I have to say here. Biggest frustration with Alliance tournaments is the scaling of rewards in the form of credits. All tasks should have a percentage of original and legendary credit rewards. All of them. Not just the 10Ks and the 20Ks, but all of them. It can scale. An 8K task should have 80% of the rewards of the 10K task. Grinders tasks should have... What? Vic! This is a good answer, Vic!
So 10K task should have 2.2 thousand Alliance credits.
No, 4,400. 10K task should have 4,400.
No, I mean that's
Old
based
ones.
on buying packs. So the
No. 10K task pay 4,400. Just because
if we're gonna put credits in all these smaller tasks, we're gonna have to take them from somewhere. So the 10K tasks, we'll base it all off of 4,400 for the 20K task, and give you your scaled credits from that. That's fine, right?
I'm sticking with my 4,400.
Well, yeah, I know I would too, but that's probably not how you'll get the thing you're asking for.
No, here's the thing. Here's my argument, though. All right. Listen, look at the old store options. We didn't add any new store options to old credits. The old credits are now old store items. Those are the accelerated ones. It's okay to accelerate those now. We've gone through 2 years. They didn't add anything of value to the old credits. They added the Star Dispatch. That, again, is 2 years old. They added Jason Nesmith, 2 years old. Okay? So they've added nothing of significant value to old credits.
It's not 2 years old.
Jason Nesmith?
No, Star Dispatch.
Okay, year and a half.
That came with aggregation. That's not even a year old yet.
Okay, whatever. It's still not valuable. Okay? It's still not valuable. It is to a mid-ops. It is to a G4 or G5 player, yes. Okay? But I don't think it's valuable to G6. Well, maybe. Jules was talking about the pre-surge research. So maybe. But either way, fine. They added one item of value to the old currency. So let the old currency be accelerated. There's nothing wrong with accelerate. That's what they're doing everywhere else. They're accelerating mid-ops. They're accelerating earlier progression. They're accelerating acquisition of items that took us longer before. Alliance tournaments doesn't have to be different. What the shit? Matters, I will bite your damn head off. It's 3 o'clock. I've had 2 ghosts and I'm spicy, baby. Okay? I mean,
Alliance Tournaments provides free-to-play acquisition for a lot of items that were not accessible anywhere else for free. And because of that, I imagine it's part of the reason that they don't want to speed up the acquisition.
It's old stuff, bro.
But it's old pay-only stuff.
But it's
even
still
old. Old doesn't mean it's bad.
It's still old, bro.
If you include everything they've added into the store since it launched, the most valuable items in the store are still the 3 rare forbidden texts in the middle that you need to be like adept level to get.
Thank you for the head pats. I don't know, man. Listen. Prior content should be accelerated, especially when you add a new generation of content, which they did with legendary credits. And this is where I'm going to step apart from the community. I'm okay with legendary credits. Honestly, I am. Everybody has access. Everybody is going to earn them. I wouldn't mind for everybody to have a little bit more opportunity to earn them, truthfully. All right. But everybody's earning them every tournament. I have to be objectively okay with that.
I'm okay with it. That's what I said before they launched it.
Yeah.
I said they can make it completely pay only as long as, like, at the end of the tournaments, when the rewards come out for whatever place you got, if there's a little bit in those rewards for everybody, I'm fine if it's completely paid access in the tasks. And that's how it turned out. So they're listening to me lately. This is weird.
Oh, no. You had me up until the very last sentence. I don't think all legendary credits should be pay only. Okay.
Well, they're not all pay only because everybody will get some at the end, depending on how well your align's placed.
Okay. All right. I actually can get behind that. I can get behind that. Here's where I'm going to use legendary currency to broaden the interest in all of the tasks. Look at the chat right now. Chad says, I have no interest in doing any of the tasks. I can't get to my 10K task. Chad, just quick question. Why do you give a crap about only getting 10K tasks? Shut up, matters. No answer. No cheating. Chad, why do you care about only getting the 10K task that you want? Why? Of course. Quazel's got it.
For the same reason you didn't.
Credits.
Do all yours.
Rewards. Damn straight. Okay? Now, Chad, imagine this. Picture this. Picture this, if you will. Oh, get loose. Close your eyes. Imagine. Imagine with me, if you will, just for a moment, that every task not only had traditional credits, but that every task had legendary credits. Now, not a bunch. Not a bunch. As in, maybe if I did all 15 tasks and I was able to get maybe 2 or 3 10,000-point tasks and the rest 8,000 points and maybe a couple 6,000 points, that maybe by the end of the tournament I could get 3 or 4 extra pulls of a legendary store item. Not a bunch. Nothing crazy. Not giving away the farm. Just a couple. Just a couple. But it can't be nothing for the same reason that Chad is so mad about not being able to get his 10K task. It's the same thing even with the original credits. A 10,000-point task can pay 4,400 credits, but an 8,000-point task can pay 0? Are you kidding me? Come on. An 8,000.
I agree with you about the old credits, but not about the legendary.
Well, here's why
they are going to look at it, and they're going to say, well, if a player can get half the amount for free,
I'm not. No,
where's
I
the
don't want half.
incentive to
No. I don't want half. I don't want half.
Oh.
I wanted
2%.
Honestly, I've mathed this whole thing out.
Okay.
I've mathed this whole thing out. Now, Quazel's probably going to say...
I thought you wanted it to scale. Like a 10K task would give you half of what you got for the 20. Never mind.
No, not with Legendary. Not with Legendary. With Legendary, I'm suggesting 2%. And Quazel's going to be like, that's too cheap. We need more. But Quazel, I mean, you and I both know. We've talked to the economist. We know. All right? I want to be realistic. All right? So, let's look. Let's go back. Where's the thing? Here it is.
Okay. I'd go to them with 2.5%. Propose the exact same thing they're giving us for the G5 scrap.
All right. Look here, Quazel. Here's my math. Here's my logic. I'm going to give you my logic. Okay? 10,000 point task pays 4,400. 20,000 points pays also 4,400. Great. That is a very easy, simple math. So that means that an 8,000 point task should pay 80% of 4,400. Simple math, easy peasy. 4,400 times there, 3,520 original credits in an 8,000 point task. Guess what? That removes a little sting. It removes a little sting. If I can't use my rerolls, Chad, to get 3 10,000-point tasks that I could do, maybe I can only get 2 10,000-point tasks and then an 8,000-point task. What am I really losing? I'm losing 800 credits. That's not detrimental to my gameplay. Like, it's a little less, right? It's a little less, but it's not completely nothing. Like, right now, it's all or nothing. We've talked about this. Like, I have actually praised it in Maverick Track, and I praised it in the Challenge Track. What am I praising? You don't have to finish it. You get rewards every step that you take. That is rewarding partial progression. It's not all or nothing. So, like, if I get 3 milestones, I get 3 milestones worth of reward. If I get 6 milestones, I get 6 milestones worth of reward. If I get all 7 milestones, I get all the rewards. If I get a 10,000 point task, I get all the rewards. If I get an 8,000 point task, I get 80% of the rewards. If I do a 5,000 point task, I get half of the rewards. See what I'm saying? I need some reward for partial progression. Right now, the way they got it set up is all or nothing. So a 5,000 point task should give me 2,200 original credits. Now, let's get real. 20,000 new legendary task pays 13,200 legendary credits. That's a nice big chunk, and I do want to preserve the value, if you can call it that, for a 2,000 point task. Or 20,000 point task. I mean, they're charging almost $200 in some cases. Right? So, I still want that free-to-play drip. And, matters, I still want players to feel rewarded for chasing the largest possible tasks. So, same situation. Chad is looking for the 10,000 ones, right? We want to do the 10,000 ones. But just in case we can't, because rerolls are making it a little tough. And by the way, I know that everybody's big thing is the rerolls. The rerolls are what broke the first version in the first place. So I am okay looking at these Sigma rerolls. But it has to come hand in hand with some other tweaks to not completely demoralize the rewards from this system. I do logistically and objectively understand why they had to change the reroll system. They had to, guys. They had to. It was nearly as borked as G4 scrapping, okay? It was broken. But if you make some of these other adjustments alongside to make the smaller tasks still rewarding, then you alleviate that problem, that feeling of loss. You alleviate that. If all of the tasks, that's right, Divine, if all of the tasks have credits, you don't feel as bad about pulling an 8K instead of a 10K. You know? Berlin says, my issue is the big bloat of the new 10,000 point task. That was intended. They're trying to make a little bit of money off of it, and I don't fault them for that. That's fine. As a matter of fact, having the new spenders 10,000 point tasks is kind of okay. Follow me through here. It's kind of okay if that is still the maximum reward. Spenders get more, right? Spenders get more. They always get something extra. But if we, as a free-to-play, can still grind, right? If we can still get 8,000 points out of a grinder's task and still get 80% of the rewards of a spender, well, okay. That means the spender got a 20% premium. I could live with that. I understand the spender should have a benefit over me. You know? The spender should have a benefit over me. They should get more than I do as a free-to-play. But I shouldn't get nothing. You know, I shouldn't get nothing. So, the legendary, I still want that incentive to chase, technically 25%, thank you, Chad. Not 20, 25. I still want incentive to chase the larger tasks. But what if a traditional player who has traditional credits is already done with the store, which a lot of you are? I still want you to chase larger tasks for 2 reasons. 1, to benefit your team. I want you to benefit your team. I want you to chase higher tasks to help your team. 2, I want you to help yourself. So this is why, Quasel, I suggest a 2% payout of legendary tasks. A 10,000 point task should get 264 legendary tokens. Now, somebody's going to say, well, that's nothing. It's actually not nothing. Look at the price tag of some of these things, okay? 260 is not enough to do one, but this is why I say after the course of 15 tasks, if I can get no, it's not laughable. Listen, Jula, it's not laughable. It's one task. We've got 15. We've got 15 tasks. So let me paint you a scenario. Let's use Chad's example. Let's say Chad, over the course of 5 days, we're talking one task. Nope, Quasel, they don't have $1 on this thing, okay? They don't. Sabers, hang on. I'm going to tell you why it's not laughable. Okay? Retrieving, I know you're not doing 15 10,000 point tasks, but again, my position of scaling still holds. My position of scaling still holds. So an 8,000 point task should pay 211. Okay? A 6,000 point task should pay 158. So, give me a scenario. Chad, I've been using you as an example all night. Chad, give me a scenario. 15 tasks out of the entire week. 15 tasks. Under the new system with the rerolls and the dilution of tasks, do we think that 2 or 3 10,000 point tasks is reasonable? I don't think I'm going to go with more than 2 or 3. Hang on. You guys aren't... Listen, don't go with your feelings, Maritz. Don't go with feelings. We got to go with math. Okay? We got to go with math. Retrieving says, so make it realistic. You're doing 2. Okay, great. I'm not done yet. Chad says 3. So let's do with Chad. I'm using Chad. I'm deferring to Chad. So 3. 264 times 3. 792. Chad, write it down. 792. But I'm not done. I've still got 12 more tasks. Now, Chad, out of those 12, how many of them are 8,000 point tasks? Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. That's a lot of grinding. Some of you are going to say, well, over the 5 days, I could probably do all 12 tasks at 8,000. I like Chad. Let's go 3, okay? 3 more. So now we're up to 6 out of our 15. Love it. Okay, so we've got 3 8,000 point tasks now throughout the entire week. All right, 8,000 pays 80%. That's 211. So we're going to go 3 of those. 211 times 3, 633. Add that to the original number. Add 792. Now you're at 1,425. Okay, great. That's 6 out of our 15. Now we've got 9 left. Out of those 9, how many of them are going to be 6,000 point tasks? Maybe 4 or 5, probably. I mean, again, as we get cheaper, they're easier to do. Retrieving says 0. What the hell's wrong with you? Wait, are you guys telling me? Are you guys telling me that out of 15 tasks, you guys think that you can't do more than 5 that are worth you can't do more than 7 that are worth more than 5,000 points? Retrieving says you're going to grind 3,000 Zinni. God, there's 15,000 tasks now. I don't know if anybody's done this and looked at this chart. Quasel knows it. There's thousands of new ones. Thousands. And by the way, Erwin, I love that idea too. I think we talked about that during the podcast. All right. Guffa says, I'd grind 500 hostiles for a task. Well, you would. I wouldn't. I would look more at something like this. Rare Borg armadas? Like Borg solar armadas, Dominion solar armadas? I'd go that 7, 8. That's an 8,000 point task. 6. Defeat 2 FKR 6. Okay. Easy. Here's a 5,000 point task. That's hostile grinding. Yeah, pass on that. Here we go. Here's a 4,400. Spend 1,200 rare FKR directives. Quasel says if you got them. Yeah, but there's 15. There's a lot here, guys. There's a lot of tasks. Okay, there's a lot. No, by the way, it's not. Vic, Quasel, or not Quasel, Jules and Chronox mapped them all out. There's north of 15,000 tasks now. It's crazy. 15,000.
When you say 15,000, are you saying 15,000 discrete
total
task or
task IDs? Yeah.
Or some of them,
you don't have
or
access.
some of them
You don't have access to 15,000, but there are a total of 15,000, more than 15,000 task IDs that have different targeting, different ops, different generations, different point values, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Hi, Killer Kane. So let's look at spend 7,000 galactic recruits. That's a 4,000 point task. So anyway, I'm going to come back and ask now. So we've done I've forgotten 6 out of 15. So we got 9 left. So how many 6,000 point tasks? Just give me a ballpark. You guys say 2, 3. What's good? 3, 2. Chad says 2. All right. So 2 6,000 point tasks. What was my first number? 264, right? 264 times 60%. 264 times 6. I'm getting 158. So 2 more. 158 times 2. 316 plus my 1425. 1,741 legendaries now that I've got. Okay? 1,741 legendaries. I've now done, how many is that? 8 out of my 15. I got 7 left. I'm only going to do 1 more bucket. So, Chad, give me the point value, the average point value of your last 7. Because I'm only going to do 1 more bucket. Julia says, you're doing math on guessing in RNG. No, listen, there's 20 tasks available. We're talking over the course of 5 days, 15. We're talking averages. Okay? Guffa says 3,000 points on average. Chad says 3,500. Love that. Let's take the lower. Let's do 3,000. Okay? Let's take the 3,000. Oh, and by the way, that is true, Quazel. We are doing this math based on Master League. That is a very fair point. Expert League even drops this by what? Almost 50%, right? So we're doing the math based on Master League. That's a fair point. So now that's 8 tasks. We got 7 more tasks at 3,000 points. 30%. 7. So 264 times 30%. That's 79 times, what did we just say? 7 more tasks? Is that what we said? Yep, 7. 553 plus the 1,741. That is now 2,294 legendaries that you would get extra. 2,294, let's call it 2,300. Easy math. 2,300 extra legendaries on top of your alliance rewards. Now, let's talk about the alliance rewards, because that does need to be the main driver. Right here. Everybody is going to get legendary rewards. Everybody. If you're number 1, hang on, Gray Saber. See, you guys are isolating these in a silo. They can't be in a silo because everybody is getting them. Okay? Everybody gets them every tournament, just in case anybody missed this. All right? Marit says, that's not enough to even do 1 pull. You got to add it with what you're already earning. See, there's already a sourcing path here. Okay? Wait, retrieving, that's not even possible. Are you serious? You have out of 20 tasks, you're telling me you don't have anything over 2,200. That is mathematically impossible. Mechanically, that is impossible. That is not possible. Okay, well, you've got 5,000 point tasks, all right? So that's not less than 2,200. Come on, bro. Now, everybody's getting legendary. Let's take, again, we've done the math for Master League. So let's take last place under Master League. Last place in Master League is still getting 14,000 of those. 14,000. Now, let me ask you, Chad. You got 14,000 coming to you no matter what. You have done under your set of predictions, you're going to earn another 2,300. Now let me ask, are you going to be more motivated to try to chase higher point tasks, even if you have to grind or spend some directives or do some armadas, if it meant earning 4,000 legendaries or even 5,000 legendaries? Do legendary tokens, because that's where all the currency is, right? That's the new stuff. That's the new stuff we're chasing, the new primes, the new artifacts, the gilded shackle. That's the value of stuff. That's what I want. So does the legendary currency offer you enough incentive to try to chase bigger tasks? Even if it's partial, right? I don't want to do a 10 or I want to only do 10 because an 8 doesn't pay me anything. But if it uniformly scales, I still am going to perform tasks, even if it's not a perfect 10,000 points, right? Now, Erwin says, Alliance tournaments take too long this way. I'm not adding hours of playtime for 0 reward. Well, what reward? Okay, let me ask you, out of the store, what reward do you want? What's the number one thing that you want? What's the number one thing that you want? No, stop it, retrieving. It's not years. Cut it out. You're wearing me out with your baseless claims. Chad, pick one item out of the store, your choice item. The no lag pack, I like that one. That is probably the one I'd choose. Erwin says nothing jumps out to you. Well, then why are you even upset? Don't do it. Okay. There you go. Reaction says the G7 ship efficiency artifact. Love that. That is the Gilded Shackle. All right. That would be the Gilded Shackle. It's right here. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Great example. Okay. A redeem costs 3,300. I get 4 shards. I've got 10 pulls per store, which obviously I'm not going to earn that many. Takes 80 to unlock it. Total 20 pulls, total 66,000 legendary currency. Love that. Okay? Love that answer. So, let's use our conservative math of 2,300. Okay? Let's assume that we did exactly what Chad said, and we're only going to earn 2,300. Okay? Let's assume that I am going to come in dead ass last in my tournament bracket. Retrieving, stop it. I'm going to time you out if you say one more false timeline. I'm going to time you out. Dead ass last place gets 14,000 legendary currency. Then by my choice of tasks, under my model, I'm going to earn 2,300 more. That's going to get me 16,300. 16,300. Under my model, 16,300 would get me 16,300 is going to get me so close. 4 pulls with a big remainder. 4 pulls, which is going to get me 16 shards out of the 80 I need. 80 divided by 16. And by the way, the next tournament, I'm actually going to get 5, right? There's no arguing that. The next tournament, I would get 5 pulls because of my leftover currency. Okay? So, let's say every 2 runs of the tournament, I'm going to get 5 and then 4. That's 20 and 16. That's 36 every 2 runs. Meaning 80 divided by 36 is going to basically be 5 runs. 5 runs of tournament. Berlin says no because you got relegated. Well, that is if I got dead-ass last place. So if I didn't get dead-ass last place, I'm actually earning more. But yeah, I guess you're right. If I did get dead-ass last, I would be relegated. What is the next place reward? 14,000. It's 11,550, so not a huge drop. Okay, if I got dead at that time, Karkin, but the next tournament I would have been relegated to expert. Even if I won first place, it'd only be 11,500. So that's a fair point. Okay, let's assume I don't get relegated. But we're talking 5 runs of tournament. 5 runs of tournament to unlock the Gilded Shackle. 5 months to unlock that artifact. Is that unreasonable?
How long to max it?
Well, I don't know. How many shards does it take? 600? I don't know how many it takes. Killer J says you have to consider how often they run Alliance tournaments. 22 months is correct. What the hell are you talking about? 5 runs of tournament takes 22 months? Since when? Since never. Alliance tournaments run every month. What are you talking about? You're right, Matt Hatter. Cost would go up if I dropped from master to expert. It's not going to change it to 22. All right, but assuming I don't get relegated. Okay. Retrieving says to evaluate your changes, do a delta of what you're adding versus what is already there. Okay, we're only adding 2,300. If we go with just the way the game is right now, 14,000. Which means 3,300 or 14,000 divided by 3,300. I'm going to get 4 pulls. It's the same 16 shards. Literally, my changes would only actually theoretically add 1 or 2 extra pulls every tournament. So let me ask, should it be? I mean, Quazel, that's why I say we know that they're going to be skinny tight with this thing. I think adding uniform rewards, that's right, Guffa, adding uniform rewards doesn't break the economy, but you're getting more by engaging, and you don't feel the loss by not getting 10,000 point tasks. Okay? So, no, guys, 4 shards. You're getting 4 shards per pull. We're getting 4 pulls. That's 16 shards. That still doesn't come out to 80 months. What are you guys talking about? It's 5 runs. 4 shards.
Maybe they're talking about maxing it.
Well, don't talk about maxing it. Don't talk about maxing it. You're talking about unlocking it. Now, I mean, if you want to max it, but then the math doesn't change either way, we just got to go out. Yeah, maybe that. So is that what you're saying, Retrieving? 22 months to max it? I mean, I'm not upset with that. Don Brazy says it's 5 runs with your ID and 5 runs without. You have more left over, Don Brazy. You have more left over, so you can actually get some other stuff along with it. We're looking at your number 1. I mean, and by the way, mathing this out with you is helpful. Maybe 2.5% is not quite enough. Maybe we need to look at 3% or 4%. All right. Either way, here we go. Quazel says 705 total shards with efficiency to max. Okay. So let's see how many total pulls that is. 705 shards divided by 4. That's 176 pulls. 176 pulls. This is going to be much harder to math out. Okay. 176 pulls. We're going to assume no relegation. But we are going to use the worst. Like, we'll use 16th place. Is that fair? No relegation, but 16th place. So everybody's going to get 14,000 per run. That's probably the easiest way to do this math. 176 pulls times 177. 177 pulls times 3,300. 584,000 divided by 14,000. 41. That doesn't feel good. All right. 41 months to max under Scopely's system. My system would be no retrieving. That's stupid. Why would I do that? He says, leave out the existing rewards. Only consider your change. Why would I do that? I don't only get my changes. I get all the rewards. That's silly. 41 tournaments.
Not 41 months. It's 41 tournaments.
41.
Right?
That's right. 41 tournaments to
Because we know
completely
we're getting
max
2
it.
this month.
And that is with the current rewards. Now, if you add in my delta,
That'll be what?
based on Chad's numbers,
36,
17,
37.
584, 1,000, 100 divided by 17,000. Wow, I did that way wrong. 584, 100 divided by 17,000. That would save 7 months. My change would save 7 months.
Oh, that's not bad. Better than I thought.
So Quazel's right. We probably could ask for an extra % or 2, but it can't be crazy. It can't be crazy. MJ said it's 3 years. Yeah, but you're also talking about a max. All right, but that's why I say I think Quazel's probably right. We could probably go just a little bit higher. And Jake Boo is right. We're talking maxing an artifact. The primes are going to go faster. Let's take an example of a prime. Okay.
You want to cut off 3 more months? You just flip Lorca's skill over to artifact shards.
I think Quazel was already counting for that. So okay. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at. Wait, Guffa says you guys need someone to clear out the whale G7. What are you? I feel like I'm being super conservative, Guffa. Like really conservative.
Hey, DJ, you know the math is limited to there are limited pulls every tournament. So the maximum that you're going to ever max anything out is whatever the total number of shards you need to max it out divided by the total number of shards you can get per tournament.
No.
Right?
No,
Like,
because you can't. Wrong. Because you can't actually earn that much currency. The most.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really expensive. I have no idea what you're talking about because I can't see it.
Okay. No, that is wrong because the total amount that you could spend is 33,000. No one's going to get that. So, and to your point, the shortest time it would take for anybody to max it, if they had all 33,000 currency every single time. How many shards was it, Quazel? 704 divided by 40. The shortest period of time possible. 705 divided by is 18 tournaments. That is the absolute fastest you could do it, and that is way more than free to play. Okay? So, good point, Putz. Actually, I like that data point. 18 months to max it as a spender, 34 months to max it.
Whale.
34 months to max it as a free to play. It's literally double. I'm actually not that. I don't think I'm that far off, Quazel. If it's 18 months to max as a spender, 34 months as a free to play, I think is very reasonable. Now, Doug does say that is only one item, but we're also looking at pull limits. Okay. If you were going to spend 33,000 on one, then you're spending an ass ton of money. As a free to play, you're only going to have the choice of one item here. And that's kind of what we were talking about. 1 or 2 items. And we even talked about that during the podcast tonight. 1 or 2 items is really what this store is designed to do. And by the way, that is not unreasonable. What is unreasonable is the 15 to 20 items we were maxing out under the previous model. Is it any surprise that they don't want to repeat that? All right. Reaction says half of a ridiculous amount of time is still ridiculous. I don't disagree, but I don't get to write the math. I don't get to decide that economy. What I do get to do is to try to advocate for something that makes mathematical sense to them. If this is the model that they've chosen, I can't come in and be like, oh, yeah, that should be 5 months, guys. What the hell are you thinking? They're never going to go for that. But if we can mathematically prove something that logically makes sense as far as an actual adjustment, which is why I'm talking 2%, 3%, 4%. You see what I'm saying? If we can get something reasonable, and now we're doing the math and we're saying, okay, hey, 18 months for a spender, 34 months for a free to play, that's reasonable. Okay? Retrieving says, if you're asking whether free to play will grind lower point tasks, you shouldn't include the existing rewards. What? Why not? They're going to get the rewards. They're going to get the rewards. So why would I not count those in the math for how long it's going to take them to unlock something? You're not making any sense, bro. Now, Reaction says that is 3 years for a single artifact, being the focus of every single Alliance tournament for 3 years. Yes and no. Mostly you're right. Yes. Mostly you're right. Obviously, I do expect things to change over time. Okay? However, there is definitely a choice mode here, and I think there should be. All right. Now, again, I do agree. 18 months or 3 years. That's a lot for one thing, and your priorities are going to change over time. You know, your priorities are going to change over time. You might get to a point where you're like, I mean, and we do this all the time, right? You get to a point where there's a research and you're like, okay, it's just not worth upgrading anymore. Like, we're getting good enough benefit out of it, but it's time for me to shift my focus to something else. There should be some choice. All right? There should be some choice. And besides, Guff is right. That's on maxing it, but you're going to get benefit out of it on the immediate unlock. So it's not necessarily a horribly bad thing. You know? It's
a G7 artifact. Like, how many G7 players out there are not doing the Alliance tournaments?
That's fair. Now, I do want to do what Quasel says. My God, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I got to go to work in 2 hours. Okay, let's talk about a prime.
Yep.
Okay. Quasel, pick me a prime. Actually, I think Chad already picked one. Chad, did you pick a prime? Chad, pick a prime. Any prime. What prime do you like? Pick your prime. Give me a prime. Give me a prime, baby. Give me a prime. Chad, what prime do you like? What's your favorite prime? Prime Vengeance Parts. Of course he'd pick the most expensive one. Jesus criminy. Okay. The V'ger Filament. It's almost the most expensive one. 198,000. 3,000 V'ger Filaments to unlock. We get 100 for 6,600. Yeah, that is so expensive. You picked the biggest one. Damn. That's probably not the best one to choose, but we'll go with it. All right, we'll go with it. It's really an expensive one. Let's see here real quick. First level's 5%. I got to be honest with you. This prime's probably not even worth it. If I'm just being honest with you, Maritz, this prime is not probably the most efficient use of your legendary tokens. If I'm just being honest with you,
you could be G4 today doing only pulls for this prime, and you'll still have your vengeance maxed before you get the prime.
Yeah. Kazdorf says the same thing. I don't know that this is the one I would go. By the time you get it, the value's going to be minimal. I agree. I think that is not the right one that we should be looking at. Okay, because honestly, I don't endorse that prime. Me personally, here's what I said earlier. Of course, you know, all right, I'll tell you this. Here's what I like. Okay, I like this. I like the V'ger particles. Now, they're even more expensive than the other one. So I'm willing to use this as an example because it's still going to be more expensive. Havermeyer said it's a perfect pick because the math is bad. Well, then allow me to make the math worse. Because I like this one. I'll do the godsend here in just a moment too. All right. But I like this one mainly because I think it's one of the best primes. Chala, thank you. Have fun. I like this one mainly because it's a G7 prime that you can start working on at 68. And that actually is fundamentally a very, very good thing. You can actually start working on it and have it ready. You can have a level or two of effectiveness by the time you're ready for it. So I like that one. Chad says prime weapons drain. Let's take a look at that. Prime weapons drain. Minus 250% player damage. Bro. No. Nah, Chad, that is...
Don't get that even if it's cheap. Even if it's free. That's worthless.
That is a worthless, absolutely worthless prime. Net zero. Don't like that one. No, it doesn't get bigger. There's not multi-level. That's just it. It's 250%. That's it. Poopy prime. No, I'm a liar. It is a multi-tier prime. 250%, then 800%. But yeah, 800% is still nothing.
Still poo.
Still nothing. That's still poo-poo. Poo-poo. Don't like it. Okay? Don't do that. Poo-poo. Hull breach resist. 150% crit damage if hull breached. Reduction of crit damage.
Also poo-poo.
Yeah, kind of also poo-poo. Your efficiencies...
Thanks to crit damage floors.
Yeah, crit damage floor. Not going to be super helpful there. I mean, the efficiencies are good. Vengeance parts... slow. Surge research good. Let's see what else we got in here. Are any of these primes actually any good? Are any of these primes?
Really.
You know what? Right here. Hey. Prime Orbit Medallion. Plus 100% to your crit damage floor. I like that. There you go.
Okay.
That's a good one. Plus 100% to your own critical damage floor. Although, Quazel's right. Prime Orbit Medallions do have other sourcing. Okay. So that's not necessarily the perfect one for us to look at a singular point of sourcing, but that is a good one. Okay.
So does Beecher particles. Aren't they a Maverick?
Yes, they are.
Else?
Yeah, no, you're right. V'ger particles are in Maverick. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, Outpost. Yeah, the Prime Orbit Medallions have supplemental sourcing in Outpost. Yeah, but it wouldn't be nice to have supplemental sourcing here. Then that means you're just speeding it up. Nickels and dimes, baby. Drip, drip, drip. Okay. You know what? I like Quazel's idea better. We're going to have to go back to the Godsend. Most of these primes are...
Yeah.
All right, let's go back.
Pick up Forbidden Tech, because that's good. There's only one level of it. Once you get there, you're done.
That's true. Yeah, the Godsend is great.
That's why it's better than artifacts or officers or multi-tier primes.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, let's do the Godsend. Great example is the Echo Papa meta PvP. I'm not going to say it's meta. No, I don't think so. By the way, Quazel, you're absolutely right. Jules and I were talking about this tonight. If you already had the Godsend, the number one tech on this list that I am most excited about is the Cardassian actuator. That would be my number one pick. But I do have the Godsend. If you don't have the Godsend, it needs to be your number one pick. Okay? Godsend is number one. Why? You just say why?
Yeah.
Bro, I don't want to go in and do a bunch of comparison of techs. All right? If you have a different opinion, give it a different opinion. But it's 4 o'clock in the morning. All right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Barrier, shred, it's well-rounded. It's a good thing. Okay? It's one of the best. Maybe not the best if you don't think, but it is one of the best. We use it for everything. Okay. All right? So I like Quazel's idea. We're going to use the Godsend. Let's do the Godsend. Okay. So back to our math. 14,000 is what we're going to earn for free. At a minimum, by the way, we could do better if you're in Master League. $14,000 divided by 1320 means I could. All right. Putts in this case, I am going to cap out, which means I can earn 32 shards of the Godsend with currency left over because we have a cap limit of 8 and we'll actually earn enough currency to do 10. This is a great example, Quazel. You set me up. You've been setting me up for the last 20 minutes. I love you. All right, retrieving. Quazel's been setting me up to take you down. Here you go. Yeah, Quazel's like, blush. Yeah, you were setting me up. Here you go. Godsend. 32 shards per tournament. 200 total shards divided by 32. 7 tournament runs. You've got a Godsend from start to finish. 7 months. That's under the model that you've got now. Okay? And, oh, Quazel, you are a genius. You know that? 1,700 divided by 14,000 divided by 1,320 is 10, which means I'm going to end up with 2.6 times minus 1320 times 8, 10, 5, 60 minus 14. I'm going to end up with 3,400 left over. Okay, 3,400 left over. Now, under this model, I could max my godsend pulls and still get 3 more Cardassian torture actuator pulls. That looks good. 32 godsend shards, 18 Cardassian actuator shards under the current model. My model retrieving would be $32 shards of godsend, and instead of 18, you would get 36. It would literally double your second reward. Your secondary reward, it would double it. Retrieving says, but 0 gilded shackle. But pick your reward. Choice. You don't get it all. Pick your reward.
Oh my goodness. I can't even.
Do you want the gilded shackle? Do you want the torture actuator? Do you get the godsend? You got to pick. And this is kind of what we talked about earlier. You're going to get like your choice of roughly 2. All right, you're not going to get it all. This is a nice big warehouse. This is like going into Sam's Club. Retrieving says, didn't you say gilded shackle was number 1? Yeah, but you guys told me not to do the math on it. I just did the math on that. Me personally, Reaction says, well, this kind of shows that going for the shackle isn't worth it. You know what? I might. You know what I think? I think, honestly, Reaction, I think I kind of like your idea. I think I would go godsend and torture actuator first because they only require an unlock. And then switch. That's right, exactly right, Quazel. Go for the unlock and then maybe switch around and then maybe come back. The unlock is still 100%. So, I think, see, now we're starting to get into the weeds a little bit. Now we're starting to get in the weeds here, right? Now we're starting to develop a strategy about what is worth it when. What's the order in which we should start to pull? Now, hell, getting a little extra currency may not necessarily be a bad thing, right? Even if it's only 3,000 currency per tournament. And by the way, again, I am suggesting, now, again, admittedly, I'm sure Quazel's the same way. Admittedly, I've been doing 10,000 point tasks for a very long time. I have been. I have not. I'm not a grinder. I don't do a lot of that. I haven't looked at I haven't dove in to 8,000 and 6,000 point tasks. You are correct. I am not going to grind 500 hostiles for a single task. Not going to do it. Okay? Not going to do it. That's me. But I do think that Chad's estimates are very conservative. I think most players would probably do a little bit better, Chad. I think that, saying 8 out of the 15 tasks are only going to be 3,000 points. I think you're going to do better than that. Honestly, I think you'll do better than that. What if you, again, now I don't want to count on luck, which is why I'm okay using a conservative number. All right. Archray says it sounds like too much RNG chance. No. That's just it. Listen, I think we're being very conservative on this, but you do have an RNG chance to get something better. You guys saw tonight, I got 2 temporal disruptor pulls. Very lucky. All right. Mm-hmm. Hi, Murphy. Yeah. No, it's not the 24-hour stream. I drank too much energy. It's fine. Okay.
Got a ghost.
I already had a ghost. Chad Bro says 500 hostiles. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, and I agree, but it's not all that way. Not every single one of them is that way. Look, we've got a couple of them that are just like do a couple of armadas, right? Spend some export credits. That's easy now. That's spend uncommon export credits. That's stupidly easy., You know, these are 4,000 point tasks. Karkin says that one's hard. Okay. Can't please everybody. Guys, there's 15,000 tasks in here. Okay? 15,000. Different versions, different iterations. Okay? Gray Sabers, it's actually what STFC needs is a little more RNG. I don't know if it needs more RNG. All right? But I'm thinking that with the RNG we've got, we're using a pretty conservative number. You know? 24-hour stream is on May 16th, Saturday. So, Killa Kane says, the lack of refresh is my number one grievance. You know what? That's what a lot of people say. I totally understand it, Killa Kane, and I've explained this point 2 or 3 times on the show tonight. We've been on 7 hours. But this is where, objectively, from a design standpoint, the reroll tokens had to be adjusted. They had to be. That was one of the reasons that they feel Alliance tournaments, and let's be fair, we knew Alliance tournaments was paying out more than typical. Okay? I mean, it wasn't like Scopely just decided one day, hey, we're going to do Alliance tournaments, and we're going to let players have 20 choice rewards, we're going to let them max them all out. That conversation never happened. Okay?
No.
That conversation never happened, I promise. The payout of Alliance tournaments was exactly like the payout of the ISS Jelly Scrap. A complete accident. Okay? A complete accident. Was never supposed to pay that way. Killa Kane says they were earned. Yeah, I get it. But at least they're giving you a chance to convert them now. You can at least convert them. But honestly, we earned way too many. We earned way too many. We never should have had that many. It broke everything. It made it so that players would only do the 10,000 point task. And that was never what this was meant to be. If we were only going to do 10,000 point tasks, then why even build all these other tasks? Why build 1,500, 2,000, 25, 5,000, 7,000, 8,000? Why build them at all if we're only going to do the 10,000 point tasks? You know? Why ever build any other task if we're just going to have millions of refreshes to do the 10,000s? You know, that was kind of foobar. All right, but you're right, Quasel. It has been a design flaw all the way through because of the credit distribution. Also, that's why I'm saying I think right now the refresh definitely needed to be modified. But you soften the blow. You soften the blow significantly if you pay people rewards in a fair manner. And they are not doing that right now. Scaling the credit rewards is fair and gives people exactly the amount of rewards for the points that they earn, regardless of how many they earn. Straight up percentage. Now, look, Robin says, I spent 30 rerolls, ended up having to do an 8,000 point task. That 8,000 point task, under today's model, that 8,000 point task might have paid 600 currency. Under my plan, damn it, can't do math, can't type. Under my plan, it would have paid you 3,500, Robin. Now, I bet that doesn't feel as bad. Yeah, you could have gotten a 10,000 point task and gotten 4,400. But an 8,000 point task would pay you 35, not 600. You know? Now, I have one other very risky proposition that players would probably hate. Abolish rerolls altogether. Get rid of them. But make the task board recycle every 60 minutes. A lot of games do that too. A lot of games have timers on a board and just they refresh. Okay? Except 20 minutes. Okay, fine. 60 minutes might be too long, but you know, you get my point. Get rid of rerolls altogether and just do like assignment boards. And they refresh every 20 minutes. Fine, 20 minutes, that's fine. I'm fine, whatever. Okay? Maybe they vary by league. Maybe Master League's 20 minutes and Expert League's 25 minutes. Or 30. Give a little extra motivation for punching up there a little bit. You know? I'm glad, actually, you guys are a little bit more on board with that idea because you guys have been squawking so much about rerolls, and I'm like, kind of personally, I want to get rid of them altogether. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think you simplify the design by getting rid of them. You know? So, that's kind of how I feel about it. But everybody's been so loud about it. You know? Everybody's been very angry about the whole reroll situation, so I felt a little bad about saying, oh, yeah, get rid of them all. All right? But, Chad, here's the thing. Nobody's paying for rerolls. Okay? Nobody's paying for rerolls. Nobody. Nobody in their right mind, anyway. I'm sure somebody is. But nobody's doing that. So they're not costing themselves anything. Like, this is a point that people are making. Like somebody said earlier, oh, they're just trying to make more money. They're trying to squeeze more money out of Alliance tournaments. Here's a fact check for you. Nobody was spending on Alliance tournaments to begin with. And they're certainly not doing it now. Okay, no spend shaming is allowed in my channel. Because I spend, and I support the people who spend. I support whales. They keep me an ad-free game. I'm happy with it. So no spend shaming. But there's far better values in the game than paying for a 20,000 point task today. Okay? Far better values than spending on a 20,000 point task. And I'd be willing to bet that if you asked any whale, there ain't going to be very many of them that say, oh, yeah, I did 60,000 points today. I promise you're not going to find any. I mean, you might find one or two. Maybe they had a silly day. You never know. But you're not going to find very many of them. Okay? You're not going to find very many of them. So, to the point of they're trying to make more money, this is having the exact opposite effect. Okay? This is having the exact opposite effect. They're still not making any money on tournaments, I promise. All right. So funny. But anywho, that's why I think, Quasel, and by the way, you're not the only one. Almost everybody has told me that my 2% plan seems too meager. But here's the thing, man. I mean, you have worked with them for as long as you have, and I've got a few years extra on that. And even now, they ain't just going to come in and be all generous. Like, it's got to make financial and economy sense. It ain't going to be much. I think 2% is a fair number. It incrementally improves free-to-play sourcing if you engage with tasks. And that incremental sourcing is enough to earn a second prize every tournament. It's enough to cut the Gilded Shackle down by half, which I think is significant. So it has to be reasonable. And this is one of those things where I tell people are like, oh, well, ask for a bunch and you might get a little something. There's no sense. If I go in and ask for 10%, I'll get laughed out of the room. I have to have some evidence. I got to have numerical evidence when I try to make a pitch. And it has to be within reason. It has to be something that can make sense for them.
I thought Scopely was like the Santa Claus of the video game world. They're not?
Not quite. You want to take a look at my task list? Here you go. Boom, boom, boom. Math is hard to negotiate, Chad. You're right. It is hard to negotiate. So that's why I like to have like a plan, an actual mathematically objective, data-driven plan. And I looked at this today. I do think 2% is the right number, personally. I think asking for 5% is too much, to be honest with you, Guffa, because they will never, ever go with that. And it's not necessarily a negotiation. It needs to make sense. You know, if I go in, it's not necessarily going in and settling on something. MJ says, what about 3? Yeah, I could ask for 3. 3 is within reason, I think. But to be honest with you, even 2 would make me happy. And I think that it should settle for most players in that round. Now that you see the math. But, you know, here's the next thing. All right? Here's the next thing. A lot of people, I don't think retrieving. I think, you know, we probably did, but I've even seen this in the chat tonight. I think a lot of people don't realize that they're getting legendary tournament credits just for playing. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think people look at it as completely, purely paywalled, and they don't understand. I think a lot of people don't realize that there's thousands going to come with the event rewards anyway. See, look, Killa Kane says, I didn't even know that was there. Listen, this is a good chunk, right? Here's Expert League. Expert League is going to range from 11,500 down to 9,000. So you're still getting a good chunk. But even if you look at that sourcing, right, we can definitively agree that we are not going to be pulling 15 bundles to the max like we have been. We're going to be able to pull 1 or 2 depending on our choice. You know? And I think that's reasonable. I think it's reasonable. I mean, could it be a little bit better? But obviously, they're really pumping the brakes on all this economy stuff right now. So, but again, cold turkey is not the way to do it. I like a slow wean. Okay? You got to work me off the tee. Okay? Don't just kick me to the curb. Come on. I like my milk. That was definitely 4 o'clock in the morning chatter right there. Guffa says, speaking of, how's the vaping going? Dude, I cold turkeyed that bitch. I haven't vaped anything. Scaly, to be perfectly honest with you, bro. Okay, listen, Scaly, I love you. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, so my brain ain't working super well, and you're writing like massively long walls of text. I can't super go back and read that. But I'm sure that some of the amazing people in my chat right now would be more than happy to summarize the last 7 hours worth of content for you. Okay. So, yeah. We'll give it a go. Sumat says, my biggest gripe is most old players had already finished up the AT high value items. This is more punishing for newer players. Actually, you know why it won't be? If they go with my plan. You know why it won't be? Because of the credits that will be available all the way down. All right, that's why it won't be. It might be on an individual task basis, yes. But if you take 8,000 and you raise that to 3,000, and then you do 5,000 and you raise that to 2,200, and then you do 4,000 and you raise that to like 1,800, it's actually going to overall be better. So yeah, it would be lesser per task, but overall it'd be a lot more. A lot more. Did I finish my survey? Hell, did I? No. Oh my God, we have like 8 pages to write here. Okay. Biggest frustration with Alliance tournaments. The scaling of rewards in the form of credits. All tasks should have a percentage of original and legendary credit rewards, all of them, not just the 10Ks and the 20Ks, but all of them. It can scale. An AK task should have 80%. Grinder's task should have 2, all right, we'll go 3% of the legendary payout of the 20K task, scaled down by the 10K task. I think I'm not writing this because it's super late and my brain's stopping to work now. Stopping to work? Is that a thing? So that's not even going to make sense. All of them should scale. They should just scale. And I don't know how to exactly explain this right now. I'm going to take this piece out. Grinder's tasks should... all of them. Scale. AK task should have 80% of the rewards of the 10K task. In original credits. A 10K task should have 3% of the legendary rewards of a 20K task, and then can scale down by the same rate of original credits. So an 8K task would get 80% of the 3%. Abolish rerolls and put the task board like any other game would use a bounty board and reset all tasks every 20 minutes. You'll increase screen time. You'll increase alliance cooperation and get back to the spirit of teamwork while rewarding all players with equal opportunities to participate. Damn! Sounds so good! What else? Huh? Whoo! My brain is working so badly for it to be 4 o'clock in the morning. Erwin says, you think the dev reading that has any idea what you're trying to write? Nope! Which is why I'm going to go to a meeting and say it. But really, the biggest point of this was not to actually submit the survey. I'm going to. But the biggest point of this was to actually participate in the survey with you guys. I wanted to have this conversation. This is a 7-hour conversation we've had on this survey. This survey brings a beautiful opportunity to provide an in-depth postmortem on this feature. You know? So I think it's been great to go through the survey as a community. I don't know why there's another box here. Why is there another box when it just asked me the same question right above it? Poor structure. Poor structure. Next page. How valuable are the new officers? You know, here's the thing. Quasel, I need you. Okay, my brain's done. Quasel, can you help me finish this? New officers, are they good? I feel like they're probably going to be good, right? They're probably going to be good, right? I'm going to go with valuable. I'm going to go with valuable because I think they are valuable. Do the officers feel useful for your strategy? They will. When I can get them. Yes, they will. Are the officers worth investing in? See, bad question. Bad question. What are you asking me? Are you asking me if they're worth cash? Or are you asking me if they're worth my engagement? Two different types of investment there. Am I willing to engage with the game to play? Yes. Am I willing to pay? It's a different story. Okay? Would I be willing to pay? Probably, but not with your shitty-ass RNG gotcha model. Nope. Okay? Out. Pass. I'm out. I don't like it. Slightly worth it. I'm going to go slightly. What if they say please? Maybe. Would I prioritize upgrading the officers? Probably yes. Would I aim to max these officers? Probably yes. I like the idea of a universal upgrade currency in the laurels. That will need to be sourced in a much better fashion than they currently are. However, it is month 1, and I'm willing to see how that develops. But that needs to be on the radar. The new officer sourcing method with the gotcha and the removal of direct acquisition of shards through material spend is a serious detractor for me. Over half of those officers resulted in me getting transporter patterns for my valuable material spend. There is not a worse feeling in the world except for stepping on a Lego at 4 a.m. in the dark, barefoot. And it was a spiky Lego. Direct acquisition is always the way to go. RNG is less fun and even worse when the chances of rewards, when there is a chance of a 0 reward. Transporter patterns equal 0 reward. Okay. Are we good? Okay, next page. Oh, son of a bitch. We just did this section. How appealing did you find the officer selection in the Paragon Recruit? Unappealing. Compared to previous systems, access to the new officers through Paragon Recruit, much worse. Everything about it was poop. Compared to the previous system, access to older officers through Paragon Recruit, much worse. You know what? You know what you're asking me to compare this to, by the way? Compared to the previous system. You know what the previous system was? Officer depot tokens. Access to older officers. That's what they're asking. Officer depot tokens. They're not asking about the new officers, which is material spend. They're talking about the old officers. Depot tokens. There's not a better thing in the game than depot tokens. Much worse. How appealing do you find the officer selection in the cadre? Unappealing. Poop. Paragon Recruit cadre feels... There's not even a good answer here. It's equally as trash. Slightly worse, I guess. Which recruit, slightly worse because it doesn't have the doctor. We'll go with that. Which recruit system do you prefer overall? Where's my none of the above button? Poorly written question. Poorly written question right here. Where's the button that says I don't like any of this garbage? Skip it. Okay. Leave additional feedback about the weekend recruit. See previous page about officers and their recruiting. The new model was far less rewarding and makes me think long and hard before spending on packs to invest in transporter patterns in the future. I am struggling, MJ. It's now 4:30. All right, next. How valuable do you find the battle pass? God, why? Wow, Quazel, they really they did bad on everything this month, didn't they? They did bad on everything. Okay. The new redesigned battle pass overall. Here's the thing. This is a poorly worded question again. Because here's the deal. I actually like the 27-day battle pass. I like a 27-day structure mechanically. I like the daily login calendar mechanically. I like the desealing rods changing up their sourcing mechanically. The battle pass itself mechanically is a better battle pass this way. But we're talking about the rewards. We're talking about the loss of choice tokens. We're talking about the actual 20 to 40% resource and material reduction. On top of the fact that they've removed choice. There's a lot of problems with the contents of the battle pass. Mechanically, it can be fine. The economy of the battle pass is terrible. So, compared to previous battle passes, the total rewards feel much worse. The redesigned battle pass overall, it's unappealing. It's unappealing. I mean, they did say overall. So I'm going to balance the fact that I like the mechanics with the fact that the rewards are garbo. And I'm going to have to say that this model is unappealing compared to its previous model. I think that is a fair statement. How do you feel about the addition of more milestones? Actually, I like that. I'm good with that. I like that. Thank you for breaking that question out. How does the value of the Elite Battle Pass compare to the Mythic Battle Pass? All right, the Elite Battle Pass is much better than the Mythic Battle Pass, but that's just because the Mythic Battle Pass sucks. How appealing is the new reward focus in the Elite Battle Pass? Ooh. See, I find this to be unappealing. Okay, this is unappealing. A, there's a couple of reasons for that. One, loss of choice. B, loss of resources and materials. C, old stuff and not this month's stuff. That's a problem. I want stuff for now. I don't want stuff. Hi, Doss. Good morning. What's up, buddy? Welcome. Hey, will somebody play a crab song for Doss? Hey, Doss, I had another can of Ghost. I'm awake. I should be, but I am. What's the timer at? 7 hours. Woo! Only 17 hours to go. Just kidding. I'm not doing that.
It's a long one.
It's a long one. And we're not just talking about the show.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. All right. Battle Pass. Yeah! Thank you, Guffa. Hey, Kevin. Good morning. All right. Additional feedback about the Battle Pass. Lots of feelings here. The overall mechanical... Yes. The overall mechanical structure of the 27-day Battle Pass is appealing. The restructure of the overflow rewards and the daily calendar are all good. I even love the 3X Battle Pass events that are sprinkled in to allow players to compensate for real-life events, work, family, or other obligations. The mechanics of the Battle Pass are great. Where the problem lies is in the loss of the choice tokens. And even with the removal of choice, the amounts of resource and materials were not held at a constant. There is between a 20 and 40% reduction. Whoops, can't type. And 40% reduction in overall resource and material acquisition, which also could have been explained by higher value alternative rewards in the Battle Pass, except those didn't exist either. You rewarded prior months' older content and older officers in place of rewards that could have been used to support this month's content. I'm going to have to do some spell checks. Where did I write battle ass? I see somebody. There it is. Battle. Thank you. Thank you, Ascendancy. Got it fixed. Battle Pass. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the new battle ass mechanic. Let's see. Let's fix choice. Alternatives. You know what? You're right, by the way. You're right, Berlin. This should count. This should count as a bonus stream. I'm going to do it. We're down to 5. This is absolutely a bonus stream. Okay. Albert says, I'd kind of pay for a battle ass. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, it sounds intriguing. I would at least click to read more. You know what I'm saying? This is an EU-friendly stream. Happy Friday morning. Happy Friday, EU. All right, next page. End of survey. If you could change one thing about this update, what would it be? All right, I think I have behaved myself. I think I have done a really, really, really good job on this survey.
See, that last question, all I can hear is share. If I could turn back time, like we just need to roll it all back.
Yeah. This is okay, right? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, if I could change one thing about this update, it would be launching it.
I actually, oh god. See, I pride myself on being the positive guy. I pride myself on not being.
I'm usually more of a shill than you are.
Yeah. I pride, but here's what I'm going to have to write. You got it, ascendancy. If I could change one thing about this update, what would it be? It would be the fact that Connor is still in charge.
Ouch. Burn.
I have nothing else to add to that statement. I'm ready to submit.
Submit. Hit the button.
Is there anything else that we should do? Don Brazzi says, don't do it. Really? Because I'm actually not being sarcastic. Don.
Nah, they're not going to read it anyway.
Probably not.
They're more likely to hear all this on the show, not by reading the survey.
You're right. You're right.
So it's too late. It's already submitted just by us talking about
DJ,
it. So
why are you
may
still
as well
awake?
click the button.
I am going to have to pull a net niv and open the pod bay doors.
Fair.
You should have been asleep hours ago.
You're right.
You have reached the end.
True.
And now close your eyes and imagine drifting out to space because I opened the pod bay doors.
All right. In fairness, you're right, Karkin. We have to fix one other thing. You're right. You're right. If I actually want them to take this survey seriously, I've got to go back to page 1. I got to go back to page 1 because I was feeling a little bit spicy then. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, you're right. Karkin's right. Okay, we've got to take this one out. Let's take this one out. Why did the feature not meet our expectations? There is a very detailed answer later in this survey, but Alliance tournaments overall felt like too much takeaway, too much monetization, reduced Alliance cooperation, and a massive reduction in overall rewards. See my later answer for more detailed response. Okay. Doss says, that's actually when I went to sleep. Dude, we've been working on this survey all night. All night. All right. Now, we're on the last page. You really think I shouldn't leave the Connor comment in there? Because honest to God, I'm not being sarcastic about that. And by the way, this is not personal. I still maintain that he's a nice guy. He is. I also think he's smart. I think he has good ideas. I think he has proven to be an ineffective leader. He's proven to be an ineffective leader. How long's it been since we got the blogs that we were changing things, we were turning around, we're going to turn the page? Like it is time for Fleet Command to get its legs back, and we're going to right the ship. Buddy, that hasn't happened. Hasn't happened. If you've tried, you've failed. And that doesn't make you a bad person by any stretch. I like you. I like talking to you. But I think you have failed this product. I think you have demonstrated your ineffectiveness at being able to manage this product. And I don't like saying that to anybody. I do not. But we've got hundreds of thousands of people looking to your product. You've got millions of dollars in revenue. You've got billion-dollar backers. They're all looking to you to find out what happened to this product, and you have not provided any answers. You have not provided improvements. You have not improved sentiment. You've not increased sales. You've not driven bigger numbers. You have not done anything to improve this product. That is a management and leadership failure. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Additional comment, all of that. Oh, God, I don't even remember what I just said. My brain is foggy. Ugh. Well, Quazel says it's recorded. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put the link. I'm gonna put the link. There's no way they're not gonna watch it. They're not gonna watch it. They're not gonna watch this. It's been 7.5 hours. All right. Oh, and Venati says I'll clip it for you. Thank you. Timestamp link. I can't even do a timestamp link because we're still on the air. Oh, all right. I think I'm done. Oh, Karkin says only 4 hours have been the survey. Oh my God. It's ridiculous. All right. I'm submitting. Boom. We're done. Mission accomplished. Kevin, I'm not a bad cat. I think I was extremely honest, objective, factual. And to be honest with you, to be perfectly honest with you, a little more fair to Scopely than a lot of you guys probably wanted me to be. Okay? I am not a shill. And I am not here to demand all things on behalf of the player. There must be balance. There must be economy. There must be logic. There has to be math. Quazel, tell the people. Tell the people, Quasel, there has to be math. This whole game is based off of math. The math has to make sense, guys. I know.
I think I foobot this.
I know emotions are high, and we want to just yell and be angry, and things have to math. Math has to math. Killer says, is this the end of the supporter role for DJ with Scopely after saying to fire Connor?
Wow. That's a big one right there. That's impressively large.
It sure isn't. Okay? That's right. Chef is exactly right. Good people can be in the wrong chair at the wrong time. Okay? I fully believe it. Oh, with the damn crabs. Okay? Berlin says, now you need to cut and edit you doing the survey and post it to YouTube. Oh my God, do you realize how hard that would be? You realize how hard it's going to be to take 4 hours and turn it into like a 5-minute video? It's impossible. I don't even want to try that. I don't even want to try. I'm sorry. You guys want to do it? I'll pay somebody $25 to do it. I'll download the video file. I'll upload it to the Google Drive. I'll give you access to the Google Drive. I'll pay somebody $25. I can't do it. I don't want to do it. Quasel says that ain't mathin'. I know, bro. I can't. I don't want to do it. That math doesn't make. Oh, Quasel. Guffa says he'll do it for free. All right, fantastic. That math ain't mathin'. Oh, God. Guffa says I can download the stream as long as it's up. Well, yeah, no, it's up. Oh, so you don't need me to even put it in Google Drive? You're just going to do it for me? You're just going to do it? I don't even have to do anything? Bro. Karkin says, yeah, he's going to cut it so you say really funny, stupid stuff. You know what? Send that to me anyway. I'll put up a gag reel. I like it. I'll put up a gag reel. I love gag reels. They're the best. That's funny stuff. All right. Well, guys, it's been real. It's 4:30. I haven't had dinner yet. I'm going to have to go out for breakfast. Raid out, go to bed. You want to play Fortnite? I just don't feel like going to bed. At this point now, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I got to get up and go to work in an hour and a half. There's no sense in me going to bed. Doss says skip work. I really shouldn't do that. Mrs. Boss is going to ask, and I'll be like, oh, yeah, I'm really just not feeling good. She's like, really? Really? It has nothing to do with you, the fact that you did 7.5 hours on stream last night? She checks in. Just roll it into an IRL stream at work. No, it's miserable. I don't like to stream at work. Guffa says, I took off today. Yeah. Killer Kane says, no, but I'm thinking about some EVE Online. Really? You still play EVE? Man, I struggle to get into that. I have not been able to. I tried. You know what? It wasn't EVE Online. It was EVE Echoes. I tried to get into EVE Echoes. I couldn't get into it. I tried. I really did try. Couldn't do it. So, what is work? And Alicia says, don't you have mental health / I don't wanna days? It's a small business. So now I try to be pretty present for my team. Honestly. I try to be pretty available. Lead by example and all that stuff, you know. And I do use up a lot of my time doing things like inseminating cows. Stuff like that. I'm going to Disney World in a week. That's going to be fun. It'll be a good time. All right, Matters, go to bed. Let's find out who we're going to raid. Who are we raiding? Let's press the button. Oh, Oh, man. By the way, to the 200 of you still in this audience at 5 o'clock in the morning, I love you.
Hey, DJ, just tell Mrs. Boss that you got paid $4,000 and bought too much cocaine, and it's one hell of a drug.
Killer. I can't tell her that. I can't. It's so good. I love it. Matt Hatter says, I don't think anybody's online. Let's see who's online. Yo, Jake Booth, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it so much. I hope you had a good time tonight. Thank you for hanging out. 200 of you at 5 o'clock in the morning. That is absolutely insane. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys all being here. Hey, while we're promoting, let's go ahead and remind everybody we've got a huge community IRL event going on Friday, May 15th. We're going to be meeting at Disney World, Epcot, to drink around the world. We're going to be live. Oh, come on. We're going to be broadcasting live from Disney World on Friday, May 15th with about 25 of our friends here in the community. We're going to be drinking around the world. It's going to be a lot of fun. Jules Verne's going to be there. Tarpey's going to be there. Griffin's going to be there. Myself and Putz and a whole host of others. It's going to be a lot of fun. That will be live streamed. If you can't get to us, that'll be live streamed Friday, May 15th. Then, no effing way. Then Saturday, May 16th, we begin a 24-hour stream marathon with the advanced goal, the advanced directive. Listen, I know this is going to sound crazy, Quazel. Quazel, listen, this is going to sound crazy. We're giving people advance notice on a spending event. I know. Crazy. Hey, attention, everybody. Attention. We're giving advance notice on a spending event that we're going to do within our community. Quazel says, no way, that's crazy. I know. No pop-ups, no surprises. Advance notice. Why, Quazel? Why? Because I want people to be able to plan for it. I'm going to slap the shit out of Guffa. Thank you for the gifted sub, buddy. I appreciate it. I'm just playing. Yeah, we're giving people advance notice, Quazel, so that they can plan. Saturday, May 16th. We're starting a 24-hour stream at noon p.m. Is that actually a time? 12 p.m. Eastern time. At 2 p.m. Eastern time, we're beginning a concerted, cooperated community goal to drive this channel to its first ever level 20 hype train. Now, that's going to be expensive. It's going to be heroic. Thank you, Guffa. He's very excited about the level 20 hype train because you know what, community? It's going to be expensive, heroic, maybe even, Quazel, quantum. It could even be quantum. It's going to be expensive. A level 20 hype train is not easy to do. It will be a record on this channel. But if we do it, you guys are going to earn some amazing rewards, including, but not limited to, Tarpey eating beefaroni out of a can. I know, I think it's hilarious too. I think it's really funny too. We're going to be playing Cheesy Poof Cornhole.
6-7.
6-7. We are planning a huge 20-person Nerf war on camera. We're going to make a cheesecake. We're going to do lots of cooking. We're going to play music. We're going to do cannonballs. We're going to ruin electronic equipment. And we're going to do it all during this level 24 or level 20 hype train. Crocus says, I thought the last time you put that offer up was your last attempt. No, Tarpey did the beefaroni thing. Now she has offered Chubby Bunny with marshmallows. Cheesy Poof Cornhole? Yes, Albert. Have you ever played cornhole? You ever played cornhole?
Whoa, 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 whoa,
whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Have you ever played cornhole? You've got to be kidding me right now. Yeah, Killer Kane, it's called beanbag toss. Except we're not going to play with beanbags. We're going to play with cheesy poofs, and instead of playing with cornhole boards, we're going to play with our mouths. There's 30 seconds left in this hype train. If you're going to keep me here, you better extend it. Otherwise, I'm taking my furry ass to bed. Thank you for the sticker party. Lots of fun stickers. Go sticker wild. 30 seconds left. Thank you, Broken Wolf. Ascendancy, thank you. Aardvark, thank you. MJ, thank you. Sensei, thank you. Mortman, thank you. Valhallan King, thank you so much. Appreciate that. It's really, Quazel says, I heard marbles is a nice thing for hype trains. At 5 o'clock in the morning? Sure, why not? What the hell? We'll pull that up. We'll get that going. Thank you for the extra goodies there. Broken Wolf dropping 2. Ascendancy with 700 bits. MJ dropping 100. Sensei, oh, for the love of God. Boo bop. Boo bop. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it very much. Here, we'll pull up a little bit of marbles and get that going here while we are finishing up our hype train and getting ready to go to bed. This is obviously a hostage train, which I don't know why. I mean, we're going on 8 hours. What the hell? Might as well do an all-nighter. I mean, we're there. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. It's not even nighttime anymore. It's morning. It's morning time now. All right. Broken Wolf says, why not? And Alicia says, wait, only 10 gift subs given so far this month. The community listens. Yes, that's because we're waiting. We're waiting for the level 20 hype train. We're waiting for the level 20 hype train that is going to come on Saturday, May 16th. Because we've got a lot of stuff that we're going to give. A lot of goals. A lot of craziness. There will be durian candy. It's going to be insane, guys. So make sure to mark it in your calendars. Big, super huge 24-hour event starting Saturday, May 16th. Right before that, Friday, May 15th, we're going to be gathering with a bunch of you guys down at Disney World and drinking our way around the world at Epcot. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll be bringing that to you IRL all day. I think Scribbler is going to be helping us with the schedule, and currently we're already up to like 10 hours on the schedule. Asian Boy says, durian sold. Well, you guys will have the chance to buy that. What about actual durian? No, just the hairball. I forgot to turn on the biddy shenanigans. Actually, I did not. The biddy shenanigans are already on, Mad Hatter. Here we go. We got 30 balls on the board.
Did you say actual durian? We could make that happen.
No, we don't. No. No, that's not necessary. We don't have to worry about it. Okay, thanks. All right, exclamation point play. 15 seconds on the board. We'll get started. Thank you guys for the hype train that is currently going on. We got 90 seconds left, 35% through a level 2 on the hype train rewards. Asian Boy says if Vancouver happens, you'll be sure durian will happen. Dude, Vancouver already won, Asian Boy. We're going to Vancouver. We've chosen a date in August. We're coordinating with Moopsy, Major Samo, Dr. Juby. We're trying to get everybody all typed up. So yeah, we've chosen a weekend in August. We will be in Vancouver. All right, here we go. Exclamation point play. Getting ready to start this race. Biddy shenanigans are on. 60 seconds are left on a level 2 hype train. What's up, Nasty? I love that name. Thanks for being a first-time chatter. Welcome in. Kev says I can say goodbye to my kidneys. Why? I can absolutely drink around the world. I'm a pro. I'm a middle-aged man with teenage boys. I know how to drink. All right. 37 balls have dropped on the board. You guys are ready to go. Don't forget, exclamation point boost does nothing, but your cheers do. Bits of 50 or more will provide adverse effects for whatever is going on the board. You guys feel free to tinker with that a little bit and have some fun during our hype train. Havermeyer is out to an early lead. We've got 15 seconds left on a level 2 hype train. Guffa dropping 100 kitty bitties. He's going to try to do a little bit of dingling. A little bit of dingling and a little bit of swingling. There you go. And Alicia dropping 100 kitty bitties. 10 seconds left on the clock. Level 2 hype train. 40% through. 5 seconds left on the board. Havermeyer still in first place. Thank you very much, and Alicia, for your bits. Atsuma, Fred, Wham! Good morning. What are you doing awake? Havermeyer coming in, dropping into the bucket, still leading the race. Thank you guys for your hype train. It is over. I am free to go to bed. Havermeyer and Urtred duking it out for first place on the track, along with the pace ball, which is Karkin, who has set a record on this particular track. Oh my gosh! We just saw a ball get dingled right out of that funnel. Where did he go? No, he landed in the track. Urtred got dingled right out of the bowl and landed on the track. Now he's walked through and absolutely bypassed the paddle whackers right there and headed into another set of turns. Right before the finish line, Urtred is going to win this race. Nobody else is even close. What a stroke of luck that Urtred had in landing on the track.
Wow, big one right there. That's impressively large.
After getting dingled completely out of the track. That is absolutely amazing luck. There goes Urtred, MJ Hat finishing second. Ormuz, Alex, Meshkent, Guffa through 6th place. TC, Wham, Asian Boy, and Ascendancy rounding out the top 10. Congratulations to you all. Congratulations. Appreciate you guys being here. And with that, we get ready to wrap this show. Karkin says, I think my ghost ball still won. You did. That is correct, Karkin. Urtred did not set a record on this track. Matt Hatter. Webster Sponge. Can you guys hurry up, bro? Like, it's time for sleep. We're waiting on you. Come on. Get in the bucket. Congratulations. Good job. What is this? No, Asian. No. Bebop boo bop. Urtred says, do I get a BP? Yeah, sure. Why not? Hell with it. We're good. Send me a DM on Discord. I'll hook you up with a battle pass. I'm fine with that. Thanks for being with us at 5 o'clock in the morning. All right, guys, that's it. We route. We bounce it. All right. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Guys, 8 hours in the books. Hope you guys had a good time. Hope you got something good out of it. I hope you learned a little something, too. I hope you learned about something with Alliance tournaments. Maybe we gave you a little bit of a strategy. Listen, if absolutely nothing changes, hopefully we at least gave you an opportunity to make a little bit more of it for yourself and take a look at some of those rewards that you're going to get with the Alliance leaderboard, et cetera, et cetera. That's what we try to do here. So I hope it's been helpful to you. Am I going to see you later today? As long as I don't pass out. Yes, we'll try to do that. All right. Thank you guys so very much. I appreciate it. Who's online? Where are we rating? Where are we going? It's going to have to be somebody new because none of my follows are online. So let's see what we can find here. Does anybody have? Anybody got any? But does anybody have any place they want to go? I mean, I don't really see. There's nobody on my follow list. Nobody. Wait, is Savannah on? Why is she not on my follow list? Well, I'll be damned. There she is. We haven't rated Savannah in a long ass time. Let's go there. Tell her I said hello. You guys have a wonderful night. I'm going to not go to sleep. I think I want a bowl of Golden Grams. Sounds really good. All right, guys. Thank y'all. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you in a few hours. Silly. Good night, everybody.